Good morning, or hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I'm Snazer, aka Max. You can call me happily Max. Um, and yeah, so TLDR. Yesterday, the stream was for my feeling very tilted. Um, but I also think that was a very long, uh, bad RNG streak. I recovered like half of the MMR after a small break last evening, so I gained 50 MMR. I still think I got not the best luck yesterday, like in general. That's the one thing. Analysis-wise, there are two things I don't know learned or that were like informations I want to share. One, there seems to be quite a lot of people for some reason that have like a silver double barrel and a reload, and they just like nuke you the first, especially 1 to 3 day. Um, so seems like double barrel is the like for me probably the new PTSD. Day 1 to day 3. I'm a lot more scared of that over a barrel like the shield item or the whatever turtle shell or whatever. So it is quite crazy how strong this double barrel hitting, and there is like I don't think anything you can do, and it is quite often. Secondly, I got the idea how to play the power drill and how and when to pivot the power drill and how to set it up. So that is also something we probably will do now from now on more often. It is still a situational thing. I will not like buy the power drill and then set it up. It's more like you have the setup ready and the power drill is actually an upgrade or helping you in this situation. It can be just a solid power level, but it can also be completely broken. Like I had a power drill that was like crazy. I don't know if I made a few screenshots yesterday in case I want to share stuff. Let me look if I have that ready. Okay, let's go through the screenshots. By the way, it's like before everyone is coming in. So I encountered a Devon Pygmalion with 24 gold. I found that hilarious that he like just like says, well, day one, it's not my, but I'm the richest day one player you will ever encountered so far. Pretty sure I've never seen one with more gold. That is just like a nice combat core, the core setup here. Was a definitely a good game. I think like a 10-1 or something. That was fun. There was my red button railgun combat core setup. That is actually like with the haste here was popping off like quite like heavy, right? Look at the numbers here, and then compare that to how often his Ballalister and his companion core were able to trigger. So like that was something. It was also not losing anything at that point. It was very very scary. I would say. Don't think there is much to do and to say there. Like he even has like shield bash and knife tricks and all the good stuff as well. And his Ballalister went off once before he just like got nuked into oblivion. And this is the Ray build. Okay, I didn't make a screenshot of the drills. I also don't have the tracker running, so I cannot show it from there. Like I think the tracker is also like at the moment when the game is running smooth but needs a lot of resource, something I don't have to run on my own if I'm not streaming. Speaking of the devil, I have not activated the tracker yet. Let's see if I have to restart the game or if everything is good. So there's it. Good morning. Oh, wait. We'll see. So good morning, Decade Cell. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, Harkus. Good morning, A Night Gamer and Shatterbrain Row. Morning. Welcome. I cough a little bit more again. I also haven't slept a lot. Like I've was not a long night. I have like played until 4 a.m. or something, maybe even more. But I couldn't sleep for the hang of me. So I was like, okay, early morning, early rise. But my cough is a little bit harder, so I have to mute myself a little bit more. Anyway, other than that, I feel good. I am still enjoying the game again. I had like a nice, in general, nice recovery yesterday after the stream. So there's that. I had also a very nice weaponized core game. I think like I was a little bit harsh on the weaponized core. And the reason is, especially in the early 1 to day 3, you can get scaling out of it quite easily. And if you not have the craziest opponent, just like a, like fair, mediocre opponent, and yourself didn't find the alpha ray, it is often quite good enough to put one weapon to the right and get like a huge amount of free scaling. So that can like give you a little bit continuity while still playing a red core, which is in general still like pretty good, right? And consistent. So we get on top of the consistency more consistency from that core. So I don't think it's that bad. Depending on the meta and how fast you find a force field, I have struggled with armored core quite a bit lately. It's a lot of puffer fishes around, and I had a hard time with the armored core lately. Anyway, there's also ignition and grid core. I have the most fun with the ignition core. So let's go with an ignition core game. We go for the banana bell, for the duct tape, obviously. It's like one of the key items for a lot of greatness. And I often have a time to find the duct tape actually, like because I'm still power leveling and don't go shopping much, and I still think that is correct and helps you quite a bit winning fights in general. The downside is if you don't go shopping much, you have only a few options basically to hit the right items, and where Isla is like taking care of a lot of issues. Especially the duct tape is sometimes eluding you until like, I don't know, it's actually, in my book, way too late, where you basically sometimes even don't need the duct tape anymore. So there's that. Maybe like adapting the camera just a little bit. I had the feeling I was sitting more down than I anticipated when adjusting the camera, which I have to adjust every time because it's my phone, and obviously I will use my phone when I'm not streaming. There's Isla. So speaking of her, this is good. I am happily investing this. I'm not playing a force field on the ignition core. I only play the force field on the core and the armored core, and that's about it probably. Not saying that you cannot make use of the force field in general, but it's like very, very rare and situational. So the rule of thumb is I would pick it here probably on the armor core. Like I would pick it here easily on the armor core. I would like heavily consider it on the core. I will not buy it here on the ignition core, obvious. Speaking of power drills, I don't think power drill is here a pick. Like it's never ever a pick. And what is a pick here is just like two blank weapons that are getting scaled by the alpha ray and fueling my ignition core. Or taking another XP node. That's just like XP with less steps. Positioning is whatever. We're selling this off for sure, just for the health. And then we are taking a very good skill. That is probably here the best skill with ease. I think the second best skill is like 3 burn on the ignition core, actually, over 20 damage on one weapon, because we can utilize the burn quite nicely since we have an ignition core. I think this is a very strong start. So at least for now, first game, we are probably in a very good position for now. There shouldn't be anything too worrying happening. That is like way above average. Like, look, he has a bunch of stuff, and we have a bunch of stuff that is like a million times better. If you look at the damage numbers, he got crit, we got weapons, and we are also on an ignition core. So he's just like dying without anything happening here. Duct tape is the most powerful item in this game, hope and nerve. I don't think that is a statement I would even go for. No. I think you're wrong. Like, the duct tape is a very nice item. It is a very consistent item. It is a very strong item. It's a very utilized item. But the duct tape is not the issue. It is not that the duct tape on its own wins you the games. I will finish this train of thought. There are two things that make Dooley at the moment probably just too strong. The easiest one, and I think it's as clear day as night as it can get, it's the Alpha Ray. That is the culprit. Because the Alpha Ray enables all the weapons. You just have it from start to the end. It's a new Omega Ray 2 patches ago. It's just so easy to find. It is so easy to force. It is so unbelievably consistent and strong. Secondly, why the duct tape is strong is because the damage number on the Dillo on its own is just overtuned, probably a little bit, if you consider that there is a duct tape and a pulse rifle in this game. I do think adjusting just a little bit and tuning down the damage numbers, and then maybe increase the damage numbers over time with the level up of the item from the Dillo, those two will solve the issue. And then probably there is quite less complaining about the duct tape. I don't think the duct tape itself is crazily strong. So thank you, Katja, for the raid. Nice. Thank you for raiding me. I think we raided each other quite a bit lately. That's happy, making me very happy. So shout out to Katja Lemon Line. I hope I wrote it correctly. I like her stream quite a bit. I chill there quite a bit. It's like good music, good gameplay. Always nice, friendly, and entertaining. So love for Katja, and if you have not checked her out, feel free to check her out. And hello, Alexander. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, Cat Plays. Hello, Rheumatic. Hello, Delara. Hello. Also, I'm at it. I'm trying, by the way, to export all the videos to a YouTube channel. It's kind of failing hard. So far, I was able to successfully, without a fail, get one video over. I know that I have to be validated and stuff, but like, I have one 9-hour video, so it's not the issue that I cannot upload 9-hour videos. Anyway, I'm trying. I stopped yesterday. I will do it on the site today again. So for those who were like always asking about the YouTube videos, in case whatever, there is now, I think, also a link you could technically use. Maybe I should make a hashtag, not a hashtag, but an exclamation mark YouTube, and promote my YouTube channel. But also on the other side, at the moment, there is no love getting on the YouTube channel. It's just like very slowly, probably taken care of. Anyway, I finished my thought about the duct tape. I still think the culprit is by far not the duct tape. Here, it's like a close call. Like, if it was a day later, I would go for Kev's Armory, and the reason is shield enchanted items are quite possible there, and then a shield enchanted weapon is like free shield scaling because you have an Alpha Ray already, or you will have an Alpha Ray hopefully very soon in the future. It's though my feeling that the shield enchant is like not as much there on the first few days. It's only coming in like day 3. I don't know if that is a correct analysis. The second part is it's a very expensive shop. We are on day 2. We have like good start, but we need to be careful with our resource of gold. So for those two reasons, Kev would be good like 1 or day 2 later. So we would have gone there. But for now, we still do that. The XP and level up strategy. I still think Kev is like one of the most premium shops for me this patch for how the game is working. Probably someone is pointing out duct tape is also there. So there's that. I think we can easily take out the Rogue Scrapper, and that is the most XP and gold. And if we're like completely high rolling and getting another risk and getting a good fight and winning that fight, we even have the possibility to very occasionally, rarely level a second time on day 2, which is obviously very, very strong. So yeah, thank you, Katja, for posting the link. Also, Katja, do you want to be moderator? Like, I know you're already VIP, but if you want to have mod rights, you get like all the mod rights in the world. I have no, I have a very good feeling with giving you mod rights, by the way. So if you're still here, that's a question. So here, 5 region on day 2 is super good, right? The question is whether I want to go to Indy. Indy on day 2 has a very low chance because for metronome, and a very low chance for probably the omega ray and the good stuff that starts at silver. But it has a therefore very, very decent chance for especially the duct tape, and we like the duct tape, we discussed it. Because it's still like consistency, it still sets up the Dillo, or the possibility for the Dillo. So we would like to have a duct tape here generally. It's hit and miss, right? And it's more or less only the duct tape. I mean, maybe an Aegis, but it's like very few items, very specific items. And five region on day 2 with a little bit of health is quite nice. I think it's a close call. It's not easy to it's not clear. It's not obvious. I think both lines are very valid. It's one of these. It's not gold. Like, we have all the gold in the world as far as I'm concerned for day 2. I think yesterday I picked a little bit too much this, and it is nice, but then you like, okay, here's why we'll go here. Yesterday I did this quite often, and while this is a nice tempo play that wins you day 2, it's also a bad play for day 5 or day 4, when you actually struggle because you haven't found like nice pieces and the duct tape, and then it's scuffed to set up the Dillo and pulse rifle and this standard comp. So I will go with Andy here. I mean, okay guys, I was like, okay, never getting here an Omega Ray. I was proven wrong. Let's make the 1 second here for the odds, just to make that clear. It's day 2, so there's a 10% chance to get a silver item. So not even necessarily one item in 6 items is silver. And then out of the full pool of all the bronze and silver items, you have to roll a ray. Sure, that can happen, but that is the equivalent in my book to a lottery win. That's literally a lottery win. So the game is making up for yesterday. I still think I want to buy, in that case, the bomb squad, because having a second burn item now is kind of meaningful and impactful, and we can put it to the left. So I'm just buying that. Maybe I will run it and will definitely reroll here. I don't think there's a reason to buy the duct tape, the Uzi here. I also don't think there's a reason to buy an Hamlet. If I need a friend, I have a friend. So Hamlet is, in my book, just a bad friend, like, unfortunately. If you compare it to Chris Army Knife, that is very versatile. If you compare it to an Aiden, or if you compare it from the damage numbers to a Dillo, like, the Dillo should have, like, if you double this, have like 30 damage and not the, I don't know, 50 damage he has. I think that is unreasonable in the number, and the Dillo's proccing quite more than the Hamlet. We go shopping again because why not? We get it offered. We also get extra gold out of selling the rod. I will not run the rod. I therefore will buy the crypto though. I will not buy the freezer here. And I will not buy any of those items. I will still not complain about the shops we had here. I think we still have like a very, very nice start on hands. I will not greed on this. Unfortunately, like, that was a misplay. We could have had +2 gold here. Should have sold that at the midsworth there. That is on me. I had to unvip to mod. I didn't know that. You cannot be on, as it seems, a VIP and a mod. Is it like exclusive one or the other? I didn't know. Like I have not, like, in the 10 years I have spent all the time on Twitch, I just was like the quiet viewer who never writes, except for like maybe 1 or 2 channels, and they're only like every month once or twice. So there's that. So I don't know a lot of stuff about the chatting situation. Anyway, we have like double scaling, right? We have an alpha ray scaling and we have an omega ray scaling here. So I would say we are very strong on day 2. I would be a little bit, how should I say that? I would already, if this was my day 2 opponent and I just had like no ray at all, I would already be on the fence to say, well, this scale is starting worse again, right? So there's that. Here it's just like power leveling. So gold and XP is what we're doing. Do we want to upgrade something here? I think we want to upgrade something here. The question is what? And there are 2 realistically targets that both are powerful and enable future scaling and a good life. It's the alpha ray. Obviously doubling the scaling of the alpha ray, having a bunch of weapons. If you find like a pulse rifle, that's nice. If you maybe have a duct tape, the dillo comes reasonable. I wouldn't necessarily buy the dillo at this point anymore because it's clunky. It's not fitting the board unless I already have like a pulse rifle and a duct tape. Like the dillo is not a buy anymore. Like it's not like a insta pick. On day 1, on 2, it's an insta pick. On day 3, it's not an insta pick anymore. So anyway, there's the alpha ray. I think that is a very easy pick, and I think most people here would do that. I have loved. I have played that already. Like I would say probably 10 times at least this line, this patch. So I think I have a reasonable understanding. I love also upgrading the core here. It's 3 more burn, that is meaningful, that is very meaningful, but it also enables future scaling. Speaking of that, I have found an item that I completely shit-talked last few patches and still couldn't understand why it got nerfed, with whom I had like 2 finishing boards that were doing amazingly well. It's the rocket launcher. The reason is, if you play an ignition core, you get the skill, like you low roll a little bit the skill, and you get the skill when you use the core, give adjacent weapons plus 10 damage. You just put the rocket launcher to the right of the core. It gets like a huge amount of scaling from the skill that gives you every core proc 10 damage on the adjacent weapons. And then gets also all the scaling from the, by then hopefully already fully upgraded ignition core, like golden ignition core. And that was popping off. That was popping off quite hard. I bullied nearly all opponents. It's not like the highest high roll, right? It's not like the Exodia board where you just like win games. It's not that level of strength. It's probably not the good against the perfect power drill setup. But I think it's in the 20% of better winning boards. At least it was for me yesterday 2 or 3 times. And I think that is a good idea. Anyway, so we get like a lot of good lines available if we're upgrading this core. Another reason to upgrade the core is we can still like really easily find an alpha ray. We cannot easily upgrade the core without this upgrade. So after thorough discussion and already having like a little bit of burn going our way, I think it is a very nice idea to upgrade the core. I have done that line quite a bit. It's a very nice line. I like it even more than upgrading the alpha ray here. But that is, if I had like a pulse rifle and a dillo and a duct tape, I would have reconsidered. I think then maybe this is better, right? It's like, as always, look at the board, look what is ahead of you, and how you want to pivot. It's not like always do this and never do this. It's just like in this situation, I feel like this is more reasonable to do. If there was a pulse rifle and a dillo and a duct tape here, probably you should just, for consistency reasons, winning the next day, upgrade this. Okay, long talk. There's my pulse rifle. I don't think I want to upgrade those. They are like for sure the next 2 items that will leave the board more or less. So there's that. So I will not upgrade those. I will roll though I still could buy stuff if I want to. Let's see. Well, now we are very happy about not upgrading the Rai, right? It's always nice. So yeah, now we are in the absolute sweet spot. Let's try to, like, we couldn't get, like, not chocolate because we needed to go to the weapon shop there, obviously. I think that is as clear as it is. But, like, let's try to either level again or head, like, HP, because the only way we're losing here is if we're getting double barreled in just, like, 1 or 2 seconds before we're killing our opponents. I think that is the line how I lose this. Like, I will not get outscaled, and except of, like, the craziest stuff, we also, like, should not get easily outbursted, but the double barrel will get us. Skills are pretty nice. I will always pick skills this patch when they are offered. They're so good. I haven't done this, but I have thought about it. Isn't it good enough sometimes to skip the XP and get a random skill? Like, the power level of skills in total is quite high these days. So especially early, if you're already leveled, like day 2 maybe, if you already know you're leveling, or day 3 maybe, do you just, like, skip maybe 1 XP here and there, like 2 or 3 XP in total for the whole run, and just get, like, 2 or 3 bronze skills in? Because I think there is actually maybe reasonable to just get a random skill, and 50% of the time you get, like, a huge increase in power, like huge increase. I think that is something I have not considered. Like, I have not done that play. I have literally not done that play. I'm just in the power leveling field at the moment. But I think that is also something I might, and other people as well, have slept on. I have no idea how that feels, how that turns out. I have to test it, right? But I think, like, this is something we might have slept on, which is, like, giving us the edge if we start adapting early with that line. Because then you're just, like, a little bit stronger, 20 damage here on a weapon, 3 burn there on a burn item if you have it, a little bit of extra shield. That is happening quite often enough, I think. Like, it's, like, only poison that you rarely have and want to see. Every other skill is reasonably good enough, right? Maybe burn is the second worst because burn is very situational. Good morning, Mitja. And rocket launcher on the right of core is kind of correct. Yeah, especially, like, especially if you have the skill that gives, like, adjacent weapons 10 damage, though. You know what pop even more? The flamethrower. Halfway true. Yeah, it's firepower. Exactly. Firepower is the name of the skill. The problem with that is the mist seriously hurt your upgrade pool. I mean, if you get, like, a poison one, you don't have to pick it, right? You can just leave, probably. And then it does not hurt your poison skill, your pool that much. And every other thing you want to use, you can just pick up. It's just like as if you had, like, 1 XP node not rarely occurring, right? It's just like RNG. You have just, like, 1 or 2 XP node that you had to skip because of shops or because it was just, like, not occurring. Like, there's anyway a variance how many XP pools and nodes you get. Good morning. Can I ask if the Omega Ray will give more value to the right of the core? I don't think so, because there's, like, quite a bit of issues coming with that. The one issue that is coming here is I cannot take the friend there because then I have a pulse rifle issue. The second issue is I still want to have, like, the most amount of core procs, first of all, because the core actually itself has a decent amount of number on burn there at the moment. We are not, like, completely fast, hasted, and therefore items on the left actually will still matter, like how fast we're popping off. And we also get, like, extra value out of more core procs for the alpha ray. So I'm quite certain it's never this. It will change at some point, maybe, but that is, like, later on if we have, like, a metronome, if we having haste, if we're having other meaningful ways to effectively decrease the decreasing the effective cooldown of the core. So it's like this. Anyway, we have no shield item, so buying this is like a investment into a future that we're not having, right? Yeah, maybe there's still a duct tape, but so far it eluded us. And I don't want to spend 10 gold for no impact at all, as well as spending going to a no tier. And we will probably also not run a lot of shield items. I mean, you know, I can just fall face for first into shield enchanted weapons that are on the board, and then I have a lot of shield items. But for now, that is not happening, even if I find a duct tape. Crit is not important. Rerolling is super expensive, and 3 burn is 3 burn. In the future, this might change a little bit with the item. It's at the moment, I think, still on the bomb squad. It's okay. It's okay. So I think it's always like the mount pass over Sylvia. Sylvia is just a pretty JJ, and while this is a reasonable high roll potential at the moment, I don't need that. Like, I literally I don't need the high roll option from Sylvia. The other option is we can get taking a risk here, or we can take XP, and both are reasonable. If I take this, I can break 30% of the time around it. I don't know what the numbers are this patch, and that means we are not leveling again on this day, which is like a huge downside, right? Like, that's a downside. Like, and that is impact, because that's quite a bit of HP, like 150, 200 HP or whatever. And like, this number is not correct. It's more than 100. I'm quite certain about that. So that is impactful, and that will save us if there is a double barrel. Literally. Like, I can tell you in the future, if we're leveling here, this will save us from the double barrel, because we will not be short. Otherwise, if there's a silver reloading double barrel opponent, we are dead. Otherwise, all the other builds will probably not get over the line unless there's like the crazy Lanxian one shot, one kill, silencer, crit, whatever bullshit gonna happen. Though most of the times this reward is paying off. Even 1 XP is good enough to level here, and in general, I'm a fan of taking the risk. I think, like, I really have PTSD of losing here early on day 3 to the double barrel bullshit. Where just like someone had a still silver double barrel, 20 damage, skill on it, or like even 2 skills on it, have it reload, and kill your opponent in 6 seconds. And we will not die in 6 seconds if we're leveling up here. So I might do the very rare argumentation I do like on day 2, or I did on day 2 like 2 patches ago, where you just want a consistent play. So I know probably it's not correct, and on average this is the better outcome, but the issue is the low roll is just like hurting you quite a bit. So I will not low roll, and there's that. I will reroll those skills. They are not it. We don't hit like all 4 large items. And yeah, I have like had like decent combat core games also on the Ignition core. Feels good enough, but it feels good. It feels good. Let's be honest. You can make that quite nicely work, but it's obviously not as strong as Z core and stuff. Anyway, large item not in the future. 1 crit for burn. I mean, we are burning definitely, so that is meaningful impact. So there's a guy who was like an absolute jerk. Okay, do you know his handle? Oh, we lost here. Holy smokes. Okay. Those are skills. I mean, this is not really a skill. Got like power drilled here. Alpha ray. And then go ham. I want to watch that fight again. I did not expect to lose here, to be honest. Name and shame the Twitch name though, Tyler. He has more HP than us. This defense grid got over the line there, and we were like a little bit off. Like, it was not half a second, it was the 1 second off. Man, we got drilled. I mean, the drill was okay. I mean, he has a golden alpha ray, and then the drill was like putting out the numbers of the pulse rifle, so it's like not crazy. Probably the bomb squad is like the culprit here, as well as the laser pistol. It's just like a little bit slow. And probably both of those are like our weakest link at the moment. Okay, I did not expect to lose to Dooley here. There's that. Let me catch up with the chat for a second. I'm really sorry to hear, Tyler. Most people, I think, are really nice. And it's just like unfortunate that there's one guy who's like not a nice person. It was Berg. Okay, that is troll. I mean, are you trolling me? Or was he trolling you actually? Because Berg is like actually rank, I don't know, still like top 20 probably. So there's that. And he was like trolling yesterday in the chat that he's a poor guy and wants like a code. But like I obviously knew that he was trolling at least halfway. He was asking and begging me for a code, and he knows that I don't have code, so there's that. Okay, that's a little bit like I don't know. I don't understand. Like I don't know who's like trolling me now. If you're really mad and he did that and you didn't know, and I don't know. Like I don't know. That is I don't want to make drama here, but like, man, if this is true, like it was not nice of Berg. He didn't need to do that. There's that, and also like don't want to be like too vocal there, but quite certain he's like Scandinavian, so the odds is that money is at least more reasonable than in other regions to expect. Like, you know, the economy power of a Scandinavian country is very, very high, at least on its own. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to get into that drama more. We lost, unfortunately, a run. Like not a run, like a round here. We're still power leveling. We're still keeping the barbed wire, maybe. Here, it's a freebie, or it's like medium and large items. Let us think about this. What large item would we take here? We would take a railgun, and we would probably take a combat core. Though the last fight that we lost, a combat core wouldn't have saved us. That was like just too much power there. That was like a golden alpha ray. Though I cannot complain, right? I have a double ray setup, and I got like a silver omega ray on the ignition core and have a silver alpha ray. So that was a very, very close fight, and I would wager if he had like not picked chocolate there or had not the defense grid, we still would have won that. So that was just a very, very close fight, and there you can see like chocolate matters. Freebie or railgun probably. I mean, we could like afford taking a power drill here, though I don't like it that much. But that is the items, right? I mean, maybe an upgrade on the pulse rifle as well. And the freebie is like 2 gold, and we don't need 2 gold. So the argumentation is I make is we don't need the gold. I will buy the power drill here just because I can, and I'm on the ignition core. Do I ever want to buy the Dillo here for the future? And I don't. I mean, it's starting to get expensive, right? It's starting to get expensive to buy this. Like without the duct tape, we're not running the Dillo here. It's just like if we stumble face first in the duct tape, we can consider. Then we also need to find something else for the bomb squad. I mean, probably we're just playing it like this and without the bomb squad then. If we're not finding an Aegis or a lighter or rivet gun or whatever. Not rivet gun, soldering gun. So there are those. I don't think a Dave is that much better than the bomb squad. I mean, it is better, maybe, but like, it's not a time anymore to buy a Dave. So it's either Dillo or pass, and I'm more inclined to say it's pass. Like I think like the time of the time to shine for the Dillo is already gone. We are in a different direction. We are more like playing hybrid, and the thing is not it. So I'm skipping that. I can take out the Hydro Dude. Question is whether I want to take out the Hydro Dude or if I want to take out the Brawler for the potential energy potion. It's literally only the potion here. And while this is nice, it's still on its own not good enough. Because you still also need to find ammunition for it. Otherwise, it's like, I mean, in this specific board, it's probably good enough because we are scaling so fast, and then it's just like the head start we're having, and then everything is fine. Like with the energy potion, we would have won probably the last fight. So if I had it, probably I should run it. But it's like, it's not the most impactful item, and it's very rare to get. So there's that. Take monster loot here, like random silver items are not cutting it anymore. And weapons are actually probably still good enough. We can get also our golden alpha ray upgrade. We can get like maybe other weapons. So let's go there. I mean, speaking of the devil, there's that. I don't think we are a dinosaur setup, so we can just skip that. We can upgrade this. I will for sure and with ease buy this Chris Army knife. And the reason is, as soon as I get like a soldering gun, we can put in like a soldering gun here, take out this, put in the soldering gun between those two, and have a very, very, very nice setup. So it's definitely the Chris Army knife that we are gonna buy here. I don't need an upgrade on the Uzi. It's like a rarity question, actually. So the question is, if I buy this once or twice, I take it out of the silver pool, right? So I can buy this. I just like delete 2 gold, like, and then it can only occur at silver. And then if I buy it again because it is annoying me again, I'm just buying it, and then it's gold. So it's like out of the pool, but then it's like gold, and it's showing up a Goldie, and I don't get my chrono, right? Nah, it's still not worth it. Let's just keep it at bronze. I think it's small items, so we're working at the docks. We still have enough money. We can still sell quite a bit of stuff. And there could be a metronome primarily that I'm looking for. As well as obviously like an upgrade. I mean, if I have to game, I will take that. I also will run probably the duct tape here just for the consistency it gives me. I think that is reasonable. Though at the moment there is like just like straight 10 there. I'm not regretting having skipped the Dillo here. Like, I don't think like a Dillo here is so much better at this point in the game. So yeah, I think we have a very, very strong setup still, right? He lost day 1, we lost day, I don't know, 3 to the craziest high roll. I think we are in a very, 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 very strong position. We did not level again, but so he did. So there's that. We have a force field opponent with an interesting positioning. So it gives us a little bit more time here to build up. Although, yeah, we get over the line, right? We're just getting easily over the line. I mean, probably we got lucky with the freeze. I don't know. I do not agree with how he set it up here. I still think the force field should have been here on the right and not the Aegis. Just so the force field gets like the shield scaling from the core. And yeah, I don't think that is correct. The rest is just like mediocre items, right? So he's like relying on a force field and getting over the line, and we are just like very, very strong here though. Also, okay, let's talk about this. This guy has like, there is a bug, and I don't know if they know. I mean, probably they know, but maybe we should make a report. Level of opponents is definitely wrong. HP pool cannot match level for certain exclamation mark. So I had like yesterday quite a few games where the level of my opponents was definitely completely wrong. I don't know if they're aware. I just reported it because I was like speed leveling. I never picked like chocolate. I was just like literally like close to level 16 on day 10 or something. And then I faced opponents that were like the same level but had half the HP. And that was like literally not possible. If you just like get all the HP from leveling to that same level, you should have had like not that many that less of HP. So and this guy, I don't think you have like 300 less HP. I have not, and I'm quite certain I have not been to Big Spite, and I think not even bought once chocolate this game. I got it offered, but we skipped it. So I cannot remember selling chocolate today on this run. So there is no reason, if that guy is one level ahead of us, that he is like 300 or 200 less HP here. That is literally impossible. No, Berg, I'm quite certain we talked about it because Berg is a German word. It's Berg. It's mountain. And like weeks ago we talked, and I'm quite certain he's Scandinavian. Like was definitely one of the Scandinavian countries. I don't know which anymore. Anyway, why don't you like Microdave? Microdave is only get one charge. I have a pulse rifle that I will not skip. And then I don't have enough small items to fuel the Microdave. It's a clunky item. It is falling off on its power level because the base power of burn is not as significant on day 5 because we have like scaling because you have better options to run. So I would have probably not even considered it in this board here. I don't think Dave is better on this board. I don't want to run like a Dave and then have only like 2 small items, one that is 5 seconds, one that is 2 seconds, and one that is 6 seconds. And then, okay, another 6-second item. That is way too slow. It's less damage. And also in the future, Dave would have been the first item to go again. So there was no reason to buy the Microdave. It's Microdave is reasonable if you are early, if you still have to find items. You can even make a Microdave run, but that is not the setup we're having at hand. Like, you can make Microdave work with a bunch of small items, core Microdave to the right, and that is like, it can carry you quite long time, probably even to a 10-0 if you get a little bit lucky with your matchups. But we're not having that setup. We're having like a hybrid Alpha Ray pulse rifle setup, which I think is more consistent and stronger. So we're sticking to that, and obviously we have already a golden Alpha Ray and stuff. So there's no way we are pivoting out of this better setup that has more option available. Because like, for example, the flamethrower or the rocket launcher are decent items here. You have like, you can even like, if you run, stumble like face first into a golden combat core here. I would consider the golden combat core here quite easily because it's another core, which means I get scaling on both rays from the core combat core as well. And the combat core itself at golden is a good item. So I would run a golden combat core here. I would not run a Dave here anymore. That ship has sailed a long time ago. I hope that is understandable. Okay, I think like the ranks got fixed. And in my mind, that also means that the level got fixed. But I didn't know that they just like fixed the ranks, but not the level. Like, in my mind, I think they I don't know if they said they fixed it or not. Anyway, it's I thought it was fixed just like by what they did this patch. So it's on me. Anyway, thank you for clarifying it. Click Leslie. So yeah, and the Dave got nerfed. In case you're wondering, Dave was like really nice because he got like 1, 2, 3, even 4 charge or whatever. and now it's just like straight up just one charge, and the damage number increases with the level up. I think like maybe the explanation I gave you helped a little, Bryce M. Like if you're like really struggling, like be honest. You can like tell me if you like had an issue understanding that, or don't follow. Even if you want to challenge me for some reason, I'm really certain I'm not wrong, but feel free to give your counterpoint if you very strongly think Dave is the to-go item here. I will listen to that at least. Maybe you're right. You're surprising me. Like I don't mean that in a rude way. Like sometimes I learn stuff here, and people are surprising me quite often. So this is an educational stream. Feel free to surprise me with if you disagree. Small burn item, temp boost, medium items. So medium items. Day 5 is not a chrono barrier time or scrap metal time, so it's probably the pulse rifle. It's maybe the Dillo here now. You know, like we can justify picking up a Dillo here for now. Maybe. I mean, I would take the Dillo here, to be honest. For now. But that's about it, right? That's not a lot of items on day 5 with a big pool. So I take the random small burn item. I'm happy if that is an Aegis. I'm happy if that is... I mean, I'm not really running a Nitro, I think. But it's an item. Open up the railgun if I face, like, stumble into a railgun. Definitely go for small items here. Metronome is an item. Like, a First Aiden is a future item. I don't think the bronze GPU is good enough, though. I think that is bait. I would pick it at silver or above. At bronze, it's not good enough. And picking a bronze item here in hopes to upgrade it, it's more likely to skip it and just buy it at silver if you want to see it again. Like, it's more likely to be occurring at silver again than at bronze if I'm not buying it. So yeah. Crypto, easy gold. I like buying crypto all rarities this patch. And that is a nice bug fix or change. That was like something weird with the crypto and the patches earlier about not achieving like the right amount of variation, at least, especially the bronze crypto. So we can upgrade something, we will upgrade something. It's a silver upgrade, so I think it's just like the core upgrade. I know it looks a little bit silly, and I can see already someone pointing out, well, that's just like 3 burn on the ignition core, and you don't play anything on the right. And I know, for now, that is like not the best upgrade. But it does not necessarily have to stay that way, right? Like, it's not that this has to be the way. Like, as soon as I, like, for example, had like a Dillo here, or if I don't know, get like a hasted core or a metronome, then we might consider playing a little bit right of core, especially if that is a golden core, or if we put our flamethrower here. So I like technically this upgrade. To be fair, it is a little bit questionable. The more I think about it, we're running like a golden alpha ray here and a golden omega ray, so we can also like argue we are staying like left of core gamers for the whole run, and probably we even should. And if we are doing that, it's just like the silver high roll potential, silver skill high roll potential over the small increase of like for the now 3 burn on the ignition core. So the question is whether I want to have the flexibility to get extra power on the right of the core for the few items or scenarios where I play right of core, or do I take the probably more consistent line? I don't need to upgrade anything else here. I'm quite certain upgrading anything else is completely waste of resources. We don't get any meaningful power increases to upgrade something from silver. Like, obviously this is only silver, just to be clear. It looks a little bit, you know, I have already golden rays, so why can I not upgrade those? It's not happening too often to have like golden rays here before day 5. Golden Rhaegar on day 6 is a good angle to take, or yes, it is. Crypto is now bugged in a good way. Yeah, I know. I think like in the end, I don't think it is wrong to upgrade the core here, because there's the like the flexibility option. But for this very specific scenario, because we have like the golden ray already, and it's a golden ray, it's not a silver ray, I feel like skill is better, and I stopped myself from picking like a little bit less good option. Though, to be fair, both options are good plays, both options are reasonable. I think both options will win you like a lot of games. So it's not like one is like straight up never do that, and the other one is the pick. Those options are like those pose, like it sometimes is the way, like where I think people are doing straight something where I like fully emotionally disagree and say this is like straight up not the play, like at all. But this is not the situation. Anyway, let's go for skills. So we have like one level shield item. So I don't think this is good enough. So let's like sell something that we're not using. So I mean the barbed wire at gold is better than the arc blaster. At silver it's probably not better. So we're just doing this. I'm like a little bit, you know, hoarding this patch more my items. So we are rolling here. That is good enough. That's a freeze. Large items, I don't necessarily have a combat core, so there's that. Also, someone was like, wanted to watch the VOD. I enable the VODs, unfortunately, only after the stream, because sometimes, like, I had, like, once at least, made a small oopsie and doxed myself a little more than I want to, and showing private messages on stream. And I want to have the agency to not have it available. That's the reason why you cannot clip in this stream, as well as you cannot see the VOD before I enabled it. So maybe someone can write a very small TLDR for the person that is still looking for the information about the Dave. I don't want to repeat it again. Otherwise, you have to wait until the VOD is released. So small items are chocolate. I think it's the only one like really small item that I want. It's a metronome. It's not really likely. I mean, combat core, railgun are also here, right? But not picking like chocolate is like really not good. It's like more than 10% HP increase, or depending which one I take. To be fair, like I'm not rich to maybe justify the. I mean, I'm rich enough. I will pick the gold chocolate here. To be honest, maybe not. That's I shouldn't. And also backspace issues, like with the chocolate. To be honest, this is an item I want to keep. This item I want to keep. This item I want to keep. And this is also an item I want to keep for a day or two, as well as this one. So, yeah, we go shopping. I will not run a third ray here. That is bait. So don't do that anymore. Well, that is an Aegis. 7 is good enough. I run an Aegis because it's like a lot faster proccing than over this very slow bomb squad, and then I have this Aiden ready. So I will definitely change the positioning here. Also, Uzi and rifle are next to the duct tape if I want to run a duct tape. And I like the consistency still of this duct tape. It's still a little bit of shielding. I mean, you could argue we just like racing our opponent, but if we're buying ourselves time with like 2 rays, we're also winning. So I think buying time here is reasonable. Maybe we get like a nice lucky skill shop and then go for a shield skill. So do we want to go for weapons over golden XP? And I don't think never ever. The reason is like we have our ray and it's like decently graded, but also because we are leveling here to level 8. And then we are gonna go for gold skills. Man, that is a tough choice here. I think like this is a very above average skill. I think though I would pick titanium casing. and crescendo any day over this. And if I low roll, I can still get the 5% on the friend and 5% on the core, which is like the, in my book, worse version of overclocked, but it's still like okayish. So we learned it's like 88% if you're rolling here to get a crescendo. But then it's also around 8.8%, like not 88, 8.8%. So it's like 10%, around 10% to see a crescendo, and it's 10% to see a titanium casing. Both would be amazing. There's also, if the numbers were true, around 10%er to like error estimation. I know it's not working like linear and stuff, don't get me wrong there. It's just like approximation to make the math easier. Then there's a 10%er to get like the haste skill that is bugged and pretty nice, like the machinery skill. And then there is a 10%er to get the cooldown reduction. So there are quite a few good options left. And if we get one of the crescendo, haste, titanium casing, I'm very happy with the reroll. Obviously, if I don't get those, I might be a little bit sad, because like 10% CD and maybe even 20 on the core is a rather impactful, meaningful number. I want a roll. I want a high roll. I think like this is a nice skill. It makes like the Dillo quite nice here. So if we want to pivot and get like a Dillo, this is a nice proc for the Dillo then. Possibility again. It's like a worse titanium casing though, like kinda from the, at least from the shielding numbers, but it's still okay. It's definitely worse though than overclocked. So that was a low roll there on the shop. Well, it is what it is. I think you're still overall in a good position. I still think we are strong. So there's that. Sorry, I just got here, but do you play Pygmalion? Moin Feister Master Flex. I mean, maybe it's not German. I have played a little bit Pygmalion 2 patches ago or something. At the moment, I am playing Dooley because I want to climb on the second account, and Dooley is by far the most consistent and therefore, from consistency point, strongest hero. I'm not saying if your metric is to get 10 wins, that Pygmalion is not maybe even better than Dooley at the moment. But that is not a metric that is at the moment useful. Speaking of that, yeah, so at the moment, how the ranked system is working, every loss will punish you quite hard, and therefore you cannot lose rounds, and Dooley is better at not losing rounds early in opposition to Pygmalion. Speaking of that, there is 2 small things I can like take time here to talk about. Once, the patch for the rank change is coming early February, and the changes will be that only the wins matter, so whether you get 10 wins or not. So losses will not taken like at least reasonably as much or reasonably into account. Second of all, I will phrase that question again, and if the stream grows with the viewership, but I want to put it out there in your minds. Stating the premise that we are not changing how matchmaking works. Matchmaking is not like rating based. It's like the pool for everyone. That will not change. Okay? What is the best rating system and how should it be calculated? Because how it is now, it's like obviously not good. Because first of all, you can abuse the concede button. Even if they fix that, it is a little bit how should I say? It does not feel great because, for example, the day 1 loss is like really impactful, or the day 12 loss is really impactful, where you have like less agency. And you will have like maybe a day 1 loss because you have just like one vendor in general at the moment, how we're playing this game, like on in general. And you can run into like day 12 caltrops that is just an auto loss at the moment. Surely there could be also patches where that is not as necessarily an auto loss, but anyway, those Exodia builds that counter you perfectly have to exist and will exist. So it is not really good system to punish heavily every loss. If you just make it about 10 wins, you make the ladder just a grind fiesta, right? Because good players can nearly always achieve 10 wins. Most of the time, depending on how much agency the meta has. But I would say, especially if there's an influx of new players, all the top 100 players should, in general, rather easily achieve 10 win runs most of the time, if not every time. So if you just like give like free MMR to everyone, it's about who can play the most and has like the least sleep need and least other hobbies than playing this game. And obviously, if it's just like that, it's also not good. So if you come up with a very good idea how we can calculate rating without changing the matchmaking, like don't start with, but we can match power level to power level. Not happening. Ignore that thought. It's not a possibility. Premise is it stays like this. How do we calculate rating to make sure the actually skillful player is coming out on top and not the guy who's like grinding the most, but we having not as much the issues we're having at the moment with the rating system. If you have like played an indie game that solved that issue, if you are a genius creative person, feel so free to write me on Discord, feel so free to write here in chat, and then we can actually give that thought if we think that is a good thought towards Reynard and improve our rating system. Good morning, anti-time. Good morning, good morning. And what's the breakpoint for Dillo to be playable? I did not calculate breakpoints. It's just like by bare intuition, state of the game, which day we are on, how often we are proccing there, what is the alternative. It's not like I can give you the time. If Dillo is proccing 5 times per whatever, that is good enough. It's so depending on every, like, do you have an alpha ray? How high is your alpha ray? What is the alternative to play? Do you have this? Do you have that? It's just like here, like I have not only the duct tape, but I also have like heat shield. So now Dillo is again, at least for the next 3-4 days, pretty good. But it's like so depending. Oh, heat shield and nitro is also 2 instances. Yeah, but then it's not like I want to revolve around Dillo. It's just like Dillo is part of the comp. If I play nitro, I'm just like putting nitro in for this whole purpose you're giving me, and I don't think that purpose is good enough. Like, yeah. It's impossible without matchmaking, okay? The question is, hive mind, someone has maybe a genius idea. I had like a few ideas that were all had flaws, so I'm still like grinding my thoughts and after stream sometimes into that issue. I want to solve it. Maybe there is a solve everyone is missing. Like sometimes saying it's impossible is not a good idea because, okay, very, very small excurse here. In history, it needs someone to prove that it is possible, and then everyone else is also doing it. That is like actually a well-studied phenomenon. Whatever. It's well studied that like sometimes it needs one person to break like records, like in athletes' records, for example. And then after one person achieved like, I don't know, the new record of jumping the furthest, sprinting, or whatever, like there's like kind of instantly following quite a few people that are like hitting the same mark. And it is often just like thought it is at least partly a reason that it's a state of the mind about what is possible and not. Surely someone is telling me, well, it has to be nutrition and shoes and all that kind of stuff. And I know this is also partly reason why there's an improvement in athlete and sports. But by the way, it is actually also a true statement to say, as soon as someone hits that kind of level and proves that it's achievable, other people believe more and therefore way easier and more frequently hit those same targets. So just a thought experiment here. A little bit Snazer rambling about science facts. Small items is better than working at the docks, and I don't need gold. Small items have like the metronome high roll. I don't want to upgrade the bomb squad. I don't think I will run the bomb squad. I was talking about the barbed wire. I will upgrade it. At the moment, it's not really fitting the board, to be honest. Like those items are fixed, those items are fixed, and I don't think a barbed wire is better than an Uzi. So don't let me wrong there. Though to be fair, maybe it is because we're getting also shield on every burn. So this is twice, once, quite a lot. Man, maybe it's a barbed wire angle. Depends if I think it's a slow or fast matchup. Okay. Maybe barbed wire is better here than I give it credit to. It's like quite a bit of extra scaling. Okay. It's probably time to say we're not using this arc blast anymore, and it's also time to say we're not pivoting into railgun anymore. Like, those ships have sailed. So that means we have space, and finally can decide whether we want to take XP or chocolate. I don't want to go for weapons here. I mean, I praised the Dillo situation, but Dillo is not likely to be there. I want to get chocolate, actually. Like, I feel like we missed out too much. Does this 1 XP actually matter? So if we're taking 1 XP, then we are like instantly level after the PvE fight. And then we are like still 8 XP away. And even if we get like a nice another PvE fight that has to be like a Radiant Corsair into, I don't know, crazy other stuff to level to 10 on day 6 here. I think we did not high roll enough PvE fights to get to level 10 on day 6. Which is reasonable. It's to be expected, to be honest. So, and then the 1 XP is not as impactful. I will go for the chocolate. I take the strongest fight here, most XP. I actually think the current system is the best, assuming concede stuff gets removed. Yeah, I mean, they could just like make a hard punishment for conceding. Like you get always when you concede minus 50 MMR or whatever, or even more, like what do I care? And then conceding issue is fixed. That is true. Bryce, Sam, but how do you translate that individual skill level you can make like rating for CS:GO? How would you translate the issue in hand to this game? I'm still missing the bridge there. Feel free to give me an idea how we are getting those individual points somehow solved. In case you say it's about who you face, I think like it is very rare in the future to face like a top 100 player if the player bases increase. And then the strength, I would say, of your average opponent, of everyone like around outside of like top 100 to you is like quite different. I know. I think making it rating based on the opponent is also like flaw, because it makes like a lot of variety. And how often will you see in the future a top 100 player out of like, let's say we have 1 million players in this game? Like we get like a Hearthstone early days pick here. Phenomenon. Phenomenon. Okay. Um, oh, hello, Stille Beobachter, welcome, welcome. I will post, I will just make a note from what you said and wanna watch it. Okay, let's continue. We're taking a risk here. Sorry for the small, I would say small off-road here. I think it's still like valuable to do because we will all profit in the long run if we're find a solution. So I feel it is reasonable. I want to look at a slow and haste pool. Good items can be here, especially the metronome. Rarely a chrono barrier and a scrap metal. A solar farm is not a good item anymore. Don't get baited by solar farm. So there's like the barbed wire situation against the Vanessa. She won only one game, which means it's more inclined she was trying to play a turtle game than a weapon game. If she plays a weapon game, she should have won more than one fight. Otherwise, she's like super, super, super weak and then whatever. But it's more, I think, more reasonable to assume it's a turtle Vanessa than like turtle shell Vanessa that is turtling over a weapon Vanessa. Maybe it's a one weapon build and then this is like equally strong maybe. We're just like popping not as fast as possible off. We're just delaying a little bit. It's a little bit slower, but it's so much more powerful. So I think in the end, this is the better positioning. So that was a one weapon build with a little bit of a cove. Let's see how much the barbed wire carried here. I mean, the barbed wire carried as much as the pulse rifle nearly, right? It's not the full and stuff, but like it's close. So I think switching to the barbed wire here would have been good. Like the Uzi would have been more like in this area and not in this area. So we got like 300 damage there from the barbed wire. Surely there's like a little bit of diminishing returns because that's ignition core procs, but that is like over the whole fight probably minor. So pretty happy with the barbed wire. Fit in there. Is it small items or Finn's big bite? So we like health in general and 5 regen or like 10 shield or whatever quite a bit. We also though like a metronome still. It enables a little bit the power drill. It also obviously solves a haste issue, especially if you don't get a haste enchant. So I'm inclined to go digging here for the metronome. It's kind of a key item. Well, that is a soldering gun. We, for that reason, have already the Chris Army knife ready. I already talked about how, for exactly that scenario, we are keeping a Chris Army knife. So playing heads up game got rewarded. I like this about this patch again. Want to point it out. Like, if you... I will not use my health here. I think it's already too late. If you plan correctly ahead and know what to keep and why to keep and what to do and what to pivot for, you get like rewarded, right? If I just like did not have like this around for exactly that reason, like obviously I would have struggled more and would have gotten like for at least a long time one less multicast. Strongest fight. I mean, the issue is at the moment, losing all prestige doesn't matter because prestige is inherently not calculating how much rating you're getting or losing, right? It's how many games you won, which means losing day 1 is the same as far as the rating concerned as losing day 5 or day 10. And That is like part of an issue, at least, I would say. So it's probably a shield enchant, right? Like, we're not taking Celestial Conduit. We don't take poison, especially since I would have taken poison here if I had a metronome, put it on the metronome to like power drill quite hard. But we don't have the metronome. And I don't think this on the core is helping us. It's more getting shield, getting therefore more shield scaling on the pulse rifle. Also getting more barbed wire tricks and maybe survive against like non-poison damage. It is quite a low roll. Because like if you would compare this against haste enchant and slow enchant on the ignition core, or even icy enchant, you are in a huge disadvantage. Like it's like a coin flip whether you get those 3 enchants, though icy is a little bit more rare, or not. Like this 2 plus 1 extra. And if you don't get those, you lose the coin flip. And if you lose the coin flip, you are like losing quite easily the mirror. Even if you have like played better, picked a little bit HP, have a multicast, that kind of stuff. Non-weapon items over a burn, sure. Let's look at stuff here. It also makes me more inclined to, in the future, concede this run, to be honest. I think like the bomb squad is the item that will never see play, so we're taking out of this. I don't think, I mean, I'm saying this. Is it ever like a play to say, no. It is not a play to go for the Dillo here. Like, I don't think the Dillo is so much better than these items here. Like, and then here a Dillo. We get also quite a bit of scaling. I mean, it's a little bit better though, right? We get like also more procs and then more core and then more scaling. Yeah, it's proccing like quite often with this and this and this. Ah, okay. I should try to get the Dillo. Okay. So, I mean, I was rooting for this Dillo, and it's even a heavy, not a heavy, a deadly Dillo. So we're gonna take that, right? But the question that comes now in hand is if you also want to consider the combat core here somehow. So let me think about that for a second. I don't think we need to pivot into a combat core here. Like, I think like since we put the like if this shielded pulse rifle was not enchanted and we get like a heavy or turbo enchant on the core instead, I would probably not run this pulse rifle and this Dillo, and then I would just run actually the combat core here. But since I am so committed to this pulse rifle and then the combat core is not fitting really nice this board anymore, I think that ship has unfortunately sailed, and it is not possible anymore. I still think it was correct to take the shield enchantment. I still think it was correct to take it, put it on the pulse rifle. I'm not like regretting any of those decisions. Maybe I should have looked for the Dillo earlier a little bit after finding the skill, like forcing more to the Dillo, but in general, it's just like, that's like this. And then positioning-wise, it's like this. For the Dillo. Combat Core is not it anymore, it's not fitting the board. This, though, is quite nice. I also think the barbed wire is not seeing play here anymore. No time yet for the drill. Like, it's not proccing on shield, unfortunately. I am okayish, probably happy to face a Dooley, though Dooley is now scary because if they got like the right enchantment, we are screwed. I mean, that is an ignition core without any enchant, so he did not level yet. That's on him. And I think the drill is like not popping that hard off. And then we should get over the line even with like this crazy core freeze that we got there. Like that was you know, not the best target to get frozen. I rather would have had an Omega Ray getting frozen. Okay. I will think about the thought you're having there, Todesfurie, like Stille Beobachter. I don't think that's a good idea on top, because it would be abusable and people would abuse it maybe. Like I don't know, but it's like sounds to me as if good players would abuse it and could abuse it and should abuse it. And yeah, I don't think it's a good nice game pattern. And I agree with Reynard. If it's ever the play to just like put everything in the stash and play empty board just for your own sake, like it does like, I mean, it's okay-ish, but it's not what you want to do, right? So now we can finally go for the chocolate. So who's out? Barbed wire, you will never see play here, probably. I mean, okay, the Aiden is never seeing play because I rather ran the Chris Army knife with this. And I think the Aegis is also not seeing play. I think like barbed wire even might see play over those two. 5 board spaces accumulated, chocolate available, maybe just like 5 gold again to make 20 gold available to us so we can buy gold skills if we want to. It's easy day 8 Simon for like dually skills. So is it this or this, or do we roll? I think I'm rolling. I'm rolling for titanium casing. I'm rolling for haste, like the machinery skill. Even like clockwork is there. So I think it's even nearly guaranteed to get one of those, like at least in the 80% range, I would wager. So there's that. Well, I was wrong, but that is like significant amount of scaling. Because the dealer will proc quite often. And then we're taking obviously a PvE fight for free over a weapon shop, getting more XP, getting more gold, getting out of the curve again. It's nice. Okay. I am still like this account is not ethical anymore. So we are using the concede button as part of the game, which means as soon as I don't feel I can win anymore in a reasonable amount of times, like percentage wise, I will be clumsy and hitting the concede button. And this will be around day 10 if I face a Pygmalion, probably. That is where I say it's more likely than not to be a Caltrops player, and we are just dying. Maybe even Vanessa as well. I'm just like probably after day 10 more or less face dualies, and even then I should consider, because we get like not the coin flip on the ignition core on the enchantment. So yeah. Is it ever the temp boost here already? I think it's a temp boost. It's like extra damage. It's definitely heady. Okay, I can get a free upgrade here. Let's consider that in a bit. Okay, I don't need to put anything off board. I can just use the feather here. Who wants to get the upgrade? I think there are like 2 reasonable targets here, and it's the rays, right? The question is which ray gives us more power. I would think it's the alpha ray here. So this is like mathematically though, this is 50% increase, and this mathematically is 33% increase, right? So the difference is, you know, over the thumb, 20%. So we have like, even if this is like a little bit more damage, it has to be at least more than 20% more damage over the burn. Otherwise, it would have been correct to do the burn. Against the Pygmalion, I think we have time, and it's more a scaling game. Like Pygmalion is more likely to be like playing sort of a fatigue angle, but that's probably wrong. It's just like a very skewed pool of picks I had. There's also the idea to say this is not only scaling my damage, but it's also scaling my main shield. And then it's like a little bit less, but it's like a lot more consistent, especially if the Pygmalion here, it's a close fight and the Pygmalion is just like playing a standard crook build. we might get just a little bit extra shield in, and that can matter. So I think it's a very close call. I think both is reasonable. I think both are reasonable. I think both I elaborated why they're good. I would have actually needed to look at the stats from a fight and then calculate the amount of burn I get and how much damage that is translating to around, like estimate the amount of damage that is estimating. Because burn is not like easy calculated as damage. And then see what is better. I think like I came to the conclusion how we're playing this game, it's probably the Alpha Ray, because there's like, this is like so powerful. But I might be wrong. I might be off there. So it's more of a, you know, shielding situation here. But this extra shield scaling actually outscales probably the Regal Blade on its own and makes sure there's like nothing going wrong. I mean, to be fair, I think there was never ever something going wrong here. But there's that. Let's look at the numbers just by bare you know, estimation. Because I should have done that if I want to be like a little bit more precise earlier. So I know the numbers are like not that way, right? But like let's assume we have like close to like half of what the, like, I don't know, is it half? I have no idea. There's like, that's not easy to calculate the amount of burn you did, like how much damage you did by that. But it looks like around 180. So if I would have to guess, it's like, in the end it was 150. So maybe it's like in total 160 burn damage. Maybe, oh no, maybe it's 160 in that case. So to make it easier, we say it's 150. Then it's 150 times 150 divided by 2. So it's around 1,000 by, oh, over the thumb, maybe a little bit more. And this is like quite a bit more. Am I wrong there? No, right? I didn't miss a 0. Wait. Am I I put out the calculator. Man. 150 times 100. I mean, okay, it's less. Okay, yeah, I see where my issue is. We're not getting down there. Yeah. This is why we are off. Okay, let's make it reverse. That is the easy way to calculate. I figured out how to calculate that, okay? So I think like my approach was like just like off. So he has 2,800 plus around 500, 1,000 plus 1,000, right? It's just like bare estimations, right? It's we don't care about the total. So we are 3,800, and then the take away the... Wait, that does not also like not make sense. Where do I screw here the numbers? Oh, there's a defense grid. Okay. I have to add the defense grid in the end. And then there's like the issue with how burn is going. But anyway, we have minus 3,600 at 3,700 around, right? Like 3,600, 700, 800, whatever. And then we have like plus 10% there, plus 280. So the burn was actually doing nothing here. It's just like still like just building up there. But the amount of burn damage we did in that fight by bare estimation is nothing. Like literally nothing. I don't know if I'm like wrong here. Did I miss anything on the calculations? Like obviously it might be 100 more, might be 200 more, but like, you know, like just like for me it's about like dimensions. It's not about I need to know if it's a 400 or 500. I couldn't care less. Even 400 or 600 is in comparison to 3,600 like obviously nothing. So did I like for some reason miss crazy? So it's 20%. Okay. So it's not 10%, it's 20%. So I have to also put in another 280 here. So it's 600 now, and then maybe I'm off in the 700. But even 700 or 800 to the whatever, 3,600, 700 here, 800, it's still like a minor rounding error, like a little bit more than a minor rounding error, sure, but yeah, I'm not missing anything. Yeah, burn scales with time, and especially the bigger scaler is on the opponent. So only burn is like really strong in the long run. But I would have not like, okay, like I think like the way we calculated this is quite nice and easy. That's a good thing to remember, how to put it into perspective there. I think that is like quite easy. If I had to guess by intuition, I would have guessed even like 150 burn on my opponent in the end, like just by seeing it. I would have thought like my burn damage actually mattered here in this fight. Like, I would have not guessed it's only a 6 or something, like being less than 20% of my damage source. I have to admit, I wouldn't have thought that only 20% of my damage coming from the burn here. And that is with the like multicast soldering gun. Like at least 2 times cast soldering gun. And a golden omega ray and an ignition core. Like, that is unexpected. Sure, I could have upgraded for like 50% more. And then it's a little bit higher. But still, it's like a golden ray. Yeah, I think like we learned something, right? Like I learned something here. And like we learned how like one way at least to get a good estimation about the burn damage. And that burn actually was not that strong. Like it still doesn't change how the like last thought. I don't think it changes the power level of the ignition core, because the strength of the ignition core is especially the consistency early. You can really easily set up the ignition core day 1 to day 3 and win against most matchups with that. And that is the strength of the ignition core, as well as being a little bit more versatile, because you can play it with more burn and less burn. Nevertheless, my intuition always was already that the crit core, and I mentioned that the last couple of days quite a few times, especially as well as on the meta talk with Trash Sama, that I feel like the crit core is way better in the late game over the ignition core. Like we all came to the conclusion early on that we think like ignition and crit core are the best, and I always said that the Ignition Core is like nice on the consistency level early, and the Crit Core has like in general a way better consistency late, because even without Crescendo you will accumulate and force more crit on your items and then get quite a bit more procs. I feel like the numbers here also support that, because having like here a Crit Core would have probably increased our power quite a bit. Because we would have had some sort of crit here, and then you have like a way faster proccing core that is therefore fueling the alpha ray. It's just like good to know. I think that is the conclusion. Don't want to go for Street Festival. There's Matchbox, and that's about it. That I would probably change here, and that's not a lot. So I like the consistency of chocolate, and I'm like giga rich now, so it's the good stuff. I will go for half here over Aerodrome. I think half is good enough. Like there's like some hero potential. Okay, that is a Fury Combat Core. That is maybe barely achievable. Do we want to achieve that? That's a good question. I want to think about this for a second. So what we want to do is we put out this, and we put out this, right? We're playing this. We are now a little bit set to sell the Aiden, so we're just playing the Chris Army Knife. And then we put in the Combat Core here. We would lose the damage from the Dillo. Can someone remember? I'm a little bit foggy. Was the Pulse Rifle the stronger item, or was it the Dillo? Like by the scaling, who had like the right higher number? It was the Pulse Rifle, right? It was, even with all the perfect setup for the Dillo, 1,200 on the Dillo and 2,400-ish on the Pulse Rifle, right? The right one had more damage there. So cutting the Dillo is not the end of the world. And then we could technically take in the diamond. Like, if I can afford it, I have to look at that, but it's very close at least. Then would the Combat Core be better there? Probably. I need still 26 gold though, and I have only 4, 8, 10, and then I'm short. So there's like a lot of talk about considering buying that when we just are not like, I thought I was Jeff Bezos. Like I said I was Jeff Bezos, money doesn't matter. Like now, like if I had not bought the chocolate there for 10 gold, I might have been like probably just too short or whatever, right? 10, 6. I mean, I would have been 1 short, right? I would have been 1 short, 1 gold short if I have not bought the chocolate here last round. Like no chocolate at all. Though that is not the play. So anyway, okay, Dillo did the damage, and then all the charging. Okay, so it's probably still Dillo then, and we cannot even afford this Combat Core. Let's just roll therefore. I don't think a Fury Lizard is cutting it. None of those are cutting it. And then strongest fight, most XP and gold. You don't have the money. Okay, yeah, I don't have the money. But I still think it is something, even if I don't have the money, I feel it would be interesting to know if it would have been a better item or not. Because you're not thinking too often about putting in a Fury Combat Core, right? In this board? So, do I want to upgrade something or take a gold skill? I don't think upgrading here after the last analysis about the damage of the ray that we need to upgrade the ray, and there's nothing else to upgrade here. So I rather get crescendo. That would have been amazing. I don't think those skills are good enough. Like, this is like a dire situation. You didn't find anything better because this isn't doing anything. And I mean, this is probably also okay-ish, but then charging a duct tape that does literally nothing. Like, duct tape is, you know, it's like 2 charges here and 3 charges here. And then this is maybe a little bit better, but those are not the skills, right? I can think of a dozen skills that are better. This is like, yeah, underwhelming. So let's roll. At least this is better. We can get either 4 seconds of charge, or we can get like 4 seconds of freeze. I think like the freeze is better. Oh no, not okay. It's better. The delay is slower than the alpha ray. So this is better against a dually, but we are not necessarily freezing anything on the NASA board if it's a one weapon build, and we're not freezing probably against the standard crook build on Pygmalion. That is the straight up downside. And charging is like, you know, just popping off a little bit earlier, getting in one more swing early, getting one more scaling early, that can like be deciding. So, I mean, it's all like, all of those skills are not like the high roll. It's not like haste, like machinery. It's not like titanium casing, and it's not like building crescendo. It's none of those skills that are S tier, or like even for crescendo, probably S++ tier or whatever. But it is what it is. I take the temp boost here, just getting over the line, getting 1 or 2 more wins, and then decide whether we are clumsy on the concede button or not. Half a level is half a level, so I take half a level, and then on day 9, getting here, my nice diamond skills is amazing. Okay. Do we want to get the moth skill here? That is not an easy question. I think like there's one skill that is like by far the best skill possible. It's called knife tricks. Like it's not even close. Like every dually build can probably make use of the knife tricks, and knife tricks is just as plus tier. It's like the building crescendo skill. People were not complaining about it that much in the meta talk because they say it's coming in later, but it's still coming in day 9 to day 10-ish, and then you will like coin flip again if your opponent has like haste and knife tricks and you don't have those two. I can guarantee you lose. I can guarantee you. If you don't have like a turbo core and knife tricks and the opponent has it, you straight up lose. Like that's that. Agency doesn't matter. You can have like your perfect railgun. You can have on day 10. You can have like your perfect, like even like you can have your perfect crescendo crit core. You're just dead before you're popping off. That's it. That's you're not even competing with the super GG high roll of crescendo crit core, because it still takes time, and when you're ramping up, you're just dead. That's it. Because of turbo and because of the high reduction of the knife tricks, especially on a drill, on a dillo, on a pulse rifle, on any decent weapon. Even a Uzi is at that point a 1 second item, and you're just dead. So there's that. And we came to the conclusion while we're building up a little bit burn, it's only helping us a little bit, probably in a very long matchup where we get actually meaningful numbers of regen. And then we're helping and regenerate as well as shield scaling. So it's not like the worst, but I think even Healthy Heart is probably helping us around the same, unless we're having a fatigue game in hand. In a fatigue game, Moth is probably still better, but I don't expect to go into fatigue. And even then, if we go to fatigue, I'll probably lose anyway, because while we have like a decent amount of shield scaling, if we're going to fatigue, I would assume there is so much more scaling on our opponent that the Moth extra health region that we're not dying instantly to poison. Even if we can like somehow stabilize a little bit, it's not like really mattering. So long torque, we're rolling for knife tricks. It's not even close. Okay. So there's the healthy hard. There's also a retooled. And you can make this retooled power drill dream coming a little bit more true. And you can even use the retooled for the soldering gun until then. I don't have the setup. I don't have the metronome basically. I don't have like a slowed core. I don't have a hasted core. So I'm I just like straight up don't have the items on the board and the skills to make this power drill work. So if someone is like telling me this is good, yeah, it's good, but it's only good if you're self-charging next to incendiary rounds or metronome quite a bit on the power drill, and if it is enchanted. None of those occur here. So this is the dead item. It's not the pick. It's the healthy heart backup, and that's it. So that is our opponent then stabilized. I still think we might have a chance because we have healthy heart. Though I can see already my tilter because I'm quite certain. Like, so look at the wins. It's quite clear that that person lost the mid games and then stabilized. And that means if you stabilize, in all likelihood, you have one of the 3 enchanted cores that I told you about. That is I'm willing to bet. That is probably a haste enchanted core, or it's a heavy enchanted core, like a slow core. And with very unlikely situation, it is just an icy core. But that is what he got. He struggled, and then he got like the coin flip core enchant, and then he stabilized. That is what happening to this dually. I would willing to say my certainty I have there is probably about 80% upwards. So that means like I would take this gamble obviously as a mathematician or a physicist or whatever, like as a person there, because 80% is quite a good win rate. And I would say it's at least 80% that one of those things occurred here. There's not much else. Like, sure, it can also be like other reasons why the person was in this situation, but in most cases, that is what occurred. And in all honesty, we lost at least 1 round, maybe even 2 rounds. I don't remember correctly. And now we just lost 1 round. Which means we lose this one in most cases. And then we feel miserable because if that opponent is slowed or we are hasted, we are slowed or the opponent is hasted, we cannot compete with that. We're just sitting there as a slowed opponent or like a player, and you can see us not doing anything and just dying. So that means with the system that we have now in hand, with how punishing losses are, and then you have to go to day 11, 12 and get into caltrops, and then just like feel even less, like even worse for obvious reasons, right? Because I don't think caltrops are a big issue, but I also don't think caltrops are fair and balanced because at the moment, if you face caltrops as a dually, you just lose. That's it. That's it. And it's fully good enough if it's just like golden caltrops. Doesn't matter. So because I want to climb and don't want to tilt today, I am a little bit clumsy here. I wanted to go to the menu and I don't know how that happened. This is just me being like very, very clumsy today and getting 7 rings by being clumsy. Hello, good morning, Hydro Homie, and good morning, Blue-Eyed Wolf. Can you hover over the first skill? I don't know which one it was anymore. Maybe someone else can help me out. Like the one we picked up was the Healthy Heart, which give us like 30% health and reducing the poison and burn by 50% if we're falling below half health. I don't know which other skill that was. So there's that. I I will take a 2-minute break, and then I will eat a little bit while we continue playing. And we just continue. So it's like a 2-minute break, get fresh air in, and take get the like I don't know what it's called, baked roll ready, and then I will be back in 2 minutes. So thank you for being here, thank you for staying around, thank you all guys for the support and the follows, and see you in just a bit. Okay, I am already back. So thank you for staying around. I will just continue the run. Or like the new run. So you want 12 MMR? I don't know. Like we can look it up. So like this is an unofficial, like it's not official, it's unofficial site that found the RP for the data and give us a rating. Sometimes people, and I am included, call this MMR. It's like not really MMR. It's just ELO rating, to be more precise. I don't know. Like it's like wrongly in my head, and if I'm not paying attention, I'm missing there. And we were around here probably when we started the run. I think like 129 was where I was. So I was at 50, 52, and now I climbed. And I'm at 60, 64. So the person who said I climbed 12 MMR is correct. I climbed 12 rating. So this is where we climbed. And then you can like look not only how many ranks you gain, but you can like get an idea how much rating you gain. And also you have a better intuition what like the breakpoints are actually, where you gain or lose MMR per run, per win and per loss, and how those breakpoints quite nifty shift, right? Like here, like that's like super easy. If I was on this side, if I was here on my main, right? If I was here, and we went, I think, what was it, 7-1? I would have lost. Like I wouldn't have gained 12 rating. I would have lost probably 5 to 10 rating by estimation. I don't know if like there's like at the moment how hard it is, because it depends a little bit on the rating on your opponent as well. Like it's not only win and loss based, it's also a little bit based who you face. So you cannot know for certain. And maybe we have like over time there was like always sometimes over the iterations, because we're still like 2 months already into this ladder without a reset, there's a small influx, like increase of rating. But just like by estimation, the difference here between this rating and our rating, we would have like, instead of gaining 12, we would have lost 10. So it's like the difference is like 20 MMR. And this is the reason why climbing here is like a whole other level as climbing here. Like for all I care, this is the same as I am at the moment. Like 2,100 whatever to 2,200. That's like it's all the same as far as I'm concerned. It's getting a little bit spicy here at 2,500. Then it's getting spicy at 3,000, and then there's like the Hell Doom mark at 3,500, where you just like you get annihilated. Like this is where climbing is probably, I thought it was like impossible. Somehow with a lot of conceit abuse, I was able to climb a little bit more, but around 3,500, you just need to have like a lot of good games, and you need to be very, very, very consistent to climb further. And for 10-0 run, you get maybe 7. And for one big loss, like a little bit of loss, 2 losses or whatever, you, even with a few wins, you're then down for like 20, 30, whatever. So yeah, small talk about the rating system. So I think like it's getting easy to getting like top 25, like at least with a little bit of clumsiness. I still think without clumsiness, you can still climb a little bit to around the top 100. I think that is easily possible. But at that point, at the moment, I feel like you have less agency. Because there is a few coin flips still like in the game, as mentioned. It's a little bit a few 3 gold skills and diamond skills or monster skills that are too strong. Like there are like 5 skills in the game that just like power outlier, and there's like 2 3 enchantments, especially on the core, that are power outlier. And then there's the situation about like day 12 Vanessa and Pygmalion that kill you, and no build that you will win, like against a super strong 1-weapon build and against a decently scaled Caltrops. I don't think a Dooley can win in this matter. Like straight up cannot win. Like you don't even need to try. You don't know if it is like that strong before you see the board, but you can assume. Anyway. There's an Ignition Core. I think it's a nice core. I think though both of these core are also good. We had a Ignition Core already. I got like a little bit burned by the Armor Core lately, because if you don't have a force field and your opponent is playing a puffer, and for some reason all my opponents have puffer if I pick this, and I don't find a force field, this is just like feeling not as consistent is the answer, right? It's like a consistency issue. It's fine, it's a good core, it's not that. This is a little bit consistent, but it's falling off in comparison to a crit core or the core, because the core has like nice synergies with the combat core or force field, partly at least on the force field, where this is just like a little bit of scaling and continuancy for day 1 and 2, and then you're falling off. I like the versatility of the Ignition Core. I think it's close to the best core at the moment. It's also very consistent early, because all you do is XP, a lot of small items, and you are in a good position. I take the weapon here. What are the outlier enchants on cores? It's turbo and heavy. Well, it's slow and haste. And then the rare one is icy. So there's that. You never go companion core. As far as I'm concerned, the companion core does not exist. Like, as long as I consider winning as a main goal, or like at least a decent goal, I can play every other core and having on average probably still a good time and a good game in hand. I will not pick a companion core if I want to win. Like, I don't think the companion core is a good core. Yeah, I will not play. I think it's by far the worst core, and by a huge margin. It's not even like a close margin. It's not like whatever. It's like everything is S to A and B tier, and then you have like a companion drawer that is probably F tier or below. Like I when we made the meta talk, I was like, it's deleted. Like, as far as I'm concerned, that core is deleted. I will buy thrusters just in case I don't find anything better. Question is, and the answer is also there, I cannot afford the crypto, so I just roll here. Man, that's a lot of self-burn. It's only good if my opponent does not burn and also does not stack a million shield. And then it's okay because we're stacking more burn on him than on ourselves with the ignition core. But that is sketchy. It's still probably what we need to do. So there's that. So my experience is if you greet here, you lose, especially in this spot. So I can take like the probably on average best skill there. And it's like the left one, right? 10 damage on all the weapons is pretty powerful as soon as you had like one Isla shop and that's it. And then you have like a bunch of weapons and every of those weapons have free 10 damage. That's very good. The issue here, I don't have a weapon, not even one. I haven't found a single weapon here. I don't even, like, there was no way to get one offered there. In the end, if you want to level, which you will want to. So there's that. 10 shield is also not good enough, and the crit, like, don't pick crit skills, it will screw you so much. Like, maybe if you are like fully ahead and you're on a crit core, you can justify that. But that fully ahead means you have like your alpha ray and level up. And then you might consider crit. Otherwise, don't pick crit. You will lose the day one fight because the opponent has 20 more damage or shield on one of their items. And then there's that, and you're dead. Anyway, we're rolling here. It's like 3 more burn on the core. That's at least something. And so I think this is close to where you should concede, actually, if you really like try hard. I mean, we're not try harding that much, and I don't want to abuse the concede mechanism too much, but you don't get any rating change if you clumsily concede here to the main menu. And while this is okay-ish, this is by no means a good board. And if that has that opponent is a shield core, we're just killing ourselves. And if that is a burn core and he has any meaningful items, we are also killing ourselves and helping him kill us. It's only good if he did not level up and has like a bunch of non-doing weapons. Like, that is a lot more powerful. I am like, he does one less burn here. He has the region, and he has this skill. So he went to Pyro and got this skill there. And then we tie here for some miracle reason. Like, man, if we had like any sort of meaningful stuff and not like a bunch of non-meaningful stuff, we were in a good position. And then we lost by 2 health, like literally 2 health. Yeah. That's already like, you know, you're starting now on the back foot. Anyway, I want to eat a little bit my my baked roll. So I will take off the camera. I will still continue playing and stuff. I will see how I make it that you don't get the background noises. It's just like 2-3 minutes getting a few bites in. I think it's thin bite over medium items. I don't think you can raise a Scout Trooper there. Not Scout Trooper, the Junkyard bot. Maybe I'm wrong. To be honest, looks like this is stronger than I expected. We didn't self-burn that much, and that is like 29 though. So maybe I was wrong. We could have beaten the guy to the right there, but yeah, maybe I underestimated my power. I would have conceded here if I didn't find a good small items. Though Alpha Ray and Duct Tape are good small items. So I'm inclined to say this has to be occasion enough. I don't know though if we're winning this fight. It looks like a lot of shield. Um, Seems like he was able to get to level 4 here. It looks like an armored core. No, it's not upgraded. Okay, I'm wrong. Yeah, anyway. I don't think we're outscaling that. Sorry, I was muted. Anyway, I was saying welding helmet is not a good item. It's a medium item with 3 seconds, so effectively it's a 6-second item, and it has no impact on its own. Ignition core is also not a force field core. And you can buy some rank tickets. I mean, you can buy gems, and gems are the entry for the for the ranked system, and you need gems to get the heroes. So if you get like a friend voucher code, you still need to grind a little bit your gems ready. That is a little bit tough, especially if you're new to the game. So if you can, Founders Pack is, I think, a very nice way to support this great game. I would do that if I have the, I would advise you to do it if you have the financial freedom to do that. Otherwise, obviously, there is like a little bit of gatekeeping to incentivize people spending money. At least with level tier, we have 2 good options. I think both are valid. One is Hardened Shield. It's helping us a little bit against weapons, and most people will have weapons. So that is impactful. The alternative is to say we're upgrading the core here. Like a golden core has also like a meaningful impact. I'm not certain which one is better. Like in all honesty, let's put the crit on the core. Let's sell this stuff. Also probably we're selling this and not reading on that. So it's definitely one of those. They are way above average for silver skills in my book. And both are good. Maybe with the golden core you're also like starting to do that. But yeah, I don't know. I think I like upgrading the core a little bit more than the Hardened Shield. It's like more situational, the Hardened Shield. Whereas upgrading the core is always nice. And so another question is whether I want to move the bomb squad one to the right here or not. So after 1 proc, we're getting like 2. It's still not good enough. Like it's just too slow, and it takes away the final flame. Smellyhead, thank you so much for your subscription. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good day wherever you are. Good day, good morning, good evening. See you quite a bit around at Katja's stream. So yeah, thank you so much for the support here. General thoughts on the new patch? In general, nice patch, a lot of agency, love it. A little duty lag. Duty is overtuned still because it's so consistent early on. But I think this patch is like going in a very nice direction. Good morning, Spawn King. Good morning, good morning. And thank you so much, Smelly Hat. We're just taking XP and gold here. Though we should, like, at some point try to find better items then, because this is just a bunch of nothing. And surely we won our last fight, but we also lost our first 2 fights. I mean, that was a little bit unfortunate as well. Losing their day 1 fight at least. I think like day 2 there was like nothing we could have done in hindsight as well. So there's that. Yeah, maybe we still get over to 7 wins here and can recover a little bit. But for that we need to find items now in the next 2 hours on this day. We're not getting away again with what we're having here. That is not happening. So there's Dogs Club. Let's go. I mean, that's an Aiden. That's something. I have financial freedom, so I can roll that here. That is a GPU. That's also something. Is it ever a chem snail angle this day? And I don't think so. Chem snail is not good enough anymore on day 4. That is a fully bait. Don't do that. So what medium items would help us? A Dave would help us quite a bit here. A pulse rifle would be okayish, but it's only a bronze alpha ray here. But I think like a pulse rifle is also good. And the Dave would be amazing. This is like the Dave setup, right? Like this is hands-on the one Dave setup you can have, and then we have already the golden core. So with the Dave and the golden core, I feel comfortable winning. The alternative is to say, if I don't getting a pulse rifle or a Dave specifically, I lack creativity for another solid medium-sized item. And then the consistent play is to go with the chocolate. But I don't think this board should win on day 4 on average. Like, this is not a day 4 average win board. Like, you need a full paid actor to win here. We have like an alpha ray that scales an Uzi in itself. And we have a 15 damage, like 50 burn core, but a 50 burn core, while being okayish, on its own it's too slow, it's not impactful enough. So it's a Dave and pulse rifle angle. I mean, there's a Dave. I still roll for the pulse rifle. Okay, there's a Dillo and missiles. So these are the fastest proccing items here, right? And then it's a Dave. Question is whether I want to buy those or not. The issue is, like, while they are good, they are super dysfunctional, and this is the reason why I think Dave was like not good last game at that point. Dysfunctional with a Dave. Like, if I put another medium-sized item, Dave is getting like hugely nerfed that way, right? Like, this is still progging reasonably amount of times my core, so it's not like a downsize for the core itself, but it's like a downgrade for the charging on the core. But it's a huge downgrade on charging on the micro Dave. And for now, we are committed to the Dave. Like for today, like there's no way around playing here without the Dave and just the missiles. That's like a bronze ray. That's not it. That's not it. Question though is whether I want to buy 1 or 2 of those for the future setup. I think like with the Dillo and the pulse rifle, that is always a nice fallback next weapon shop. So I think like investing 2 gold, because I can sell it for 2 gold again, for the possibility to use the Dillo in this specific spot is a very wise investment. The 8 or 4 gold, depending on how you want to view. For the missiles though, it's a bad investment, because either I run pulse rifle here with the Dillo, or I commit to the Dave. In no cases, I think there is a way where we pivot just into the missiles without the Dave. And then the Dillo is better than the missiles if I have a pulse rifle and pivot more towards like weapon damage and pivot again out of the Dave. Because Dave is falling off, like, just to be clear. Dave is nice here, but it's like his time is for like 1 or 2 more days, and then his time is over. And I would not consider Dave good. Someone is telling me you can still make it work, and I agree. It's reasonable, it's okay. But it's not... Just because people can win with it does not necessarily mean it's good. Like, you can win with a... I don't know. Probably... like way below average. Like, you can have once a run with a below average board and just like always find even weaker opponents that you somehow counter, and then you get your 10-0 in, and just like you just like face forward, just like get 1 win after the another. Anyway, long talk. I think this is the best board, right? It's those other more or less fast proccing items, only this is faster proccing, but All the others have impact and this has no impact, so still not like a light bulb that is 1 second faster over a power center, for example. Positioning also like this. I don't think there's anything that I want to change positioning wise. Yeah, that's it. Do we have enough paid actors online? I don't think we have like paid actors online. I think it's like decent. Like it's okay. It's like it's just like average, I would say. It's okay, it's average, we're having a good time. It's all good. It's not like everyone is paid actors, it's not everyone is high rolling. It's just like a little bit more tuned down over like yesterday. And yesterday was just a completely, I don't know, for whatever reason Reynard wanted to punish me yesterday. I mean that jokingly, just like before someone was telling me, I mean that honestly, like obviously I don't mean that. It's just like, it felt like as if Reynard was unhappy. And was like, yeah, you're getting screwed the whole day. It should not have happened. Like, this is a consistent meta. And it is easy that you have like a lot of agency and you should win quite a bit more if you play correctly and try to optimize for winning. And yesterday was just like it was just like the absurdist of RNG at opponents. Like, it was way too many of like all different kind of coin flips that we had. Like, you can watch the VOD and see me probably the most raged I have ever been on streaming for like, I don't know how many days I have streamed, 30 days. I have never been that tilted. I have not been tilted in quite some time playing this game as I was yesterday. Anyway, chocolate or small items? It's day 5 and a large item is still good, so I'm interested in what Mitzvah has to offer. I know chocolate is still amazing, but our board is a bunch of nothing, and I want to make it something. Do we buy items here, like a battery, 1 gold, for the railgun pivot? And I think on day 5, that is a good item to buy for the railgun pivot. I take the upgrade here. I don't think a solar farm is a good item. There are 95% of cases where solar farm is not good enough anymore, and only like a very few occasions where the solar farm is hitting a sweet spot. In most cases, those do not occur, so don't pick the solar farm. I don't need any tools. I already have a duct tape. There's not a tool I can think of. I mean, there might be a flamethrower, but it's day 5. It's quite expensive. Gumballs are also expensive. 6 region is 6 region. We're just going with the easy one. We get an upgrade for this item, so we can decide like whether we take a skill or upgrade an alpha ray. Those are the only 2 options. We cannot upgrade the core. I don't think it's reasonable here in this spot to upgrade the alpha ray, because there's nothing we have at the moment that supports the upgrade or justifies the upgrade. Like, we don't have a sports rifle, we don't have like the setup ready, and it's still like possible if we go to a weapon shop to get all the stuff to support it, to get also an upgrade on the alpha ray. I feel like we are more in a situation where we happily upgrade our core to diamond if we get offered a machine learning. So in this specific spot, I'm inclined to take the skills. I don't think upgrading this is warranted. I will reroll. I don't think those skills are cutting it. Those are not skills. Like, first time you freeze haste once 1 item. I think Invigorating Hold got like a little bit over-nerfed, like, in all honesty. These numbers could change, right? This could be the first 3 times, and it would still be just an okay-ish, right? Because it comes in delayed. You need to have 3 freezes, which is also like a hard burden, right? Like, when do you have 3 freezes? Like, how often? So if this was like the first 3 times you freeze haste 1 item, it comes in delayed. You need to have like the very specific 3 freezes ready, which is like rarely happening. And then the whole upside is 6 seconds of haste, which is, in all honesty, still like not a lot. And hard things. Anyway, that is that skill got like deleted. I still think I just take this. There might be a railgun in the combat core and it has the best upside potential. I got a low roll here on the skills. So there's that. I will fight Noble and catch up with you in chat. Sponking. After watching your dually and listening to your reasoning, I was able to reach bronze 4 for the first time. Happy to hear. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Happy to have you here. Thank you so much for the nice words. Soldering gun isn't good here. That is a good remark, Cosmonaut. I missed the soldering gun option. Probably I should have rolled there for the soldering gun. So yeah, good pointing that out. I missed that. That was a bad play. Like it was not needed, and I at least could have looked at the first chop where the soldering gun is already quite likely, and then I could have considered rerolling. And with the upside of maybe getting a flamethrower, which would help here maybe even more than the Dave, or is definitely better than a Dave here. There is like that. Upgrading the Dave is completely meaningless. It's just like 2 more or 3 more burn on the Dave. I think it's 2, but whatever the number is, that is an upgrade that is not worth. Especially since Dave, as mentioned earlier, is not an item that will stay on the board. Like, it's like 1 charge. It will not change the amount of charge it gets. Dave is just a early and early mid game item. But like the soldering gun was the better approach there. Do I want to pick this for free? I think I do. There are occasions where I get benefits of it. This is like a very unfortunate situation now, because we have like the 2 like very, very like good options, right? Skills are very impactful. Like it's day 5, surely none of those will be mostly golden. Like golden skills are rare, but skills are in general impactful. And Nufu is like something where I really go always when I see it. Though my board looks sad, right? Like if you look at my board, I'm a little bit sad. And the reason why I'm sad is like there's a power center and there's an Aiden and I mean it's not the end of the world, honestly. But like a pulse rifle here would be a direction. Upgrading the Alpha Ray would be better. We can get a combat core. We can get a railgun. All of those are good. Like I would snap pick like a railgun and a combat core in this situation. Nufu though has also a decent chance, like reasonable chance to upgrade the core. So, or have a good skill. Like a good skill including upgrading the core. So let's make upgrading the core is probably the average outcome. And then you can get like better skills and you can get worse skills. But that's the average outcome. Could be also like 6 burn on your burn items, for example. Could be high roll crescendo, could be a reasonable amount of haste, could be a lot of stuff. But like, let's say upgrading the core is the average outcome just by bare estimation. If I have the option to click upgrade the core or go to Isla here, what would I do? I would go upgrading the core, right? I would say upgrading the core, nice impact, feels good. We're locking into burn. Burn is still good for the next few days at least. And I like it. While Isla can like obviously give me like Alpha Ray pulse rifle and has the high roll potential for railgun, but also cannot be there. Like cannot be like force field, drill, whatever. And we are not in a drill force field situation here, right? And then arc blaster and I don't know, any of the other large items that I don't want to see, or medium-sized weapons. I don't think, like, I would go here if this was not skills, but Nufu is too good. Free burn on the Dave is like upgrading the Dave, not the core. I can roll, but that's like expensive, right? Rolling is expensive. Means also I will struggle at least to buy a gold skill if it's there. But we can get like a better silver skill. We can also lower all the silver skills. So this is like a compromise. And then was it good enough to go to Nufu though? I mean, this is not a good outcome. This is also not a good outcome. I mean, it's a little bit shield here and there, but I want to roll. I want a high roll. Those are options. I think this is the better option, but this is also an option. So this is like the, I would say, like expected outcome a little bit, like average outcome, like what I was hoped for. Sure, it's not like both on the second page now, but I was like saying those are the average outcomes. Like it could have been also crescendo, by the way, here. So you know, like before someone is telling me, well, of course, Mr. Streamer, like this is the average outcome with a little bit high roll that we're not getting like those two, right? To be fair, but yeah. Anyway, this is like about what I was thinking was the average outcome here. So it's like 4 burn better than upgrading the core. That's like upgrading the core is only 3, but like as soon as we have 2 core procs, upgrading the core is better than the 4 burn. As long as we having like at least one target that the ignition core scales. And I think on average we will have targets to scale. I have like a core that procs more than once or twice. Though this is like upfront, and upfront is like also impactful. And it is not bound to positioning. So if we're getting our Mega Ray, we don't have to position to the right. But I think for now it's just like, it's upgrading the core. We said we want to upgrade the core, we upgrade the core. And is it medium and large items, or is it go here? And the reason is we want to level, so we go for more XP. We will be level 8 now, otherwise we won't. And then we get gold skills. And that is a gold skill. That's above average. Like, that's the easiest pick. Like, sure, there's crescendo, and sure, there is like maybe the haste one, and maybe there's a third one I'm missing. But after those 3 skills, with the already I may miss one, this is for ignition core very good. Like, it's like a for free silver ray that is not bound to positioning. So it's an old, like, okay, it's an old bronze ray. You can see how broken the bronze Omega ray was back then, but like it's an old free Omega ray, and it's scaling, so that's good. I don't think anything else changed here. Still the best setup, so let's go. $16 gold for an upgrade. To be fair, it's like, I mean, it does like not really matter, but at least it's like it's a diamond core. It feels at least good. I have no idea if we're getting over the line here. If we're getting over the line, it's the work of the duct tape, probably. Yeah, we get over the line here, but he was popping off early, or she, or they, or whatever. I think like for in-game it's okay, and no one will be hurt if I take any of those pronoms, like Harashbi. I know if that is a name that is more common for male or female, but it's a Vanessa player, and we can call it Vanessa she. Anyway, I don't want to go into that discussion. So we got over the line. It was a close line. We scaled to the end a little bit higher. That's a pretty nice skill. I think it's a too strong of a skill for Dooley. So, yeah. Small burn item, sells items, working at the docks. I think we are poor, so it's either one of those. Both have a merit. We can go working at the docks. It comes with 2 gold, but a burn item is rather specific. And I like a small burn item. It's an Aegis, which is good. Like, I will run an Aegis here. For sure. And I will not skip a Mysterious Portal, so there's that. There's an upgrade. I mean, we're taking that, right? The question is who gets the upgrade. I think it's the Alpha Ray still, because it's the most meaningful upgrade available to us, since we upgrade the core here. And it is the only scaling. I don't think it's a GPU angle. I don't think it's an Aiden angle. I don't think it's anything else. It's just like the Alpha Ray. I don't know if I was overambitious with the Infernal though. Like, we are not strong, weak, but we're also not really strong, to be honest. We still need quite a bit of time, and then the Fury Claw is close to getting us, right? That's nice, that's a good skill. So this is like nice scaling. Man. So how do we feel about this? We have again like sort of the same situation as last time. Like, weapons are nice, you get the idea why weapons are nice. It's day 6, 7, and 8. Like, it's day 6, so we're in the range of 6, 7, and 8, where we can get a Radiant Corsair and a Thug at the risk, at the Mountain Pass. And like, Bonk specifically, Radiant Corsair a little bit less, like the Rebirth, are very, very broken items, as well as it's a huge power spike. And also it comes with XP. And if we get like a good fight, like a 3 to 4 XP fight, we might even be level 10 and get an enchant on day 6. So taking a risk here can be like so high roll rewarding on many levels. If we don't high roll, like getting a good fight or even a very good fight and don't get a fight at all, yeah, it's straight up wrong and inconsistent to go not for weapons, especially since we have now a Silver Ray and every burn trigger will also scale our weapons. So getting like rid of the not doing anything duct tape here, kinda, and maybe Aiden, and or whatever, and pivoting a little bit around, or even like a what is it called, like a rocket launcher. All those items are real items here, and they're really real items. Like, I would pick any of those. Like, if I knew there was a pulse rifle, if I knew there was a flamethrower, if I knew there was a rocket launcher, those are items here that I should pick. That would make me also quite a bit stronger. I think it's a pity, because both lines are very reasonable. I think the weapons is a little bit more consistent, but it can also low roll. Like, you can, like, same situation. You can see like a crane and I don't even know what it's called. Like, some sort of other like large weapon you don't want to see, and then there's like an arc blaster and a laser gun, and maybe an upgrade for the Uzi. And you look like really silly, because none of those weapons do anything. You will not play any of those weapons. And it's not like this narrow of a pool anymore as it was day 2, where you have a likelihood to get your pulse rifle and your Dillo and your Alpha Ray, technically. Like, it's a broad pool now. And there's a lot of bunch of stuff I don't want to see. So I think we should not get fooled, and we should acknowledge that the pool is big. Let's make a small excursus to how bizarre, and see how big the pool is, by the way. Like, maybe I'm a little bit wrong here. So we are on Dooley, and it's like bronze, silver, and gold probably. And then it's weapons. Weapons should be here, right? Weapon. And so there's the Alpha Ray. This is not good. This is not good. I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I don't care about this. I don't care like really about this. Maybe it's okay-ish here, but over the duct tape. But you know, it's like whether this or a duct tape, it's both do nothing in comparison, right? This is not anything. This is not anything. This is okay. Like this probably I would pick depending. Silver's falling off. Crane is not it. Okay, this is like this is not it. This is not it. This is okay. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. This is not it. This I don't care without the pulse rifle. This is not it. No. No. Probably still no. Maybe good enough now since we have like the silver array and the skill when we burn do something. So maybe good enough. And then we take out the Dave, but also like not a real upgrade. No, I won't run it. No. No. Maybe for the future. This is what we want to look. No. Okay. Okay. You get the idea, right? I think I said a lot more no than yes, right? I think we can agree on that. So it's a risk. It's like it's unfortunately the wrong outcome, but it's okay. And I think like it's aerodrome. We can justify going there. Maybe we get an Isla. Do we think a small shop is good enough? Not really. Like it's a metronome, it's an omega ray angle, but let's be honest, not that likely. Let's roll once, twice, hope for better options. It's a mid's worth now. It's just like too expensive to roll further down there. I mean, at least that's an opponent that has also equally lost quite a bit. The coin flip point is not yet there with the enchantment. I mean, he decided to play a companion core. So it will look like probably a little bit scare because early on his damage is quite a bit bigger, and then I should like outscale that quite easily. That is what I would expect here. I mean, I was a little bit overconfident with the outscaling. Oof, it's a tie. Oof. It's a tie. Okay. Okay, the warm hugs there. That is why I was like off by a quite margin. I just saw this here and was like, okay, this is not good enough. It's just like popping off and then no scaling. Also the freeze were like at least partly lucky with here. The freeze was on the core, we would have lost there for sure. Like I can tell you one of those freezes on the core, and that one was over. And the reason is like warm hugs with like a lot of friends. Still good in the mid game. Like this is like a powered spike mid game board, but so let's like talk about this as well a little bit. Like he decided to play a companion core, and then this is how the companion core run looks like. We already low rolled here. They lost day 1 and day 2, and they lost every day except for 2 days. So they're like 2 and 4 or something. So this is what you get if you play a companion core, and even then you just like, you know, you try to tempo out the mid game here and barely getting by. Like there's no scaling going on. Any good comp that is either really fast or has scaling should get there. It's just like the very specific mid range where this can get over. Almost losing to a companion core feels like the exact type of time to get clumsy. Yeah, to be fair, we're close there. Wouldn't the laser pistol be better? Do I have a laser pistol? Did I ever see a laser pistol? If there was a laser pistol, I should have probably put that over the duct tape. Though in this matchup, the duct tape saved me probably, by the way, and the laser pistol wouldn't have saved me. Anyway, I think the camera is broken, right? At least on OBS it looks like camera is frozen, so give me a second to fix that. Okay, issue is resolved. At least by now I know what the issue is. Skill upgrades is good enough. This is not helping us anymore. This though, that's meaningful enough. That's like worth like the gold. Holy smokes. More skills. I mean, I cannot afford like golden skills. Like maybe I can, if it's a very good skill. I still think skills is better than like looking for small items. If you have a weak vehicle, I mean, if I had a combat core, I would sell like all the stuff I can to get it. I don't have a combat core, so it's just like 20 damage on the Uzi here, and we got like a, I would say, decent enchant. Like it's countering haste is the answer. That is why slow is still like good. So we have a chance if the opponent got haste. I think like haste is straight up better because haste helps you if your opponent is radiant, whereas, or like when your opponent is charging a lot, and if your opponent is charging or radiant, the slow isn't doing anything, while the haste still like hastes your board. So yeah, but this is still countering the opponent who got the haste. So this is the reason why I think you always pick it. It's still powerful even if you don't make that argument. Don't get me wrong there, but it's especially powerful because it equals out the haste. Though if your opponent has slow and haste, you're screwed anyway. I think it's strongest opponent. Incendiary rounds are a nice enabler for the power drill. And also we might be able somehow, if we're getting a little bit more extra XP level again. I think a mysterious portal on average is just better. There's a power drill, unenchanted, not icy. I feel like it's okay to pick it up here. That's an item we more or less likely use. I don't think we are rich here. So like we cannot roll, and even if we're rolling, we still like we don't have any gold left to buy stuff. So even if we're rolling and there's like a froze icy enchanted item that we want to buy, like we couldn't afford it even if we want to. Like this is like not enough gold. So I can also like don't need to roll there for that reason, right? I think it's at this point not chocolate. It's like medium items, even though we're like really poor. Which means even if there is a scrap metal or chrono, we are not in a good world. So, I mean, I think the Dillo has passed, right? Like that's not happening, but I don't need to sell it. The question here is more or less only whether I want to drill already, and I think we want, because we have slow, we have like a burn, we have scaling from two ways. We have scaling from this, and we have scaling from this on the drill. And I don't think the duct tape is doing here us the biggest of a favor. Question is whether it's still Dave if we put in the drill, though. So maybe it's like Dave out. That also feels not good, because we're losing quite a bit of power then. If we put in drill, Dave is already a little bit worse, right? We still want the haste and the haste. It's important. We have like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 enablers for the power drill yet though. I mean, the drill is probably a bait. Let's be honest. Like, it's not drill time yet. Like, that is the answer. Like, I want it to be drill time. It's just like not drill time yet. I don't know if the core is proccing faster than the Aiden or not here with this setup. Yeah, it's not drill time. It's drill time in the future, though. We are close to the setup for the drill. So I'm not regretting buying that. I mean, we already lost 2 rounds. We're not even getting like the to 7 wins if we lose this one. And that opponent has not lost a single round yet. By day 10, your opponent has the enchant, so we're not ahead on the enchantment here. We are not having another level in, though I don't think it's an impactful level, the level 11. I think it's just loot. So either that is a Lanxian, that is Radiant, or like a crazy one-weapon build that was like already there on day 1 and day 2, so they started like with a Lanxian Silencer starter or something, and they just like smoked everyone down. Or they are Infinite Loop that was like probably high rolling and did not break at all. Those are the 2 things. And against the loop, we have a little bit of slow, but we don't have like that much of scaling. So there's that. And if that is like a by now Radiant enchanted 1-weapon Lanxian with a Crow's Nest and a Silencer, or like any other 1-weapon build with all the good stuff, and probably the Radiant enchantment that came in, more likely than not. Or like whatever, like a Katana 1-weapon Shadow Cloak that they got running from day 1 on. We are not beating that. Like I can tell you now, we're not beating that. Like we are okayish strong here, but that's okayish strong. We're just averagely strong at best. Like we're probably even below average here. We never got like the real stuff running. We just like get by with a micro Dave and upgrading a core and just like, you know, making the same cheese strat we said the companion core gamer did, where he just like trying to tempo in the mid game, and that is what we did, and then we didn't find the pivot to the end game. And I don't want to lose more MMR. I think for this run we might get neutral because we're like still super low in the top 100, whatever. But I think like if I want to climb, we need to be clumsy. And I still like, I don't know, like there's like this very strong strive in me to get like a second account towards top 25-ish, at least this season, to finish strong on the second account as well. And before someone gets here, like the next metric we need to consider with the concede strat is how much do we hurt our economy, right? Like especially on the second account where I did not build up thousands of gems. Let's look at this. We might. I think we are way more likely to lose this. And then it's day 8, and we still need to win 3 more fights. So we have to get at least until 11 if we're winning straight. And at the moment, we are not winning straight. And then there is like people that had better mid games. They found pieces. They have like the core combat core. They have a strong force field comp. They have a crit core with Crescendo. They at some point found early their Chrono Barrier or their Caltrops. And then we are never ever, I think as this run is doomed and we're not getting like 7 wins. So we're not getting the second chest economy wise anyway. Like we can keep trying. We might like lose 2 more rounds and win 1 more round, but it will not change the outcome of the gems on the from the chest. It does not change the economy that we are having. It's just like shortcutting a little bit the inevitable the determined outcome of this run of not getting over the line. And then we're just saving ourselves a little bit of pain, a little bit of suffering and time as well as MMR. That is what we're doing here. So that is my reasoning. He lost a little bit, but not too much. I think like I'm just ready for another round. Take a sip of coffee and keep going. That's a nice part if you do like yourself, like a few more like coffee. Like I did myself like six espressi here, and then made it like sort of a cappuccino. So I still drinking my coffee from the morning. So is it ignition core or the core? Like, let's switch it up maybe. I think like we played now 2 ignition cores game, and people will tell me, well, it's not like fun to choose always the ignition core, right? So I think like it's a nice way to show all cores are viable generally, and all cores are fun and unique. So I will do the core run. I will go for the banana ball. I'm not saying the conceit mechanic isn't stupid, don't get me wrong here. It's just like how the game is at the moment designed, and I play how the game is designed a little bit. I use it a little bit, sure. But, like, I can guarantee you by now, at least most of the top 100 players did it. I think there are like very few ethical top 100 players. I think they are probably by far the exception at this point. So it's like a skewed ranking to begin with. So you need to do it kind of to keep up, right? Crit core charges itself, yes. I think I want to roll here because we're not sticking with poison, and even on day 1, I sometimes picked it as a tempo option, and I got horrifically punished, even though it's a chem snare with like poison. I think like the weapon damage skills are, I wouldn't say overtuned, but are a little bit more impactful maybe. I don't think it's like undertuned here. It's just like weapon damage is so much more impactful, and we're pivoting out of it anyway. So this is not doing anything. Crit is not helping us here too much. It's like, don't pick crit, I told you earlier. So it's like either we get a shield to turtle a little bit, or we get a weapon. So we have to reroll that. That is a weapon. That is 22 weapon for the future. It's even better. So we are happy about that outcome. And those are the fastest proccing items. There's like, nah, there's no consideration to change this, so let's just go like this. 6 espresso. Yes, I said 6 espresso. Like espressi, but like, yeah. I think the what is it, like the plural of espresso is espressi, technically. So yeah, I did like 6. I would have to guess. Like, I'm not Italian. I just like think it's like the same as like it is with like cappuccino, like 1 cappuccino, 2 cappuccini. So I would say it's probably equal. And oh no, we're winning. It's all good. So yeah, my like when I make myself a coffee, it will be always 6 espressi, and like the amount of 6 espressi, and I drink 2 of those and some mate each day. I have a small addiction for caffeine. That's my weakness. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs. But coffee is my unhealthy habit I have. And maybe sometimes I have phases where unhealthy spend like an unhealthy amount in front of the PC playing video games. That is probably the second unhealthy habit I have. Those are my weakness. But like, it's okay. I justify by other people do worse. So we're there. Isla is the one shop where I go on the breaks and don't pick XP. So I go on the breaks and I don't pick XP. I think like a Uzi is good, a Dillo is good. That is an unfortunate amount of crypto money, which means like rolling for the pulse rifle is not possible. Do I want to go for the Chris Army knife here? The answer is probably not. Like it's not worth it here. Like investing into the Chris Army knife if I have a Dillo. All I want is like upgrade here and a pulse rifle. Like we want to upgrade this and we want to get a pulse rifle, right? And buying the Chris Army knife is not helping us with that much here. So I just skip that here. It's like unfortunate. If I had like a 4 or 5 gold here, we could have made it work. I can take a risk here. That's no issue. It's just like I mean, that is a risk item, right? If the risk is low roll, get an item, and then the item is an upgrade on the Alpha Ray, I don't think that risk was like any risky business. That was like choose between a very good outcome and another good outcome, and I wouldn't even know. Like, probably you would always take the Alpha Ray, honestly, but you wouldn't mind either, right? You wouldn't mind either outcome. Obviously, that is a high roll, just to be very specifically clear. I'm pretty sure I can therefore now beat the Rogue Scrapper, though. Cappuccino, no, I wasn't talking about you. Sorry. Well, that is a nice coincidence. Yeah, Reina talked about it. They changing it. They are fully aware. The whole idea was to have like at least one system implemented as ranked. It was like a last minute old ranked system that is just a default system they created, and it's just a placeholder system. So it's all good. It will be fixed. I want to play the chest meta, but like sometimes conceding is not changing the outcome of the chests. Maybe one, but that's like rarely even one, I would wager. I think like only 50% of the time when you concede maybe 50% of the time one chest. That's not a lot. So this is 5. So there's that. So now the question is, we can still hold on and go for the XP, like leveling as fast as possible, have like sometimes the high roll option to level one day earlier for the enchantment or one day earlier for the diamond skill. I think that is like super impactful, and I like to do that quite a lot. The alternative here is though go for medium-sized items and try to get like the pulse rifle in, which is like a huge upgrade. And we had our Isla, so there's no Isla that can give us a pulse rifle. Let's look at the medium items for a second that are bronze, to have like a better idea what it is. So it's bronze, and there's medium. So it's 15 items, but there's like 6 cores in it. So it's minus 6 cores, so it's 9 items, right? That are bronze. And there's the Ice 9000 that is not in the game. That's not in the game at the moment. Like, it's in the files, but it's not achievable. I don't know why, but it's not in the game. Probably rework reasons. So it's... What is it? -7, so it's 8 items. So it's nearly always there. Like, obviously, I'm just like stating the fact it's not always there, but we get 6 items shown and have a pool of 8 items. So it's like sort of a 6 out of 8 situation. That's like pretty nice, right? And I think like a 6 out of 8 chance you should take. I mean, I'm too lazy to calculate it, but the idea is clear, I think. That's already like a loss. The reroll is like kind of different, right? It's not a 6 out of 8 anymore. It's like 3 out of 5. So our odds are decreasing, kinda. Like just to be a little bit more precise about the math here. It's like a 3 out of 5 angle now. But a 3 out of 5 is like close to a 50-50. And I mean, 2 gold when we're already here for a 50-50 is a 50-50. We can claim though we are unlucky, and we can complain quite a bit if we're not getting our pulse rifle. Me. I got so unlucky. There are 14 items. No. Why are you claiming that? There are 14, but like armored core is not an item that you can get. And companion core is not an item that you can get. And focused core is new and definitely not that you can get. I don't know, I have not seen that, to be honest. So anyway, like you cannot get the cores, right? I mean, okay, sure, there's like somehow not every core, just like, no, this core is also there, but like the core is not there, so it's like a weird situation. Oh, it's weapons. Oh, I screwed up. It's 21. Yeah. Weapons was still enabled. And then it's -7 and it's 14. Okay, I was bad. I was not good at using how bizarre. Okay? Why is blasters though a weapon? It's not decreasing. The first roll 3 out of 8 and the second is 3 out of 5. Correct. Yeah. And also we were wrong there on the odds. And then it might have been better not to go digging for the pulse rifle in hindsight. Isn't the core inferior to the crit core? No. Like there are certain setups where the core is superior. Like especially on large items to the right of the core. Oh, I excluded weapons. Okay. I was like unclicking it, and then I like, you can see I play often by intuition and by made up numbers that I just like think are around my intuition, and often they are correct. Like sometimes at least. And I rarely use how bizarre, like ever. I just learned the game by playing the game and getting a feeling for what is in the pool and what is where at which shop. So back to the game in hand. We could consider buying a brick buddy here and annoy our opponent for 1 day. And I think that is something I consider strongly. It's just like, it helps you quite a bit stabilizing here. Though it's not the same as blasters on day 2 anymore, right? It's not like as strong as blasters. And the Uzi is also an Uzi, so yeah, let's not do that. It's like wasted. Also, I don't want to upgrade the chem snail. In hindsight, I was wrong to go for the medium items here. I don't need any friends. 5 region on day 2 though is good. We lost like 1 XP in the run of like trying to find a pulse rifle though. That person lost day 1. So I think we are in a good position. I mean, to be honest, we still have a Uzi, and positioning was wrong. Uzi should have been next to the duct tape here. That was a misplay, to be honest. Definitely Uzi on the duct tape. Though we are winning this. We're so fast scaling. We have like a silver ray here. So it's 37.5 and 60. Okay, yeah, but with the wrong numbers. And about the MMR system being implemented on the fly in order to have something, some old comments, some dev adding temporary tracking of locking screen, some dev temporary. I Stille Beobachter, you got me there. You got me there. Like I am like so taken away by the humor of like physicists and IT people and min people and engineers. Like that kind of humor is like so hitting my spot, because I don't know, I can relate a little bit to that. I can relate to the mindset of those people. It's like, I mean, I don't know. There's a reason I enjoy sitting like half an hour in the physics department and talking to the people before actually starting to work. Yeah, I am having a great time with those kind of humor. I can relate to that. So that is a good comment. That is a good comment. Maybe I should have like a look a little bit in the files of the game. If that is occurring more often. Anyway, Aerodrome or Midsworth. We can go to Midsworth. Like small items is still something where we can get stuff we want, and then we're selling the chem snail with the extra gold, and then we're saving a little bit gold over rolling our gold at Aerodrome away, which is you know, sometimes I like to go there. Lately, I have never like ever seen enchant, and I think the enchant is gone there, right? Like I don't know if it is, but it should have been like I have rolled quite a bit for like 30 hours now, like playing 30-40 hours. And I've never seen an enchant anymore on Aerodrome, especially early. I don't know if that is disabled or changed. At least it feels that way. Well, that is an item. And the chem snail is gone. And then the question is, crypto? And the answer is yes. So, someone asked me about like core wars. So I had like a few games where I actually enjoyed the force field on the core. We are just like missing something to go there. Like the core is not the best core for a power drill, by the way, not even close. Like ignition core is way better, for example, for the power drill, because the burn itself is also charging from the core. The power drill and the core does not do that. But like obviously metronome is helping quite a bit. So the question is actually how real is the force field here? I think it's not like that real, and the unfortunate reason is we don't have like any shield scaling at the moment. Like if you had like any sort of shield scaling here, even a defense grid or a skill that is giving us any sort of shield scaling, or even if I have like a to the left side get 20 shield on the duct tape, I would like, if I had like plus 20 shield on the duct tape here, I would already buy the force field and probably consider very strongly playing a force field, at least partly depending on the matchup. We have nothing to support the force field. Short summary, and then the force field is not real. What is though real is a combat core. I think like it is like so amazingly strong to pick a combat core on the core, and you having like the best day of your like you have like a blast. You're having like a real blast. That is probably a comp that people are sleeping on. At least I had like I think like nearly always like success to huge success with that comp. Like it was never an issue. So yeah, combat core, the core is so real, and it's a lot more real on the core than on the crit core. Do we want to upgrade a bronze item here? And that's 3. Let's just sell that already. And the answer is probably not, because we cannot upgrade this and we cannot upgrade this. We had like a really to get an early haste metronome here, and we already upgrade the alpha ray there randomly from the risk reward. So it is just bronze tier skills. I think like 20 damage is 20 damage. We don't need to greet that. We don't need to roll here. There is like a little bit that is better, but it's whatever. Like 20 damage is good enough. And there is like chocolate over curio. We are conservative spenders, so 5 gold. Like I don't want to get all my gold gone here. That is unreasonable, right? And then we are so risk takers. Yeah, I'm the risk taker, which also means I can sell the chocolate already here. I mean, this is like, probably someone is pointing that out. I think this is like a solid board. Surely there's like 2 fit-ins that are more or less like have the definition of doing nothing, right? But you know what? I have a metronome, I have a Uzi, I have a Dillo. I have like the best probably bronze skill there is for any sort of setup. So I have a great game on the hands here. And then we can even put in this over this one here. Firepower is nice. The issue with the firepower is it's a little bit dysfunctional with the metronome angle here at the moment. And I still think I want to for sure haste the core for now. It's still probably the pick though. It's above average skill, and like I got burned so often on the silver skills. Like I know there are like a decent amount of good skills now, but for me it's like realistically it should be like 20 to 30% probably that you find a skill that you want to have. For me it's like less like more like 10% at the moment. I don't know what is true. Anyway, I will pick this. It's a little bit dysfunctional, but it's okay. It probably means I put the ray here, and I put the ray there just for the. I will also use this. There's no reason to hold on to that. I know that it's like that it's not scaling more often when it triggers itself. It's like not there for that reason. It's just there, so I have like use of the firepower. Yeah, if you get the skill, you put the ray to the right. Yeah, surely you do that. There's no reason not to do that. Like look at the amount of scaling I get here from the core. That's like we can look at it, but that's a reasonable amount of number. The only issue is like we're screwing ourselves a little bit with the metronome for that skill, but there's no like it's definitely not haste the Dillo or haste anything else. It's definitely for now, unfortunately, like this. Upgrade Dillo? No, Dillo is not increasing the charge number anymore. It's always it's like plus 25 damage on the Dillo. That's not worth it. Small items working at the docks or small weapon. I don't think there are small weapons except of this small weapon. And small items wise, we already kind of got everything we wanted, right? So it's more like we want other items, like specifically I want to have a combat core here. Specifically a pulse rifle. Those are the 2 items I want. So I'd pick a weapon that is not a small weapon. And then I pick skills for sure. And I will upgrade this. Like this is a very, very good skill, and rerolling is kind of expensive here. I still think like Race Call is not good enough even with the metronome. Like that is bait. I will go for the strongest fight to get ahead of the curve leveling wise though. That is pretty easy. And yeah, take a sip of coffee. So it's silver tier loot, it's not silver items, like the pool is just too big to get something good, and then this is just a lot more impactful to go for the loot. My day. It's always the same, isn't it, today? So here though, it's day 4. So the pool is a little bit narrow. It's not all the gold items that are available. and I want, like, I need at some point, and the point is starting to be there, I need the combat core or the pulse rifle. So I have to skip the risk here. Even though I want to go there, I cannot justify that. Those are items, and I will take both of those items. I will roll for sure. I think it is super reasonable to take the power drill here. Question is if it's ever reasonable to take the Chris Army knife. And I think it is. The reason is there might still be ways where we pivot into a combat core. And in that way, we probably still want to play the pulse rifle, but we will not have enough space for the Dillo. And then we need another friend for the pulse rifle if we're setting up with a combat core here. And for exactly that scenario, we are gonna buy the Chris Army knife in advance. So the items that we all want to hold on to are these two, and the rest of those items here are getting sold off. It's just like a money situation that we can get extra value out of it with the shops. So do we want to go for medium items on day 4, or we want to bully an opponent? I think bullying an opponent is better, because there's literally not a medium item on day 4 that I can think of that I really need here. The good medium items are golden ones. They are not available on day 4. If I upgrade or not upgrade the pulse rifle, well, it's not like the end of like it's nice, but it's not like as needed. And like just making sure we're winning here over the, I don't know, small chance of the pulse rifle upgrade. It's worth it. And the Dillo upgrade is already like way too expensive. Probably like I wouldn't do that because I'm not like rich enough to justify that in the first place. I will use the feather. Positioning wise, is there ever a consideration to change anything? And I don't think so. We still want to have like this setup. Yeah, it's for sure, and without a doubt in my mind, the setup. There's nothing that I can think of why I would change positioning. I like railgun on the core. I like railgun on any core if it's early. And yeah, like, I mean, probably railgun is even good if you play like, okay, the companion core actually is probably one of the best cores for the railgun, if not even the best, or the second best. Maybe the crit core is better if you have crescendo. But other than that, your core is hopefully attack. Like, I hope the companion core is also attack. And then you get like a lot of haste and therefore like a lot of power for free from the core on your railgun. And as a railgun, you're just like railgunning. So yeah. Anyway, I think we would have maybe 1 year without the relax, but relax made it look like really easy. So that is good. We like that. This is like my fear. Like that opponent 1 or 2 days earlier, if he already had the reload and the silver barrel there, is the scariest, like one of the most consistent and scariest opponent at the moment. I feel like obviously you can lose the mirror, right? But yeah, it's like, I think that is just stronger than the mirror. I take the chocolate here. Maybe I should have went Curio in hindsight. Was wrong, right? I can utilize already the haste quite good, the rocket boots, and then I can save like slow if I get slow for the core. I mean, maybe it was a Curio angle and I didn't think that thoroughly through. I was a little bit unfocused there in the decision making. Still thinking about ray guns. I think upgrading the Alpha Ray here is the pick, so I'm gonna do that. And we're gonna go for the Trash Town Major. Most XP, trying to get like maybe very luckily with the risk ahead of the curve here. So I don't know if I was this day or last day. I think it was last day where I skipped the risk, right? If you get a shield enchant now, what would you put it on? I would put it on the pulse rifle. In this specific scenario, to be honest. Wouldn't it be better to swap Metro and duct tape? No. And the reason is I want to have the multicast of from the pulse rifle on the duct tape. This is like, we can look at the stats, right? This is so if we're swapping this, like the core is obviously proccing quite a little bit less and the pulse rifle more, but the pulse rifle should probably still be our highest proccing item here. Yeah, like even with like the benefit of the haste here, still our pulse rifle is triggering the most and therefore charging the Dillo the most. So there is no way I will change this. Also, hasting the core has the other upside that the core is the scaler for the alpha ray and the weapons, as well as scaling the alpha ray itself. So there's no doubt in my mind that this is the right positioning. Pulse over Dillo, yeah. Let's talk about that for a second. Why I think this is in most cases the correct way. So there are scenarios where obviously it is better to put the shield enchant on the Dillo. Those scenarios are, for example, if you have multiple sources of shield. Like not only the duct tape with the pulse rifle, but you have like also other sources of shield. Then you get like extra like procs from the Dillo itself, and it is worthwhile to switch to the Dillo and put the shield enchant on the Dillo. If you have only the duct tape, the self-charging of the Dillo is not like I would be shocked if it was. Should not be more than the extra 3 charges I get already from the pulse rifle. So that is the one thing why this is good. The second where it is better is if you say, well, I have knife tricks. Surely, at some point you have like a self-looping Dillo that way. If you have like knife tricks or like a huge decrease on CDR on the Dillo. But that is probably not when you make the decision, and you will not have that benefit for at least a couple of games before there is the possibility to get the knife tricks, right? So that is just like I will be stronger in the future argument, and I would be very careful going with in the future this is better argument, because that way you are more likely to lose close rounds in now, especially if it's like a very easy thing. Arguments for the pulse rifle. 2 arguments I want to make. It is better for the Dillo now. Like it's 3 arguments even. It's better for the Dillo now. It should proc the Dillo in more. Second of all, in most situations, if you have more haste sources, if you have more triggers on the Dillo, if you have like the heat shield or whatever, the argument is for the Dillo. Don't get me wrong there. But you have, in general, more procs on the pulse rifle. So you have more shield that you get yourself from the pulse rifle. Thirdly, and especially in this situation, I'm not bound to the Dillo yet. Like, the Dillo is there, it's a nice tempo item, it's a strong tempo item for the mid game. But as soon as I hit, and I said that before, as soon as I would hit like here in the next 2 to 3 days, a combat core, or a very high rarity combat core later on, the Dillo is out, the combat core is in. I would feel really bad if I put this on the Dillo. The Dillo is not on its own a win condition in the late mid game and late game, in my book. It is still viable. It is still something you have to default to if you don't fight better pieces. But you often, maybe, or like often, but like reasonably sometimes pivot out of that. Like you pivot out of that on the ignition core, and you pivot out of that on the core. Maybe you're not pivoting that often out on the crit core, especially if you're crescendo and stuff. But that is not the standard default. So my argument is I would, in most cases, put it on the pulse rifle for those reasons and not put it on the Dillo. Where there is upsides for the Dillo, I think it is not the consistent play you want to make in general for those reasons. Let me catch up and answer a few questions or engage with like other opinions. It is never like a shield enchant on the metronome, because it's not scaling the shield on the metronome, but we get like a huge amount of shield on the weapons. It's never the metronome. And for the drill, it's also not helping us if it's shielded on the metronome. If you get another armadillo. Yeah, okay. If I have two armadillos, the situation is different. Surely there's like your one in a lifetime argument. I'm taking that, but I don't have two dillos. I rarely take a bronze item. Like I rarely take an item over monster loot. I think it is not the correct play in most situations. So I therefore will never have like the situation where I have two dillos basically. Like that's more like I hold on to the hammer, go to B1, B2, get a golden dillo, upgrade my one dillo to diamond, and then have a dillo. That is more likely to happen than having me two dillos from level up rewards. And even that is like a once in a patch situation. You're keeping pulls. I mean, I'm more likely to keep pulls, and I'm also more likely to keep pulls if it's enchanted with shield, where I don't want to force myself into a combo with a dillo. Like, I can like so before we end this like small discussion about positioning and stuff. So I already have it ready, right? We probably play something on the lines of this, and then we're putting our combat core here, and if we have like other sources of haste, we can replace this with like an Uzi with a duct tape or like LEDs. And then we're playing basically this setup with a combat core here. And as soon as we're like, as long as we're able to somewhat upgrade our combat core and get like a little bit of haste running, this is a super strong undervalued and underseen setup, because you have like a 2 to 3 seconds combat core on the right here. And you actually can scale quite enough, and you have like 2 cores to proc the alpha ray. This is a good setup, and if you have a few skills that are supporting that, you are in an absolute premium spot. And this is what I would like to run. Surely it's not like the pulse rifle needs to be here, and I can think of other ways, but especially if I have like a shield enchant on the pulse rifle, it is as easy as day and night to have the pulse rifle here, because we get like a lot of scaling from 2 cores in the alpha ray. It's like double scaling alpha ray in that situation. It's a very fast proccing combat core, and there's no way I'm getting rid of this pulse rifle. So, especially in this setup, I would never put it on the Dillo, unless I have already the perfect setup for the Dillo and know that I will never pivot out of this setup. Like, if there is like, I randomly get at Kev for no good reason, a shield enchanted metronome. It's not like I put it on there. I just like I go to Cav and he gives me a shield enchanted metronome, and I have titanium casing, and I have a duct tape, and I have the Dillo. Sure, like we are probably playing Dillo and not pivoting out of Dillo. Like that's not gonna happen. That's for sure not gonna happen, because that is better. And then it is also better to put the Dillo probably next to the duct tape and next to the shield enchanted metronome, put a shield enchant on that, and have it loop like the whole way. Like, yeah, sure. Like, that's the easiest. You don't need knife tricks anymore for the loop, right? Easiest day of my life. And there's like obviously other situations that are similarly strong and maybe a little bit less strong, where the Dillo is good. But this is my approach and my reasoning. Okay, that was a long TED talk again about what I want to do, or what I would do. I don't want to use this now. I want to hold on to that for just a bit. And then it's probably J over dogs. We don't need to work, and then we can look at a multitude of items. I will upgrade the pulse rifle here easily. I'm not bothered with the metro, with the card there. And I'm gonna upgrade the metronome. I will buy gold skills. In this situation, that is not a good skill. This is way too slow. This is like, I don't know what this is, but this is like probably one of the worst skills, at least for 95% of builds. Like maybe even like 99 or 98. Like this is like, don't. This is like in general not a good skill options. So we have like two options. We can get slow, we can get charge. If I had a combat core, maybe big numbers. I don't have a combat core. So out of those, I think a slow is better over the charge. And the reasoning is this is a potential upside for the power drill. Though if I get like a heavy enchant, I mean it's still good because it's just like making sure the full slope board is happening. I don't know. I think like CPU throttling is a little bit better than the electrified hill. It's probably also mathematically better, at least in some scenarios. So, like, I don't want to make a long excursus. If you want to, you can ask me. I will elaborate. But I think like this is just a little bit better. It's still not like drill time, so like drill is just staying around. Question is if I want to put like one ammo here, or if I want to save the ammo. And for now I want to save the ammo. I don't think the one ammo on the Uzi is mattering in most cases. But like the one ammo on the randomly dig site occurring haste potion, or the one ammo on, for some reason, atomic clock, where we, okay, I was like looking like a little bit stronger than I wanted to be, but please don't. Yeah, the lateral is not there. It's like just like a silver build. Okay. I wish like you see crook, you're worried, and then it's not getting there. What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I want to hold on to the ammo for energy potion or maybe even an atomic clock if there is like next day coming an atomic clock with a railgun or something. I will take monster loot. Like monster skills, I mean. So, is on day 6 silver augmented weaponry good enough? And in my book, it is good enough. Like, it's like just a little bit of extra juice, and that juice accumulates to a meaningful number. So let's do that. So do we want to go for weapons or chocolate? I mean, there's another incentive for the chocolate now. It's like 10 damage on our weapons. And like, look at the base damage here, like 10 damage. That is a meaningful number. So I feel like there's an upside for the chocolate, and it's the augmented weaponry silver skill, as well as obviously the health. The reason to go for Isla though is I would like very instantly still pick my combat core here. But that's about it, right? It's like a combat core angle and that's it. And then it's not reliable to go to an Isla. And the second one would be maybe an upgrade, especially on the Alpha Ray, which is also not likely. So the lot more consistent play is this. We are a conservative spender, so it's just like 5 gold. Don't like spend all your gold. Know your limits. And probably I still need to make plays, so I can already use a little bit of those. And then we're taking the strongest fight, because why not? Most gold, most XP, and so on. Oh. Okay, yeah, I went rather fast over the monster skills. When I saw the message, I was thinking you meant like the CPU throttling, not the monster skills there. So that is on me. It's definitely monster loot again in my book. Do we ever want to... Okay. I can see a line. I can see the line. And the line is... The line is gumballs here. Like, I don't think medium items is it. But I think like, oh, that is a meaningful gumball shop. And we had the money and we have the skill and therefore a very good reasoning for that. Is there any non-weapon items we want? And the answer is probably no. We have already a golden metronome. So we are dog workers here. We go for weapons because there's where the good stuff is. I don't think it's a rocket launcher angle. Rocket launcher is good if you make use of it on the ignition core. It's not good here, at least for now, on the core. Though, to be fair, we could put the rocket launcher on the right if we ever pivot into a power drill. Might be nice to charge like quite a bit the core with the power drill, and then charge with the core itself again the rocket launcher, which then at least has an impact on the power drill. Might be a nice loop in the future when we are drilling, as well as maybe having knife tricks. But that's like a future tech situation. For now, pretty sure this is just it, and we're just going. So I would guess we have one, right? Like, we are a powerhouse here still. So here, I think I want to go for Bakun. I'm still like trying to get the Combat Core Dream ready to show you how nice it is. I also will sell the pepper spray here. Maybe it is time to sell the gunpowder. Like, yeah, it's 1 extra gold, let's just do that. None of those are interesting to me. Like, atomic clock was only good if I had a railgun. That was the idea. It's definitely chocolate. I still think I want to be medium spender here. Like I rather invest more gold into gumballs over like spending here all the gold on health. Here is the one of the PvE fights where I don't go to the right. Like, this is a good skill, this is a good skill, and feathers are obviously amazing. So, like, this is just like one of the nicest PvE encounters that are just like not completely high roll. Like, this is a very good outcome for us, right? And then life is amazing. Like, okay, let's talk this a little bit through, right? So I can see already people coming in and telling me, put like burn on the metronome, and then you have your power drill, and then the power drill is great, and you're drilling people. How can you not do that? And I don't think that is it. Like, it's haste on the core. Like, it's clear as day and night. I just wanted to make sure that we are all on the same page, that we're hasting our core, and not go for the meme power drill. I mean, it's not a meme, it's a real item, but like, haste on the core is more of a real item. Or setup. Half a level, or like, oh, it's skill upgrade. Oh, yep. I am taking an upgrade on the augmented weaponry. I felt like so weak here. I was struggling so much. I think I need extra. So do we want to go shopping here? I don't think so. So I think we're just going with the temp boost. I think as long as we're not getting bursted out in like 5 seconds, we are probably stronger than most of our opponents here. So I think the relax is more better, like it's better than the Jules cafe. So we're gonna go with this. There's also now the idea to... Can we change the setup somehow? So obviously I am greedy and I consider if I can somehow make the a weapon next to the core. I come to the conclusion there's no clean way to do that. I cannot see a clean way. The cleanest way I can see is probably something in the lines of this. That would be the cleanest I can see. And obviously that is not clean. Like just before someone was telling me that is like nice and we should do that. Is this again a 9-0 run where you into 9-3 run? Oh, sorry. Where you absolutely steamroll everyone until day 10? No, it's a 10-0 run. That is it. There is no doubt in my mind we're just going 10-0 here. Like, we have like so much scaling for free, start of combat. Like, this is already like quite a few procs on Alpha Ray until it catches up, right? So like the first 5 core procs scaling are free already, and we can increase quite a bit here with like this being golden, and just like 1 gumballs is like 30 more. So holy smokes, right? Anyway, I think like we are just like the ones that are bullying everyone now. Like, I think like I can only like on average, like with the exception there's totally like a few comps that like totally steamroll you. But like if we are saying that it's not the normal outcome, the only way you're beating this in general is if you have like a mirror and they have like a haste enchant and a slow enchant. So I think like that is how we're losing this run in general, or like losing a round. Obviously, day 10 Caltrops are killing us. Like if someone has like a powerful Caltrops ready, or has like a Diamond Chrono Barrier ready for us, those are the ones that are also like obviously super scary. I'm not sure about the Chrono Barrier in all honesty. I think like most Chrono Barrier setups don't get there because we have Weaponry and Haste. But Chrono Barrier is scary, Caltrops is scary, and then there's this one crazy build no one thinks about that is happening once every patch, and I have to face that just to entertain you and myself. I'm still like conservative on the spending here. Like I want to have like a lot of gold available. I still think I want to go for Cav. Maybe get a Shield Enchanted Metronome or something, right? We talked about that a little bit. We talked about this nice Shield Enchanted Metronome, right? So Reynard, you're listening, and you make up for yesterday, right? You're making up for yesterday. So I mean that is the easiest pick of my life, right? And also we talked about it in this situation. You are shield enchanting your Dillo and not your pulse rifle. Just to be clear, like that is the easiest shield enchanted Dillo in my life that is self looping into infinite. But yeah. Anyway, I don't think I have space for the golden chrono barrier, nor the financial means at the moment. I rather run this setup without the chrono barrier. There's no reason, no good enough reason to like take out the pulse rifle here and run a golden chrono barrier. And if I buy the chrono barrier, I'm screwing myself a little bit harder. Like weapons are so strong. It's so more consistent to do it like this. I mean, maybe we change positioning. We have to maybe use a little bit of brain cells to figure out what the best setup is now. And if something changes here, I still think like power drill is probably therefore not the in anymore. It's like for sure the Dillo time now. I'm roll though for a shield enchanted weapon. I mean that's not the right shield enchanted weapon, so I'm not taking this. This is not good enough. But like a shield enchanted Dillo on top there would have been hilarious. Like before, like let's just like go through the motion until like the PvP fight comes in, and then consider if there's any world now where we're changing sort of positioning. This shit is pre-recorded. Yeah, it is. I think like that is a reasonable shield skill to get. I think like we're still going for dually skills. It's just on day 8 the best outcome. So like normally I would say we're picking like the haste skill, and then we can drop the metronome because we have like 2 sources of haste, one the skill, one the core. That should normally full haste your board, but that is now a shielded metronome, so unfortunately we cannot get rid of that. I don't think upgrading the core means anything. Question is whether 5%, like 10% CD on both of the Dillo and the core is good enough. And in my book it is, so it's just like straight up we're taking 10% here. That's good enough. Taking another monster fight. Most of those we're winning. This would also be a good skill. We have like a little bit of slow going on, and then we're just killing our opponents even faster. Not that anything matters at this point, probably. Like, this is the ghost I would have faced yesterday, to be honest, right? Do I ever want to take improved toxins here? I don't think so, because even if I get like a poison enchant that is randomly there and I pick it obviously over not picking it, it's still, I don't care about the poison damage. So we don't need to take that. That has more downside than upside. Speaking of poison, more poison that we don't want to get. But yeah. There are the gumballs we're talking about, so let's just like pick a few gumballs here. That is by far the best we can do to like, you know, scale further ahead. Okay. Let me check with chat, and then we maybe think a little bit about positioning, if we want to have like sort of self-looping Dillos there or not. Sorry, what's the downside of picking the poison skill? That skill will show more likely up at Nufu, and I don't want to show it up at Nufu because it's a useless skill. And the other one, I don't know what the vendor name is. It's like get a like upgrade or like a skill you already have. Like you get like only shown 2 skills, and they like upgrade one of your skills vendor, and then there it's also showing up again. And I don't want to see it there as well because I have no use case for that poison skill, and I rather get like shown, for example, one of these skills here, or even one like any of those skills I want to get shown. I don't want to get shown the skill with poison. Okay, I don't think race call was it, by the way. It's too slow. It's just like haste on its own, right? It's not haste something at this point, if I remember correctly. So anyway. Positioning. Obviously, there's like some merit to do this, right? But then the issue is about the pulse rifle. I mean, we could, for some reason, you know, play like this, maybe. There is a reason probably to do that. We have like a little bit of haste here, we have a little bit of slow early. And then it's like charging itself a little bit, but it's probably also not really great. It means like we have like a 0.7 second Dillo though, that is hasted, right? Like a 0.7 Dillo that is hasted means like 0.3.5 seconds the Dillo is proccing. That is like close to infinite numbers, like as far as it goes. So that is pretty good, and maybe we don't want to run a pulse rifle then, because we cannot make it like cast 3 times, right? So how often is this drill going off with 8.7 seconds? So it's like effectively a 6 second thing. We have a core that gets like charged quite a bit from like the Dillo, the Uzi, and so on. And then like you get like 2 charges of the core only. And one more charge here, and that's it. That's not a lot. I mean, sure, there's like a little bit of start off, but that start off is popping off. So I think the drill is like not drilling as fast. Like, obviously this is min-maxing and probably nothing matters, right? But what's the like upside of going with this? It's still like we have a full hasted board anyway, right? If we're doing it like this, okay, we can like maybe like do it like this, and we also have a full hasted board. And then we don't care about the drill. We just use this as like a full hasted rocket launcher that is a little bit slower of a pulse rifle. And that's about it. Like this is just a worse pulse rifle. Because like, this is nice. We're starting after 3.4 seconds. This way. We're doing it like this and whatever. We're starting 1.7, 2.7, 3.7. So we're starting in the same amount no matter what. Like 2 Uzi procs, if nothing goes wrong, is probably around where we start. So it doesn't matter where the positioning is on the Uzi. So this means we have like a rather self-charging Dillo, and I think this is just like the at the moment this is just the stronger power drill. So I am inclined to say this is probably pretty nice. But I don't think like it matters too much, and we can also play just the standard setup. I think the upside of the standard setup is it's a little bit more consistent. It's just more consistent because we're just going for them not only on the maximum Dillo charges, but also on the consistency of like everything is going really, really fast. And then if something gets frozen, we just like have still a lot of power on the pulse rifle, for example, because the pulse rifle is still significantly stronger than the rocket launcher. And this is like, it's a little bit weaker, but we're not getting like completely like, I don't know, kecked by a Dillo that is getting frozen. Sure, if the Uzi gets frozen, we're like in the similar bad spot, but there's still like the pulse rifle Dillo situation that recovers us a little bit in the core. So I like this technically more. Let me catch up with you. Max of lead completing skills. So picked skills have a higher chance of repairing a skill shop, which means, I mean, it's both. Like, obviously, it has instantly a chance to show in the upgrade, but it's also still probably showing higher at Nufu. I don't know for a fact, but my intuition of the patch so far, it is still the same on Nufu as it was like 2 patches ago. So it's still true about the skip skill comment on stream elements. No, you can just like press spacebar when you play, and then you open your stash. And I just have like a bound like a key to a spacebar key to the mouse as well, so I don't have to use that keyboard for it. I don't know. I feel like this is the most consistent play in the end. I don't think it is completely wrong to put the Dillo in between duct tape and metronome, because it's like nearly self-looping itself. In the end, I think like this is like, you can see how this is like, I mean, it's annihilating my opponent. Like, we talked about this quite a bit just to figure stuff out that min-maxed, but like his water wheel didn't went off, and yeah, he's just dead, right? It's like so broken that we already have like 100 weapon damage on it. It's like the the crazy stuff going on. I'm still not inclined to take like my power, like my health away here. I mean, sure, like it's nice to have crit, but it's not needed. I rather like don't get bursted and one-shotted by a start of combat hasted bullshit from Vanessa. So there's no reason to do that. So let's go shopping here. Nothing to see. I mean, you can update the command and put in that it's also about Nufu and the other guy that name I don't know in the moment. It's for both. So it's like both ways as far as I'm concerned. But I think the idea is clear. Like it's still like probably doing its trick, the command. I will take chocolate here, still being a little bit smart about the choices though. I want to have like 20 gold available for future gold skills or like gumballs. I take the strongest fight, most XP, most gold. We're just like, I mean, I really hope we're like just like high rolling our way to 10-0 here. Like, it's just like so punishing if you have like finally a run that feels like where you in the driver's seat, you're like just like high rolling everything, and then you just get like, you know, annihilated for no good reason, and then your MMR for the good run is also already like down the dumpster. So, gold skills or upgrading. I mean, we can upgrade an Alpha Ray, but it has like obviously a lot of like, it's like we don't want to need that, right? We have like such a high base damage from the augmented weaponry, and the increase is there, sure, but it's like whatever, right? Like our opponent is dead before there is a meaningful impact from the 2 extra damage we are getting out of this Alpha Ray. Like, let's be honest here. So it's always like gold skills. So I think it's like even a consideration for Shield Bash. Like the fight is over, right? The fight is over in no time. And either we are dead or we are ahead. And this way we are more likely ahead. We're staking like 10% health and a free upgrade on the core. It's more the health than the core upgrade. There's the skills. I'm happy that I have like a full bank account here. I don't care about the... I mean, I'm saying that, right? I don't care about the burn. But first of all, it's like at least a number of burn. And the Dillo is proccing quite often as we know. So it's extra damage that comes in for free. Second reason is burn means like charge an item for 2. So this means burn your opponent for quite a bit. And also, it is. Okay, it's not even close. It's a warm hugs. And you know why? It's a drill angle. Yeah, with the burn, drill can work here. I agree. So, to finish this run, probably... where's the drill? Here's the drill, right? No. Oh, this... I mean, maybe it's like on the left. There's no reason to have this on the right anymore, right? No. Okay. It's like this. Peace case. Please don't have like strong cal drops. And then this should like... I want to see how that looks, right? I mean, we will see. We can pivot around. Like, if we're losing here, it's like to absolute bullshit. That's not why we're losing. Oh, no. Boom. Let's look at the numbers. 5, 6 times? Yeah. This is it. Good morning, Venus. Good morning. Let me catch up with chat for a second. There's a little bit of chat. I mean, to be fair, like, people are like, they feel bad for my opponents. And to be honest, this is a slightly above average board, right? And I mean that in a sarcastic way. That is like a huge power board. But yesterday, I was on the receiving end the whole day. Like, I was on the receiving end the whole day. And nothing I could have done. And I faced those kind of boards. Like, and I faced them more than I should have. So this is like the universe evening out. It's definitely gumballs over weapons here. You know why, right? And I think like we deserve some knife tricks here. I think they are reasonable. I'm not going with the glass cannon here. It's hurt. It might even hurt me more than it helps. So we are rolling for the knife tricks, and it's like as clear as day that it's obviously knife tricks, right? It's chocolate. We cannot afford even any chocolate. We're like as poor as it gets here. Because we spent our gold on the gumballs. This is like very fair, right? Can we start faster now somehow? I don't think so, right? We can only start faster if we're not having the drill next to the shielded metronome, and I want to have that. I don't think this is helping us. I mean, it's like a building crescendo for both players, but the issue is, if I go off, I win anyway, and there's some slight chance that in between, my heavy-hitting Pygmalion is getting 100% crit and is double whammy me in the face. So there's no reason to give my opponent a fighting chance, or like crit with a railgun, like my dually railgun opponent on day 10. Like, this is helping the railgun opponent quite more than it helps me. I'm winning anyway. I just need to not get like 1 or 2 shotted by a crazy railgun. Speaking of that, I think like it's just a temp boost and it's just health to get not one-shotted, right? It's gold loot. I don't know like who's getting the feather. That's probably a short excursus about what we want to do here. Probably it's haste throw and cooldown items over small items here. I don't think I need the small items for scaling. I can get like a haste enchanted crazy item. I don't think I want to run a GPU here though. No need at all for that. Okay, last decision. Who's getting the insect wing? Dillo to loop himself even faster, or Cord to start faster the combat. I think those are the two like main ideas. Like, I mean, sure, someone can also argue that we want to put it on the drill, but for me, it's like less about the drill here. So 1.7 and 1.7. Like, it's 1.7 and another 1.7, and then everything is going like crazy. Like this, and this is going crazy, and then everything else is going crazy. So if I put like 9 here, it's 2, and then it's getting 1 charge after 2. Oh no, it's a Dillo, right? It's a Dillo, because technically the Dillo goes off after the Uzi. It's a Dillo for the Uzi, right? And then those 2 go off. I have 2 charges, and then the... Okay, like this means though 2.7. And then at 2.7, the turbo is going off. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's like, put it on the Dillo. Discussion is over. Positioning, we decided this is the best. Okay, that is as strong as it gets on a Vanessa, probably. Let's hope we are not getting like unreasonably fast one-shotted, right? That's the only thing I'm really scared about. Like an unreasonably fast one-shot. I mean, that is a knife trick. So he's in the part of like one-shotting. And there is a dam that is about to make us like really sad if we're not getting over the line. But we are getting over the line. Okay. Good talk. So basically, I was a race and the slow carried here, right? Like, I don't know if it did, like, was fully needed, but probably the slow kind of maybe saved ourself there. If you played Aquatics there, you're screwed. Yeah. I'm screwed. If he played aquatics there, I'm screwed. That's probably correct. Like, damn MVP, right? Like, Feather on Uzi? Nah. I think it's 8 diamond skills or something. Like, I don't know, sure. But I think it's around 8-ish. So, or 9. So knife tricks is more likely than not to occur. I don't have a good reason to keep the items in the bag. It's just like force of habit maybe. But also like the chocolate on day 10 is not impactful. Dillo means you start faster, right? Yeah, I came to the actually core. Faster start is win against the bull. Is the win against bullshit. Yeah, but like why does it... Why does like the feather on the core like... So we came to the... Like, this was 4.7. So it's like 1 charge from the Uzi. And then it's basically 2.7, right? So after 2.7, this is going off. And that's it. This is 4.7, but it's get only 1 charge. So it's getting 1 charge after 1.7. And then it's getting a second charge after 2.7 from the Dillo. And then the core goes off. If this is 4.3, it does not change anything if we are not positioned differently. And then there is no reason to put it on the core. But I don't know how fast the self-looping Dillo is going off here. But maybe it is faster than now the 0.4 second we got on the Dillo. And then it's Dillo. I don't see why it is the core. Please either elaborate why you think it's the core. Maybe I missed something. Okay. Actually, I said okay. I was wild guessing. It's not about pointing. Look, Raiden. It's like we are an educational stream. I hope like Isa knows that I don't mean it in a hurtful way. It might be that I miss a skill. Like, I don't know. Like, is there like freeze, burn, slow, poison, haste? None of those occur, for example. Like, there are reasons like I miss a skill. And then it's better to put it on the core because I missed something. That's like super clear. It was just like I came to the conclusion it's this, but I'm asking the person who has the opposite position to elaborate. And sometimes the person is totally right and I missed a skill or I missed a... I don't know. Person is arguing it's about shield bash or I wouldn't know why, right? Like, there might be a hidden argument. Oh, no. No, it's definitely the Dillo. Because I can argue if this procs, and then this procs. But I have not thought about it in the first place. But probably that is the part. And then something else gets charged, and this also gets charged. And maybe that means we're starting like 0.4 seconds or 0.3 seconds faster. Anyway, like, and there might be an argument for the core. Like, I wouldn't know. Anyway, that was a good run, right? That feels fair and deserved. I feel sorry for everyone who has to face this opponent. I will screw someone over. That is for sure. So that is a nice run here. Finally, we are back on the where we started yesterday morning, close to the top 100. So that is pretty nice. I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours now. I think it is very reasonable to take a small break. It's like only 2 and 3 minutes, you know the drill. Just like getting up, getting fresh water, um, maybe making myself like a hot water bottle. I have cold hands at the moment. Um, and then I will be back. So 2-3 minutes break, make yourself a coffee or a tea or whatever. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for the support. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the follows. Hope you're having a great day and see you in just a bit. Okay, I am back. Thank you guys for staying around. Hope you're having a good day. Also took yourself a small break. You know, it's sometimes healthy. Maybe it's a time to restart the client. Sometimes the client doesn't like to run for hours without a restart. Um, okay, I missed the emote Raiden because it was in the next chat window, like in the next line. You didn't put it in the end of the message itself, to be honest. It was just a misunderstanding. Sorry for that. um, Okay, there are 3 good cores. I like all of those. All of those are reasonably good. All of those are making me happy. All of those are, I think, really viable. With all of those, I have a decent success. We can live the combat core dream again. Maybe I should show you guys how bonkers it can be having a combat core. We just didn't never found the combat core, which is okay. Like it's partly, you cannot force a combat core setup. We also don't we did not have a crit core game, I think, on today. I think we only had like 2 ignition and 1 the core game, if I remember correctly. So maybe it's just like um, what is it? Alteration, like switching in between, alternation, between cores. So there is merit also to go for the crit core. I mean, the crit core is just stronger the core with less flexibility, right? Like, so it is like you are less likely to play a combat core. It's not like you cannot play a combat core, it's just like not as powerful consistently happening that often, and you probably force it less. And then you value crit more, and then you play actually just a bunch of weapons, try to hit crit with one of the many skills, specifically crescendo, and then you just like high roll. Whereas the core at least has like a little bit more variation, and therefore is more consistent probably. And you can, I don't know, even if you get like a strong icy enchanted item, or you get like any it's hard to remember all of those, right? But you get like a bunch of nice items that are just like a little bit too slow, and then you put them right off the core and you're having like a good day. So that is like the flexibility and upside of the core. Obviously with crescendo, the crit core is just like giga broken because it gets like double like basically not only you get double the damage, but it says like get crescendo, and this means you get like every item charges twice your core, which is obviously a little bit strong. Anyway, I feel like just to play all the cores out, we're just making a crit core run here. I will catch up with you just in a second. Let's just take XP here. I will also take at least a bite in just a second. We're definitely going for the banana ball here. Duct tape is an item that eludes me quite a bit, and if I get it early, it makes me really, really happy, because then it's more or less only Isla I have to go to, and can otherwise just like get XP and health and fights and that kind of good stuff, and getting ahead of the curve. So from that perspective, it's nice. The downside is if you don't have an early Alpha Ray, obviously you are in a lot of trouble here. Whereas the Ignition Core, we had also the option to choose. You just like have a bunch of items to the left and a little bit of extra burn on the Ignition Core, and you can get by for quite a bit, where it is not as easy on the Crit Core. Mm. How has your luck been today? I would say today is on the upside, like above average even. So we are like starting to even out for yesterday. So my luck today is amazing. Do you ever play pick? Um, yes, but not right now. So now the my goal is to climb a little bit and show off with a second account and try to reach like top 25 or something, and go and compete with a second account in the top whatever 20 or whatever. So at the moment the agenda for like probably another like half a week will be playing this dually Snazer2 and climbing, at least unless there are hot fixes and balance patches. After that, after climbing, if I get tired of climbing, I'm more open to variety again, which means we can also play Pygmalion and Vanessa and stuff, and get a bit of a better understanding for those heroes in this balance patch. Though I have an idea why they lack consistency, so there's that. I have streamed a few Pygmalion games, like in the I think end of December. Like I have alternated between all the heroes, but for now we're sticking with a dually for some time, because it's just like the most consistent hero, right? Small items is small items. It's more the weapons here. We're rolling. We're really hoping like this is okay, but it's like very, very slow. We're really hoping for an alpha ray, obviously. I mean, there is a duct tape in the GPU. I don't want to complain about that. This is probably as good as you can expect here. Like, yeah. You cannot expect an alpha ray. I mean, I talked about this a little bit. Since we are on the crit core, there is obviously a higher incentive to take like 5 crit on your weapons, because in the future that is like probably more impactful. The issue though is for this day it's like a huge downside, and if it's like just an average opponent and not like an opponent with a real strong board and just like opponent that is like similar in the same position as us, we will lose because we pick this skill and not reroll here for weapon damage or something, like preferably weapon damage, but at least more shield than this. So I'm rolling here. It's weapon damage. That's like the best skill here. Yeah, positioning is pretty clear, I think. And like I still want to charge the core. Think we are a little bit above average now because we got the best possible skill there. Though we don't have like scaling, so any scaling should like bully us. Though this is also not looking like scaling, and my damage looks like more than his healing. So yeah, quite good game. How would you even pick this patch? So I have no idea. So I think the one way that is obvious, you just play Crook game as always, and always have spin. I think like Crook is still like probably your win condition, and then you find your caltrops and you steamroll your every dually opponent. So that is the one way, right? I'm not certain if it's like reasonable to do at the moment, but you could try to play a one weapon build, or like not one weapon build, but like start like just with the Llama, Beast of Burden, and just hit opponents. I have not faced those Beast of Burdens day one anymore. Oh, I know why. They disabled the large items, right? Ooh. Beast of Burden is not there anymore. No Silver Beast of Burden. Poor pick. Oh. So it's just like a Regal Blade Dog, and Regal Blade Dog obviously is okay, but it's not the same. So basically you pay Pygmalion by either you get a Regal Blade and a Dog, and you can like maybe survive the first few days with those. and then you are playing from behind because you didn't level as fast. Or you play Pygmalion as you tank the first, I don't know, 5 rounds, find like something meaningful, impactful that I don't know of, somehow win the next few fights because your opponents don't do anything, and then find the caltrops. Like I have to be honest, like Pygmalion is by far my least favorite character, and I haven't played him as much. So I don't know, maybe there is actually viable stuff. I think I thought like Vanessa would have been in a worse spot because at least Pygmalion still has sort of crook, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there. Like it was my intuition when I read the patch notes, at least. Anyway, I gonna take a bite and then drink something and take a pastel. So see you in a bit. I will be around. It's just like I take off the camera here. And I, hopefully I didn't skip the Isla. I didn't even look at the options. I saw it like Lost Crate and I picked Lost Crate. I also don't know if I can like outscale a Rogue Scrapper, like outscale, like out-tempo a Rogue Scrapper. I don't think so, so it's maybe crap. Hmm. It's only day 1 where I prefer the bronze items over monster loot. As soon as the monster loot hits silver, I'm most of the time, like I mean nearly always, picking the monster loot over the silver tier items. Do I want to go for Cav? Or do I want to take a risk here? Hmm. Still day 2. So, I don't know. I don't know. Like, Cav can have also a Dillo, and a Dillo would help us here quite a bit. So, let's go for Cav. I don't think Force Field is good. I do think, though, I have the money to reroll. How do we feel about Brick Buddy? Not too good on day 2 anymore. And then let's go shopping. Maybe get an Alpha Ray here. So probably still small items are better. If I roll, I start to be expensive, but it's okay. Do I want to take the copperhead here? No. I just take the light bulb, and then I roll. And then I'm selling off stuff, because that is stuff I will not use. Then I can buy this, and I can buy this. I mean, we're still like not in the best position, but it's getting somewhere, right? I mean, that person also did not win. And then probably it's the Arc Blaster over the GPU here and still the light bulb. And then we're probably critting those two. I mean, technically it's the core, right? But then I can also make it like this. Is that much better? I mean, probably not. probably this is the positioning. Let's hope this opponent did not find the alpha ray or has like not a meaningful setup, because we're like still like struggling a little bit here. Do you prefer the Mosquito Fike or the Rogue Scrapper Day 2? So he's also struggling, and we're better at winning the struggle here quite a bit, because like he picked a crit skill and we picked a rear skill. That is not a rear skill, even if you're on a crit core. This is a rear skill. Don't pick this skill. I told you. So the question was Mosquito or the Rogue Scrapper. It's like a little bit probably mood dependent. It's probably a little bit more dependent on what items I have and which core I run. Because, and if I can even beat the Rogue Scrapper. Yeah, it's like, I cannot give you a precise answer. It's like, probably even on the same board, one day I would do the one and the other day I would do the other. Like, lately I have fought the Rogue Scrapper a little bit more, because very occasionally you can get a risk and XP enough, so you level a second time and be level 4 on day 2. And that can only happen if you take the Rogue Scrapper fight. It's still something that is only happening like once or twice every, I don't know, maybe 10 games or something, like once or twice per day. And I have long gaming days. So it's not like consistent. So there's that. I mean, the wing is a wing and a rush is a rush, but in the end, it's also only a rush. And it can hit like a core and then be a little bit less meaningful. If you're on the ignition core, for example, might be better because it cannot hit the core. It hits maybe actually an Uzi or a pulse rifle. It's super mood dependent. Okay, medium and large items. We are a little bit poor. Chocolate is also kind of expensive, but chocolate here is impactful, right? If I sell my like, if I buy chocolate though and I go for 5 gold, I will struggle if the next shop is in Isla, and I will hate myself for doing that. Like I will be really unhappy spending the 5 gold on chocolate if next shop is Isla. So that is not a good idea. So I either take the free chocolate, which is still good enough, right? It's like 50 health. It's still like technically a 10% increase in this position. So it's meaningful. And even in the future, it's still like for the next PvP fight, like a little bit less than 10%, but still like 10-ish%. And if you ask someone you want to have 10% more health for your next fight, that's pretty nice. The alternative is I go to Bakum. I can get a pulse rifle. I can get a Dillo. Or I can like get large items, which would be sometimes a combat core. Then I would sell off quite a bit here, and then I would buy the combat core instantly, because we don't have scaling and combat core is scaling, and day 3 combat core is impact for sure. Obviously the railgun is the same situation, right? We'll instantly be like, ha ha ha, you lose, and we're picking the railgun. We have already 2 tags, so we're just like, we're giga bullying people on day 3 and day 4 with the railgun there. It's not likely. Is it better than 50 health here? That is probably where we have to decide. Deacon, he's frustrated because he cannot follow the plays, and then he's only getting rarely to 7 wins. I mean, if you watch my stream from yesterday, you can see I was like yesterday in the same shoe. Like, yesterday was the same for me. I couldn't get 10 wins most of the time. Even if I was 9-0, there was like like Reynard in the background in the server machine room and putting the switch to, okay, and now you're getting screwed. Like, I had like the craziest insane stuff yesterday. Look at the VODs. You see me like completely tilted for the first time on my streaming career. At least as tilted as I will hopefully ever be on stream. The other thing is, you cannot replicate because it's always new decisions and it's always situational. Like, this is why I give you the reasoning. Like, sometimes I will say, oh, always chocolate. And then I probably already have like an alpha and a pulse rifle here. And then next day, I'm like struggling quite a bit and say, well, I cannot buy chocolate. I don't have the gold. Maybe I'll go for the high roll and this. Like, there are considerations. And it's not like always go Bakum, always go chocolate. It's just like agency matters. I think Bakun is in the end where I want to go. There's my pulse rifle. So, do I want to roll? That's the next question. So I can get a Dillo. I mean, there's still blasters. Like, man, blasters is actually meaningful if your opponent is not a pufferfish enjoyer. Basically, the question is your opponent a pufferfish enjoyer? I was biting myself 2 times in the last 2 days where I was streaming and I was like, I'm too greedy, I don't need blasters. And then blasters would have saved me. To be fair, that was more day 1 and day 2 and not day 3. Blasters will already fall off quite a bit because by now people have more scaling ready and more items on the board and are just faster and outscaling you. Whereas day 1, day 2, and so on. I mean, it's still like day 3 PvP fight ahead. People start to be stronger. Still, if I have blasters in a solid board and the other person has also a solid board but no blasters, and it's not a pufferfish solid board, we are winning just because of blasters. So there's that. And then I just buy the blasters because they're a lot better in opposition to what I have here. Like, I have a bunch of nothing and run this as with blasters and like you know, something in the lines of this one. And then I just buy the blasters. I'm not re-rolling. That's the idea. I think that is a good idea. And then we decide we will probably never run this. And we will never run this. And probably also never run this, right? Because the next thing that goes on the board is the blasters. And in most cases, I will never ever remove any of those items on the board for those 3 items. Like, surely there is very few situations where that changes. But those are the rare situations. If ever, I run like no blasters at some point because they will fall off. And then I want probably maybe still the weapon because the GPU is just bronze. So I think the light bulb is the least favorite item and the GPU is the second one. Do I ever like run a laser pistol here? Like, if I ever hit like the alpha ray? And the answer is no. Like, if I hit the alpha ray, I probably also hit the Dillo. Because I have to go weapon shopping and I'm ballsy. I'm selling that. That is like 1 more gold, and I like having 1 more gold. And we're not rolling here for the same reason I gave you. Like, this is too expensive. We just have like a good stuff going on for day 3 now. This is reasonable. This should win games. Small weapon is to like a reasonable degree an alpha ray. The alternative is to go shopping at Andy. That's more expensive though. I mean, we have the duct tape. If we didn't have the duct tape, I would say Andy's the pick. But now, I mean, we can also get a metronome high roll. Let's go shopping. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, we sold those. We will not buy those again. Since we're here, we're also rolling. I'm happy with my decisions. I got an item I wanted. And then probably this is out and this is in for now. I still think we're running blasters in the future. We're fighting Etherite and I will catch up with the chat. Your yesterday seems to be my today. Yeah, sometimes RNG evens out. And you have seen, like, I had to go through that. Then I took like a 3-hour nap, and then I started to recover, and now we are close where we started yesterday morning. So probably today is finally the day where I hit top 100, which technically I was quite certain should have happened yesterday, because technically I think this patch is suiting me, so I should just like fully climb, at least if I'm not like completely ethical and sometimes being clumsy. Like, that has to be obviously the part. Hello Fireflies, hello. And hello Autumn, welcome. How have you been? I have been good. I was just gone because of the CPU issue I had with the game. I found a solution for myself. I think the music is a little bit louder here. It's like a crescendo music. So I had like the CPU issue. I found a solution to brute force my way, still being able to play smoothly. So I'm back and having a great time. I like this patch in general. It was just like one 8-hour bad RNG streak yesterday. Otherwise, I have been doing amazing on this patch. I have enjoyed this patch. This patch is probably one of the most favorite patches. We will see like a little bit other issues to 2 patches ago with the December patch, like Caltrops and the enchant coin flip. But other than that, it's an amazing patch. I will have a great time for the next 2 weeks. So yeah, let me upgrade the alpha ray here. I think it's still the pick to do on day 3 here. Making sure we're not falling short on the scaling. Question is if we want to change anything here. I mean, we can consider not running blasters, but I think that is wrong at the moment. And then the question is JJ or Finn's Big Bite. I mean, shopping is nice, but 5 region and health is also nice on day 3, right? Can help you quite a bit out. And JJ is like not a pricky, not even a pretty Sylvia. Like, it's not a pretty Sylvia. And yeah, I don't need to force the issue here, right? That's the thing. There are only very few items that I want, and they are more likely to be seen at Isla, and then that's it. And I don't want to see anything else. And then I can like rather like get myself 5 region. I know someone is like pointing probably now out, why didn't I take shield? And in this situation, I think it is wrong. And the reason is, if my opponent is everything else but poison, we are blastoring him completely out of the game. We shouldn't lose against anything but poison with blasters and the silver alpha ray here. That would be absolute ridiculous. Not saying it's impossible, but we are probably 95% winning against everything but poison. And against poison, the 5 region is carrying a lot more than the shield on the duct tape. So, no, it's the region. Cav though is Cav, like early shield enchanted weapon here would go a very long way. Though it probably also consider blasters gone. I don't think we can make a force field work. It's definitely more small items crit core game. It's not a force field game. This setup, for example, if I was on the core, I would put the blasters to the left and the force field to the right, and probably play a force field build on the core. So if I would have picked the core, we would have probably also picked this up and made the force field maybe work. Well, ain't that something? So does this change something? And I would say yes. It is just like a lot stronger, at least partly, to do it like this. We can still run if we really want to the blasters, but definitely otherwise we're just like probably running like something like this. Do I want to pick up for the future the Chris Army knife here? And sometimes I have picked up the Chris Army knife and said, like, if I'm pivoting out of the Dillo, it is first of all less likely on the crit core than it is likely on the core or any other core. Because Crit Core basically has this build, and that's about it, with only smaller variation. That's the whole part I was talking about earlier and choosing the cores. It's a little bit more straightforward. So I will not pick up an Omega Ray, and I will less likely pick up a combat core here. So that's the one reason why I don't want to pick it up. The second reason is I can pick it up if I have the money to lavishly spend like 2 gold. My bank statement tells me I should be very careful that my my depth score is not going in the wrong direction. So my bank wants me to have money. I want to have money. So don't spend that there. Against the duty. On day 3. Blast Doors or Uzi and barbed wire. So I think it's better this way. And the reason is the Blast Doors is only helping against a bunch of weapons. And against a armored core force field enjoyer, it's not helping. And against burn, we should anyway raise faster with this setup than the burn setup. Like we're just getting over the edge a little bit faster, right? So there's that. And this way, I think it's the best racing possibility that we're having. So let's race our opponent. He seems also to be strong. He's doing well. Or they are doing well. So there's that. So Feuer Fritz comes in hot with actually exactly what my over-the-thumb math was, and I'm happy that I was correct there with my intuition. So he said, yesterday I wrote code to test if railgun on the left or the right is faster. Only included the charge that the items provide, no haste or anything. It came out to be exact same issue of same usage of the railgun, but to the left had more core triggers. I came to exactly the same conclusion, that it's about probably exactly the same, and then started to position the railgun left and stopped positioning it right. So yeah, funny approximation was like my approximation was like pretty point on there. I'm happy about that outcome. You flew too close to the sun yesterday. Raynor brought you back to Earth. Yep, that was what happening. Couldn't you argue it's either pulse rifle or railgun? Or very game? Couldn't you argue it's pulse rifle or railgun every game is probably what the question was. Yeah, I came to like no, sometimes it's combat core, sometimes it's Omega Ray, sometimes it's force field. I mean, it's still a bit narrow, but it's also shifting. Like sometimes you have to improvise, and you can do that. And sometimes you find a power drill, and sometimes you pivot from like your starting item, like your starting day. You play like a brick body and a force field, and then you go into an R4A, and then you go into a railgun, and then you go into a power drill. Surely at some point a little bit stronger items will see higher usage, but for the really good players, there is still like a lot of pivoting and backup plans that you can do and should make and consider. I mean, for the crit core, it's not as much, to be honest. I agreed on that already, like I admitted that, but for the matter itself, it's definitely more variety. And Feuer Fritz is putting also out it's the core and not any other core. Yeah, I was clear. Yeah. So, but thank you for running out the numbers and figuring it out. Also, as mentioned earlier, that is like an ignition core, and we were just like racing with the ignition core with this setup. So, as expected, I would say. I don't need any friends. It's either a small weapon with high roll potential or working at the docks. I think my bank statement tells me I want to work at the docks and get a weapon. I don't think a flail will ever see run here though. So, do we want to go to the prettier JJ? Or do we want to take gold and XP here? I think both is reasonable. If I had more gold, I might consider Sylvia more. Since it's still early, like only silver items, higher chance to be a combat core, higher chance to get like an alpha ray, maybe a metronome. Like, it's not like the worst shop to go, like, by no means. But it's also, my bank statement tells me 2 gold is quite a lot. As well as, like, it's 1 XP and we like to power level, so... And we have all the stuff we really need, right? Like, there's not something we're really missing out. If you have a vehicle, well, the only vehicle that you ever run is the combat core. Like, don't get me started and tell me race call and brick body are a vehicle. I will not pick those items up. In 99% of cases. So it's either combat core or no combat core. And while this would make me obviously inclined to pick a combat core, the huge issue is I will maybe not for the full game see a combat core, right? Like the last game, I was like rather strongly looking for a combat core and wanted to play a combat core, and I couldn't. And it would have been a lot better on the core than on the crit core, even if I picked the skill. That means I come to the conclusion I roll here, because that is a useless skill, probably more often than not. Man, I don't know. This is like my, most of the time, my feeling for Argenta, for the silver tier skills. It's like a bunch of stuff, and none of those are impact. I mean, I don't know if Reynard wants to force me large items or something, but like, there's so many large items, and Dooley is just like not running large items. So it's like maybe a Dooley punishment or something. I don't know. Shouldn't feel that bad, to be honest. I think like they should change it. It feels so underwhelming, this shop. It's like always the same. Like for me, it's like 80 to 90% looking exactly like this. And you'd be like, oof, I cannot make use of any of those. And which of those I make use in the future? None. It's probably in the end chemical fire. But we could even argue not picking that, because it's more likely than not that we are never having poison and burn items. And then it's just like an absolute useless skill. The alternative is to say, maybe it's a captain charge and we will run a railgun and or a combat core, which is more likely than poison and burn items. But then, how often do we run this? How often do we pivot into it? I would say it's still below 50%. And 2 times 3 second charge while it's being something, it's also not a lot. And I rather, like, I don't know, get an upgrade on a future skill that I pick up. Yeah. So, what's the conclusion? Either pick this or just leave. And if we are staying true to ourselves, the probably most of the time better play is just to leave there. Let's take the strongest fight, so we're guaranteed leveling, even if we're going shopping a little bit. It's also, on average, the most gold, and we are short on gold. Chocolate, free chocolate, or Quixel. It's probably the free chocolate over the expensive chocolate. Question is if it's ever Quixel, and answer is no. So it's like this. And then it's easiest skills of my life. I'm so happy I didn't pick the random skill there. That would have shown up. You can see still that probably the pattern is still right, and Nufu is more likely than not give you like a duplicate skill. Like, it's happening already on the stream a little bit more often than it should that we get a duplicate, right? We got like to upgrade the core. We got like now again this again. So you can see the pattern there quite easily. And it feels like also off stream the same. So it's not like only a small sample size of 2 random RNG events. So that is the reason why it was like straight up bad to take a skill for the small chance upside that you might use it in the future, but in most cases don't. I don't think 5 damage is good enough here, and I think my bank statement tells me it is. Non-weapon items, I don't have many, and just 16 crit on one item. It's like not a lot. I rather have the 5 damage, I think that is more consistent. I take monster loot always over random silver item here. I will put the CDR on the core. Setup is probably the same as before. Like, we argued this is probably the best on average for most setups, and only very few where probably the blasters are better than the 2 weapons here on the left. So we're just sticking with this. Like, for example, here we would have been at least in more trouble with blasters because they are not doing anything, and this helps quite a bit to make sure we're not losing. Not that we're losing anyway, but you get the idea. So this is like charging whenever I crit with an item a second time. So it's not only charging when I use an item, it's also charging if I crit with the item. That enables in the mid-late game and late game a lot more procs on the core itself. That's the TLDR of the core. Small weapon, working at the docks or go to JJ. I feel like while small weapon is a small weapon, I can also get more gold and a weapon here. So I just go with the weapon and gold. I go with XP and gold. I think like just like getting the bank account up again is pretty nice. We are so going for the 10 city major. Even like the bronze version of that skill is nice. Surely it's like how should I say, a lot more fair than like silver and gold version. So it's scaling obviously a lot less, but still like a very nice welcome scaling on the any red core in all honesty. Like, it's always nice scaling, but especially the red cores obviously benefit a little bit more from it. I think I just sell the flail here to make space available to us. So is it ever not upgrading the ray, and that's never it, right? Like, you have seen my struggle with the silver tier skills. I don't know how people are constantly getting good skills. I do not. So 1 XP is not worth basically an upgrade on the Alpha Ray. I will so much go for shield enchanted weapons here, or shield enchanted items. As a combat core on day 5. It's only silver, but it's a combat core. Do we want to have it? I think like it's a 6 gold investment I'm willing to take, so I will buy that for sure. We can later discuss running it. Also, I remember there was a question whether I run combat core or Alpha Ray. That is not exclusive. If I run a combat core, I still run an Alpha Ray. So it's not like if I run the combat core, I don't need to use an Alpha Ray. No, I run both, like always. It's even like pretty nice because then I get like double the scaling, because this is like proccing the passive when I use a core, and I have 2 cores, so I just like scale double as much with the Alpha Ray. I don't think it's I mean, is it now a Chris Army Knife angle? Because maybe I want to pivot into a combat core. Sure. I will not buy the battery here though. That is definitely bait. Okay, it's never the blasters anymore. It's all of those not anymore. Let's make a little bit space and clean up the inventory. So, tools. I have a duct tape. I'm quite certain I'm not missing this time a tool that I want, so we don't need to go there. So we can either get like very little bit of damage on our on a weapon, but I don't think that has any impact. I'd rather make sure I'm not getting double-barreled into oblivion here on day 5. So I take the relax. Do we want to talk a little bit about the combat core here? I mean, probably, if we want, it's something like this that we would run, right? And I'm not like opposed to this. Like, it's not like bad at all. So let me position those over each other. So it's basically, it's a little bit less bursty because we lose a little bit of burst from Dillo and the duct tape. But if the fight takes a little bit longer, this is like quite a bit more scaling because we get double the scaling of the alpha ray, and we also get extra scaling of the combat core itself. So if the fight is taking a little bit longer, this is pretty nice. We're losing a little bit of scaling on the barbed wire, so that is compensating a little bit, but it's not the same as the combat core, who's getting for each proc like 10 damage. I mean, this is probably weaker to slow and freeze, but it's day 5, so, you know, that's like not the argument you want to make on day 5. And I think both setups should already be equally strong. I don't know which is better. I want to catch up with the chat and probably want to run like this. I feel like bronze skills are better than silver. Yeah, like I can make usage out of most bronze skills and only out of very few silver skills. So I am a lot more excited if I see bronze skills, and I'm a lot less excited if I see only silver skills. Would you run combat core right of the crit? No, like in most cases I wouldn't. And the reason is I still want to have the combat core on the left to charge more the crit core. And the crit of the crit core itself that I get if I put it like this is only like 15%. This might change if this is like a diamond core, surely. And then this makes more sense. And only it makes more sense if I don't have like crescendo. If you ever have crescendo, don't run it like this. Be smart and run it like this. Anyway, I still think I like this against the Pygmalion more. I mean, we are in a safe spot, I would say, and have like the extra time, even if it's a very aggressive Pygmalion, because we took relax. It looks like an aggressive Pygmalion with what the actual giga crazy is that? Are you kidding me? Gold Crook and gold Caltrops on day 5? Yeah, oh, sorry, I came against the mic. Man, my luck is changing. What the hell? Yeah. Okay, mate, you're winning. Here, you're winning no matter what I do, because I think that is like Exodia against Dooley, right? Like, it's Exodia against everything. Let's be honest, like, I wouldn't know what beats this on day 5. Like, I cannot, I can literally not think of okay, maybe the craziest Lanxian build. Like a golden Lanxian or sniper rifle that comes in with like 1,000,000 damage and 1 shot or 2 shots him in like literally no time. So Caltrops ain't doing anything, and they're still outracing that damage output here. gonna start conceding against Pygmalion day 5. I will not be tilted, right? It's like the first time this happening in the stream that I get like completely annihilated for no good reason. Like as long as this is happening like once per stream, it's fine. It's I don't care, right? It's like sometimes you're on the giving end and sometimes you're receiving, and it's a fair bargain. As long as it's like reasonably often that you are on the receiving end and you feel more being on the giving end, it's all good. Like as long as I give more and don't receive as much, it's all good. It just like feels obnoxious if this is like your standard opponent for 8 hours. But this is like that is probably what I would have faced every single run yesterday. Like it's equally ridiculous to yesterday, by the way. So there's that. Anyway, I don't mind. It's ridiculous. I mean, we'll make a screenshot just to, be like, okay, what the hell? But it's okay. It's like once happening. I don't mind too much. In this situation, Combat Core was definitely better. Not that it mattered, but you get the idea. It's a little bit countering more the caltrops than this, but even that didn't help. I think even if this was a golden Combat Core, nothing mattered there. Like, and we already had like double, like we had a 50% increase on our health. Like we had 700 extra shield for free. And we have like on day 5 a golden alpha ray. Like we are technically the bullies there and not the ones who get bullied. It's probably chocolate. I'm still conservative with the spending here. I will take a monster fight. I think I'll win anyway. Let's see how this fight feels in comparison to the Delo setup here. I think it depends on the length of the fights, right? The longer the fight, the better this is. But I think it feels still like pretty rewarding to run it like this. It's definitely gold skills here. Those are not the gold skills, my friend. So do we ever want to still like stay on this combat core? I want to. I like it sometimes, and this feels good enough. Starting to feel good enough. In hindsight, obviously, getting like the 2 items haste for 3 seconds skill would have been nice, but I still think it was correct not to pick it even in hindsight. Diamond caltrops and crook beats it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think like caltrops to gold was maybe a little bit ballsy. I mean, it's like it's okay-ish, but it was probably wrong because this means also they're like it's not only because they're this early available, it's more about they are being more available. And you just like you can like assume by day 12 your Pygmalion has a caltrops and you just lose. That is more the issue, I think. I take the temp boost here. I don't want to go for medium items. So non-weapon items. I'd rather go work at the docks and get a weapon. And I get monster loot. I will still put the feather on the crit core itself. It has by far the most impact, and we're still like, while we're running a little bit here the combat core, it's not like that we are completely bound to the combat core. It's just more likely to be on the combat core now, since we picked up big numbers as well. Diamond scrap metal would be funny. I mean, even a golden scrap metal would be nice. Like the golden scrap metal is good enough. I can either use it instantly, or I can decide to wait and upgrade it to diamond. So both is good enough. I think it's shield enchanted weapons where we look for. I can upgrade this. I will not buy any of those though. I upgrade the combat core here. That is like the easiest 12 gold I ever invested. And then it's chocolate over medium. I mean, it's still day 7. If it was day 8, I think Chrono Barrier, Scrap Metal, Surge would be okay. But since it's only day 7, I think the more consistent way is to go for the chocolate. It also means that chocolate has more impact. Day 8 on, like, you have more health, and then chocolate is percentage-wise less increase. Would you play Soldering Gun on this board? No. I want to have a bonk. I wanna have my revenge. Like, I already lost a fight I should, like, not have lost there. Like, in all honesty, that was an unnecessary loss. I think it's like non-weapon items over gumballs, and I don't need 5 gold, like my bank statement is good enough. So here I can like go and see if I find something. I don't think a bronze first aid is better than the Chris Army Knife here. Like, the Army Knife also gets like a huge increase from the Alpha Ray, and that's better. Like, those are numbers at least. If this was like golden, I think I would be I would look about it differently. I don't think a red button is good enough unless there was a railgun here as well. There is no railgun, so no need to buy a big red button here. I mean, those are not it, right? In the end, we are smoking, so it's always crit over heal, and it's never poison. And then the question only is who gets the commitment of the crit. So first of all, it's not the core. The reason why it's not the core is we still want it available for future random, haste, and slow. So there's that. And that means there are 2 items left, right? It's a combat core and it's a pulse rifle. Both have reason. And I'm not sure which is winning at the moment. Reasoning for the pulse rifle is it's proccing more often, and then it's charging more often the core, right? It's like a extra battery for the core, right? It's like 1.5 more charges on the core, and obviously more damage, but it's either. But that is the reason. Like, I want to have like maximum charges on the core. The combat core, though, if I put it on the combat core, it's obviously critting a little bit more, and that means like I have like a huge more like damage output. I have like less procs, less charges on the core, but I get like a huge damage output. And the combat core has like significantly more damage over the pulse rifle, I would wager, because we're getting like 20 damage for each proc on the left. That's quite a bit more than only the little bit of scaling from the Alpha Ray from 2 cores. Like, it's still like meaningful scaling, don't get me wrong there, but that is like, that's a lot more. Like, there's at least the upside, a little bit more charges here means also a little bit more charges there, but in the end, I think it has to be the combat core, and then we're committing fully in the combat core build here, unless we want to now pivot out of it, but I don't see a reason why. Let me catch up with you. But that is like, I don't think that is a good argument, by the way. So there was someone, like 2 people, and I don't mean that to be in a rude way, that made the argument saying we have already 25 crit on the combat core, and that's now we want to have the extra 50 crit. But why? Why does the 25 crit in the first place on the combat core matter? I mean, surely the feeling I can understand, because now you feel like you're always critting and that feels good, and big numbers, feel crit, let's go. But the argument should not change whether you have that skill or not have that skill, unless you argue for future crescendo, whatever reasons. And then I think you would wager that the left one is better, The pulse rifle is better and not the, like, if you argue with Crescendo, it's definitely a pulse rifle, by the way. But anyway, I think it's probably for the damage, the combat core, but I cannot see why the skill itself is changing the outcome of the decision. And there's also the shield on the combat core, but it's like, let's be honest, we're not scaling that much shield on the combat core. Like, sure, there's like a little bit of shield scaling coming from the crit core on the right, but that is not, like, if that was like the, like, even remotely an argument, we should have picked the heal and just say heal is all it is. Good morning, Nikrudan. Good morning, good morning. Anyway, long talk. I came to the conclusion I like it more in the combat core, but it's a very close call. I think you can justify both. So we want to go for weapons or the dig side. I don't think there's anything on the weapons. It's more like a dig side angle here. So I don't think 2% CDR is good enough. Let's go digging. I don't think the silver trebuchet is good enough. Like, the trebuchet got, like, I think a little bit harsh of a treatment. Is it ever 12 gold and call it already a day? I don't think so. That is a railgun. Unfortunately, it's only a silver and not a gold railgun. So that is the downside. And we don't have the red button here. And no reason. So we can pick it up and, like, lose 6 gold over, like, buying this. Or we can roll again, like, whatever. And just have it there. And say, well, maybe we'll find another silver one, but then we can just skip the whole issue and buy the gold one if you ever want to pivot into Railgun Combat Core, which is actually not as bad as it looks. I had a very, very great game. If you have, like, LEDs and a big button, or like a red button there, you have, like, a build, and it's a real build. It's like a real build. Like, it's a very good build, I think. Anyway, I don't think it is a railgun here. It's either 12 gold and call it a day, or it's like 1 or 2 more rolls. I think it's 1 or 2 rolls. We love the dig set so much. I don't think it's an Icy Wallace here. So it's probably just cutting our losses, right? And that's it. Like, maybe we can roll 1 more, but it's starting to be expensive, and I don't want it to be expensive. Like, I still need gold to have agency, focus skills and stuff. Like, don't roll your gold away. We were already, like, probably rolling 1 or twice too much. Like, normally rolling 3 times is it. Since now you can, like, get an item for free in reward, it's okay to roll like maybe 1 or 2 times more, but we were already, like, probably over the edge there. So we get, like, a lot of slows, and then there's, like, a power drill enjoyer, and we need to have, like, now a crit here. Yes. Okay, all good. We crisis averted. Okay. I want to engage with chat for a second. So there's a guy who makes a good argument, and I want to point it at least out. So Lixianan is saying, depends if it's ranked. Consistency is rewarded by the MMR system, and 75 crit on one item is less variance than 50 on one and 25 on the other. On an expected value basis of your board, surely they are very equal, but that's not necessarily the same as expected value for your rank. That is true. I did not consider that. I mean, the pulse rifle is proccing quite often, so the variance should be I mean, I don't know if is the pulse rifle every single multicast, or is it now as well if the first hit crits, everything crits? I think it's every now, and that means the variance is still like the same issue as mentioned, and it's not evening out. So the argument is like a variance argument about consistency, and therefore that helps you win more games because you're just like a little bit more consistent there. If you want to consider that, because like 25% can obviously crit a lot less often, and then you have like your game where you miss like all your 25%ers, and that should at least not happen like twice or 3 times in a row on a 75%er. Yeah, that's a good argument. I like that argument quite a bit. That is a very, very deep thought argument. I missed. I like that a lot. Thank you so much. So yeah. Is it our chocolate or JJ? I think it's day 8. Let's go for JJ. Let's increase our odds on metronome. Let's increase our odds on more likely I had in mind scrap metal especially. So that was the whole idea here, but I don't mind the metronome. I think I can fit it. 1 XP here or aerodrome. I think aerodrome is more high roll. I think skills are good enough. I don't have this, like I don't have burn. I don't need gold, and 10 shield is no impact on day 8. So I roll and I get a crescendo, and then I feel good. Okay. I think like 20 crit is still pretty nice. Though the question is if I can afford it. And also I had like actually the idea of putting like a metronome on the board, and then that's a little bit issue. So let's talk about the, like, there's only one item we can get rid of, right? It's the Uzi. And then we can haste our deadly combat core and our pulse rifle here. I think that is for sure now the play, like at least for now, right? And then we only get like 20 crit on the core and not 20 crit on the, like, there's no way that we get like 20 crit somehow on the left here. It's like getting lost in the void. So what does it mean? Does it mean we still want to invest like from our hard-earned 30 gold 20 into 20%, like 20, like it's like we're spending 1 gold for 1 crit on our like crit core. Basically, that is what we're doing at the moment. I mean, in the future, we might get an upside here if we ever have like the machinery skill. That means we can get rid of the metronome, and then, you know, but like that is like more likely not to happen than happen. I don't think it's ever like 6 crit here on 2 items though. That's too slow. Can also just like take 20 shield, but I think like gold is a scarce resource sometimes, but more often than not you have enough on day 8 on, and 20 crit on the crit core is just like 20 crit on the crit core. And then we're taking the strongest fight here. So, 2 questions. One is, may I ask what your opinion on the plus damage when you have 7 item skill is? It's an amazing skill, and I would pick it up. We are upgrading our cores here. That is the easiest upgrade I have ever seen. And we are taking a monster fight. The other question is why metronome between the two items I have it and not in between the two cores. And the answer is I get like a lot of extra procs on the crit core anyway if this is hasted. And I do not get, like, probably if I do it this way, the core is triggering around the same time with the upside of having a hasted pulse rifle. Like, does that make sense? Like, maybe I'm missing something. I'm already like feeling a little bit exhausted, very small headache. But in my book, this should be just straight up stronger because this is proccing a lot more often, which is equally the same strength as if this is hasted. But in this scenario, to the left, this is hasted, and it's like just straight up better, in at least by my estimation. So do we cheese it out already, or we go shopping for weapons? I mean, the only weapon I really want is an Alpha Ray upgrade, and while that is nice, it's not likely. And cheesing it out and bullying opponents is cheesing us out and bullying at opponents. I have a slow enchant on my crit core, and I got the thick hide. Yeah, that feels good. I think like I'm losing here. Like, maybe I'm not losing. Oof, oof. Chocolate diff, choc diff, choc diff, choc diff. Like, that was 35 health. That is like, that is the most choc diff and crit diff and whatever crit on the combat core diff ever. And shield and everything matters. Yeah, it is like so much a choc diff. And this is why chocolate is important, guys. Remember, chocolate is healthy for your health and so. And also probably crit on the crit core on the combat core here saved us, and it saved us that it's just like obviously a diamond one now. Like if this was a golden one, and if anything was different here, and we're not exactly as strong as we are, it's over. And also probably temp boost diff. Like I took the temp boost over Isla there. That was also the diff. So choc diff, temp boost diff, and upgrade the core diff, and putting crit on the combat core diff. Yeah. Without factoring skills, would you rather have haste or slow enchant on the core? It's always haste. It's not even close. So same idea. Maybe we're cheesing a little bit more out. Sure. I mean, to be fair, it's like the angle of we don't have crescendo, we don't have a hasted core, and you know the idea, right? Like, part of the game is you lost the coin flip on the haste, you lost the coin flip on the slow, you lost the coin flip on the crescendo, and then you got your 7 wins, and you are happy, right? This is probably, and you lost already a round, so it's not the 10-0 anyway. So you have to go to day 11, and as soon as you see an opponent that even feels a little bit iffy, you are clumsy. Just a little bit clumsy, as always. I mean, there's the upgrade on the Alpha Ray we were talking about. That's cool LEDs. I like those. With 2 cores, they're really, really, really fast proccing. And I will buy those. We can even consider changing the setup here, right? We don't necessarily need to run the pulse rifle. I think the pulse rifle for now was good, but it might be just something in the lines of this, right? And then we can change even this, because or probably more like this, because this is like a 2-second item or even better. This is a 2-second item or even better. I mean, it's probably still for now the pulse rifle, the more I think about it. But anyway, I like LEDs here quite a bit. Anyway, we are picking those up. They have at least a merit. We're going for the strongest opponent here. Yeah, it's like this is like one of the very few cases where like you can see how everything matters in the end. And surely it, you know, you can always like say this if it's close, but if you like don't use your water, like obviously this patch is not a water cooler patch, but like choc diff, water cooler diff, like the small plays sometimes actually make you win one more round or lose one more round. I think it's like easy gold tier situation, like gold tier items, Goldie. I still think like a scrap metal, for example, would be amazing. We can also consider here a GPU, like a golden GPU, over the metronome, for example. I think that is even like more reasonable. I don't think a Ballalister is better than the Poet's Rifle, though it does mean I don't need to have a friend. So let's make a little bit of small like brainstorm ideas. So we're starting a little bit later. We have like a nearly full hasted combat core and the core. And we get like one more proc of the GPU. So it's not the same as a metronome, because we have one more active target that does something. This is like a passive that's just sitting there. This is also actually not only hastening those two, but it's also giving an extra charge here, as well as scaling a little bit more here. And then we could consider missiles here. And then we have space for the LEDs, which are a 2 second, around 2 second, maybe even less, like a 1.8 second or whatever with a hasted core. 1.8 second or whatever item that are slowing my opponent quite a bit. And I think that is a real item and a real setup. Is it better and a lot better than what we're having there? When we're changing haste to the core from the pulse rifle though, and the pulse rifle is also like kinda a big engine. Like it's a real engine, it's not like a small engine. Oh no. I mean, it feels like to me pulse rifle metronome is just too strong here. At least for now. And probably also for the future. Let me see what you guys think, and then I will see. Yeah, in the end, this feels just too good, and then it's like no reason to spend my last money on the missiles here. That's the TLDR of my personal summary, and then it's definitely another battle. Also, this becomes like, if we get incendiary rounds, it becomes a lot like interesting for power drill. I mean, unfortunately, Trebuchet got nerfed into the ground. Otherwise, the golden Trebuchet would have been amazing here. I don't think upgrading an item here helps. Like, there's like no reason to upgrade this for just a little bit of crit, and same goes for everything else. We didn't find the scrap metal there. So it's more like a gold skill get crescendo angle. I was talking about the gold skill crescendo angle. How do we feel about that? Do we feel good about that? This also means probably I'm more inclined, like, do I? So there's also like new considerations, right? Let me catch up with the chat for a second. Okay, like we discussed the board in a little bit. There are like two questions I want to answer. Why people play so much Dooley? And the answer is Dooley is just like so consistent. Like Vanessa and Pygmalion can win, like they can get 10 wins, but to climb at the moment on the ladder, you basically cannot afford to ever lose a single PvP fight. And to achieve exactly that, Dooley is the hero because while Vanessa sometimes even still crushes you, Dooley has just like, for different reasons, like a long list of reasons I don't want to bring up, a lot more consistency. So all the people that climb to top 100 and want to compete to top 10 or whatever, those probably need to play and are playing Dooley for the consistency reason. Next question was, why is the combat core not to the right? I think, I mean, it's starting to change a little bit, but it's not really. I get more charges this way on the crit core, and I get like obviously now I have crescendo, and it's always correct to play it on the left, but even before that, I get like 1 point. Why is it not showing the crit? Oh, it's not active. Okay. Anyway, I get like 1.75 charges on average from the core if I put it like here on the crit core. So the crit core is proccing more often this way. If I put it like here, I get a little bit of crit here, but I lose the full charge of the crit core because the crit core is only saying charge item, get a charge if the item is to the left. So I think in absolutely most cases, especially if you have crescendo, this is straight up more beneficial because more core procs means more like scaling, it means more damage, it means like in general just better. It is sometimes an edge case when this core is like a diamond core and it's pretty early and you don't have crescendo. Sometimes it's okay to do that for the extra crit and damage. In most cases, I feel like on the crit core it's this. It's different if this is the core. If this is the core, you definitely have to play it like this, and it's always correct to play it like this because then you charge with the core the item to the right. So there's that. Then there's like the idea now how we position our board and what is popping off earlier and what is more often popping off. And probably that is what we're doing now. Figuring out, is it Uzi ever in? Is it pulse rifle in? What is it that we want to play here? Or is it pulse rifle out? I think like pulse rifle is still like a super fast item. I think the downside of the pulse rifle is at the moment we are running a rather slow Chris Army knife, right? I mean, I think like first question is like we kind of ask, is it ever like GPU or is it ever metronome? I feel like with crescendo the answer is a little bit easier because this is also a proc, and then we have more procs available and we have more scaling available. So I think like I like the GPU for that reason alone over. I know we're losing like a little bit of haste here, but I think that is nice. Now the question is a little bit here about the Uzi and the metronome and stuff. So when are we hitting? Probably we're starting late. I mean, man, that's like we're like losing so much haste on the pulse rifle though. It's like probably like this. It's like this. And then I know we are starting a little bit late here, but having those two hasted is so important. It's like game-changing important, and it's so much better to have the pulse rifle with the multicast and future crit hasted over the crit core. Like, this is so important to be hasted. This is the reason why this is in, then this is in, and then there's no way to put in the Uzi in the first place. I think we can argue about this. Maybe you can like do the argumentation for this, but like, or do you even run this? Nah, that doesn't feel right. We want to have the damage, we want to have the pulse rifle. I go with this setup. So am I convinced this is like good enough now to go further down the lower road? I think so, because we found the one skill that is broken on crit core. I mean, we're still like scared because we need time to build up. And that means that we are very susceptible to a bursty railgun build. Like, the railgun is probably getting over the line before we get over the line because of that. There's maybe the consideration to say, we are winning if Crescendo is up because we have a crit core, and Crescendo and crit core is like the Exodia. So maybe it is even this. I don't know if it is, but maybe it is. What about running Dillo tape Uzi over combat core? I mean, we still have like a critical diamond combat core. Feels a little bit wasted. Let's talk it through, right? Like, I think like the reasonable thing is to say, well, maybe there is something we are missing. So if we're proccing just a little bit more faster on the board, Crescendo is going faster up, and then everything is going boom, 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 and we don't care, right? In this way, we proc a little bit faster. We are missing out on the haste on the pulse rifle, and therefore just hasting our crit core, which feels like a little bit a waste, since a full crit hasted pulse rifle is giving us quite a bit. So then the question becomes if it's ever like this, because this feels a lot better to me to begin with. This also but means that the Dillo is not proccing that often, right? I mean, I'm saying that the crit core will like go boom, 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 boom in like absolutely no time. So probably the crit core in the end, if we're having like a long fight, is going probably as much as the pulse rifle. So it's just like a early less procs. But the early procs are important because if I take too long to start off, it takes time to build crescendo. And early, the core is not proccing even remotely as often. Because I still need time to build up the crit. And only when the crit is like really reasonably high, the core is going like at a very strong speed. Yeah, I know that the deadly is obviously going down in value, but it's only going down. Do we want to try to shield skill? I don't think like a shield scale. And I think about that a little bit. But in the end, it's probably still a race. And we are not out shielding fast enough a railgun there. If it's a good railgun. And if it's a burn. I mean, I mean, in the end, we still have like an alpha ray that is going like crazy. And then we have also like a crit core that is going crazy with crescendo. And then we're just like losing a little bit on the extra free scaling from the combat core. And we get like a bunch of shielding, and that is like a consistent play. It's like probably the no ballsy play, like the, oh no, I want to play defensive. I'm not sure if that is ever the right approach. Because if my opponent, let's say my opponent is a crit core enjoyer as well, that is aggressive, like just as a opposing fact, we're losing that way probably because we're losing the race. I mean, we are losing anyway if we're like, if P has like really good enchants on the core. You can pick post a picture here, Isa, no issue. I mean, yeah, combat core is less items on the board. I mean, let's make a decision. Like, I don't like the Armadillo. I rather like the Combat Core. So I want to stick with the Combat Core. It feels to me better, in all honesty. It's like a little bit weaker to freeze and stuff, but it's only day 9, guys. It's only day 9, right? And that is a weak opponent who not got a high roll. And then this is the positioning that is like going hard, and we're going hard. So he has also crescendo. He has unfortunately a good slow here. So that is an issue. He's proccing more. He has crit, we don't, and then we're dead, right? And we would have been dead no matter what. And the diff here, just to be absolutely clear what the diff is, it's not the positioning of the combat core. The diff is he got heavy core, and we did not get a heavy crit core. That's the diff here. That is the coin flip we straight up lost. And this is why we lost this fight. And that's all. Like, we can look again at the fight. Like, it's not the slow, it's not the freeze, it's just like we are slow tier, we are slow tier, we are slow tier, we are slow tier, and then nothing matters. Like, we're still like a million times behind him. And now people will tell me, well, that would have not been big of an issue if I had like one more item on the board. But I don't think the one more item on the board is the meaningful difference here. Also, I fully and I really full-heartedly disagree with the positioning here. I think like it is the easiest combat core to the right situation and LEDs to the left situation that I have ever encountered. Like, there's no reason not to charge the combat core on the right, I think. It's just like so beneficial to have your large item getting charges than the small item, just by the sheer thought process of saying, if you already invest into a large item, you also want to go there. Yeah. We never won this, no matter whether like positioning mattered. And the reason is this enchant versus this enchant. So we should have conceded there. We got baited by a dually that did not have like any wins. Like, I'm a little bit tilted about that. And this is like, I think like this is the main issue in this meta, like from a dually perspective. Do you hit the skill or not? Anyway. And running LEDs here would also not have changed the outcome. It's the like the a ridiculous high amount of slow and potentially haste that the cores have on the enchantment. That's the issue, and nothing else. Like, and the reason. Like, I will go through the motions for this day, but it is so time to untilt myself and get out of this run. If you don't get the slow freeze and haste enchant, yeah, it's probably exactly like that. I feel like, I hope, like, I mean, it's like complaining on the highest order, but, and as a dually player, but I hope they, when they change the ladder, they also make a few balances, and balance it a little bit more out. So tune down a few of the high rolls, just a few. That's also not doing anything. I'm just, ugh, yeah. I was asked if I want to run an Aiden here over a Chris Army knife, and I think like I want to. It's just like a lot faster. Yep. Like I don't care. Like I will never ever get to the 10 wins anyway. And I low rolled the core enchant and that's it. I should have done that one round earlier. Like that was just like minus 10 MMR for no good reason or 8 MMR for no good reason. I got baited by the whatever, like someone wrote it here. Against the 3 early win Dooley, it's a pretty good opponent roll. Yeah. Do we wanna discuss about the opponent roll there? Um So last scenario, so I think like as soon as the player base is increasing, the 10 wins become a lot easier because people need time to adapt. So at least for the first year of release, if the game is a banger, and I think the game is a banger, um, we are pretty nice in a good position. So there's no issue. Um, Before I engage with all the other comments, Katja, thank you again for the raid. Thank you all for being here. Second raid of the day, so you took a break and then you kept streaming again, and I'm still on there. I think you raided me already today, right? I'm not tripping here from sleep deprivation, right? So thank you again for the raid, Katja. Hope you had a great short second stream, as it seems. So thank you so much. That was a question on how I want to see enchants. I don't think they need to be moved. I think they just need to be adapted to the power level. Like all the haste skills got quite hard nerfed. Some over nerfed, but in still like I think in the majority it was going in the right direction, and it's the same. It's a reasonable power ball like reason, but for some reason they did not adapt to the same new power level the enchants. And if you just like make it one item for 2 seconds on the core, and one item for 2 seconds getting slowed, I think like or like whatever the numbers is, right? It's just like a bare estimation. The chance would be in the same ballpark of the new power level, and it would like not instantly win you fights or lose you fights if you have it or don't have it. So I think that is like, it's just like a small adjustment there for that. And then probably streamline a few skills and make them rarer or reduce the numbers. Like knife tricks just need to be 3% or 2% and not 5%, right? And crescendo is probably actually quite okay unless the opponent is running a crit core. So I don't know if you want to fix that. Maybe put like 10-20% more on it, but I think it's okay. Bonk needs to be a little bit, tuned down. Caltrops probably needs to get pushed to diamond again. Everything else is not healthy for the game. To be honest, like Crook already got murdered. Don't murder Crook more. Just like murder Caltrops back to diamond. If someone is complaining, do the same with Chrono Barrier, because someone is telling me, well, but Dooley has Chrono. Yeah, sure, put that into Diamond as well, and that's it. Maybe have it at Diamond and still at 2 seconds, but maybe even Diamond 1 second is still fine enough, and sometimes you still pick it up. So those are my main outliers, and probably there are 2 more skills and 1 more enchant that is crazy, but that's about it. Probably, in all honesty, buff Trebuchet a little bit. Maybe for the health of the game, somehow adapt the alpha ray. Those are the balance changes I would at least do if I had like just like this has to be done. Isn't this patch good? Worth to get into this game competitively? Just enjoy the game, and the competitively side will hopefully be fixed in the future. I think that is more the idea. It's still like kind of competitive. It's still fun. It's also going all the way in the right direction. Like if you just go over time, the balance is going in a very good direction. it has just not only high priority because they're also developing quite a lot of features. The ranked system probably will get like a 2.1 and then probably another and maybe even a third revision. So that is also like probably going in the right direction. It's just like it's a closed beta. They still like they treat it as a closed beta. They experiment a little bit, and there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be done, especially by a. I mean, in the end, it's still an indie company. It's not like a big studio with thousands of people in the workforce, so they just also need a little bit of time to get all the new stuff developed and stuff balanced on the side. And it's like be generous, but I think like if I were you and I would have liked like Slay the Spire, Battlegrounds, whatever, I would instantly buy this game. Like there's the reason I enjoy playing it for nearly 2 months every day. So yeah, and the reason that I stream it. Like you cannot play around the caltrops, that's the issue, right? Hi, do you climb today? How's it going? I think like in general it's going up. We are close to top 100 again, so we climbed like all the 50 ranks up, so probably around 100 MMR plus since we ended the stream yesterday, though part of the climb was last night, so it's not like everything from today, like there's not enough time for that. And Slay the Spire is a GOAT game, sure, but this is I think like more polished, broader audience, and in the end, hopefully bigger game than Slay the Spire. So yeah, Slay the Spire 2 is coming out, but it is like what I have seen, it looks like still the same. Like the strategy based part of Slay the Spire is amazing. Like I don't want to say like Slay the Spire is a bad game. Like that is not happening. And probably adjustments on the game, whatever there is gonna happen, I have not kept up with that. Is nice, but Slay the Spire is not the same polished art and feels the same as this game, right? Like those are like two different like leagues in my book. Though I don't know, it's like it's a little bit of different of a game, right? In the end, and this suits me in the end more than Slay the Spire. While I play Slay the Spire, I don't know. It gets old faster than Bazaar for me. Like it was always from the beginning to the end the way. Like I can play like 10 hours Slay the Spire, nice, but then after 2 days I had like a little bit enough Slay the Spire, where it was like not, I don't know, the gamification of this game hits harder for me. Okay, anyway, that was like a lot of ramble and stuff, talking and easy and chill. Let's continue streaming the game. So I will just do another run. No break this time though. Maybe half the way down we need to make a break. So there are two cores to pick from. One is very consistent. One I have struggled a little bit more with. I feel like it's still a good core. And today I have not seen those puffer fishes. But I can tell you, if I pick this core, there's never ever been a force field and a puffer fish. And I don't feel the luck today. So it's another ignition core run here. And then it's like XP and probably a pyro or a banana ball. Neither. No, there's a banana ball. What do you think about companion core? I think it does not exist. Like, I think like the first time I saw it, I thought it was overkill, and now I thought a little bit more about it and did not like go by the intuition of overkill, and I think like it's borderline. I would not see a reason to pick it if I want to win and not lose. Like, I think it's like a worse captain's wheel. It's a worse. It's even a worse metronome in some cases because it's a medium item. So I wouldn't know why you would play a companion core and you don't get even upsides of cores. Like you don't have burn on it, you don't have anything on it. Like you're already weak on the core itself, and then it's just like, well, that's a hoot here. That's a That's a close to being clumsy angle, right? Like, it feels so bad to go to Curio. And the reason is, even if you buy like small items there, they're like really, really bad small items. And sometimes you even miss on those. It's still the pick here. Like, you cannot get away with only 5 regen and nothing to charge a core. And you're not getting away with 1 extra burn on the core. Like, you don't get away with those two. So I just go here, and maybe I get a good feeling. Like, maybe. So, how many small items can I buy here? I can buy 3 small items, and then I have 1 on the board, so I have 4 small items. 4, it's 60, so it's 60 PS. That is not even competing with an Arc Blaster, or I don't know, maybe whatever. Like, this is like atrociously bad. So, we can like go and say, well, that is a Fang. And then we can say, well, that is a Stinger, and I don't know, 9-second do nothing. I don't think that is even an item. So I could like say this is like at least a little bit of extra power on the duct tape because I feel frenzy. Small items 2 is like 4 gold, and 4 gold, so I have 2 left. So I can take the feather here, and I don't think the region is it, and then I'm rolling here. And then I look at this board and I see all the good small items that are like, you know, doing a lot. I take the crit because I feel frenzy. I want to have crit on the core. Then I buy like a 7-second heal 30, which is the equivalent of 4 regen with the huge delay. Probably better than 20 damage. And then I go out here. I will look at this. I don't have money. I don't have poison. I feel like this is going in a very good direction. And I mixed up the buttons. They really shouldn't make a confirm button. How clumsy of me. I mean, it's my second account, Gainy, right? It's not my main. It's my second account. It's Snazer2. So it was just like on Snazer2 since I created it. Okay. What the hell? I think I conceded here. What happened here? Um I'm not complaining. Let's hope it's a different seed. I mean, it's a different core, so it should be a different seed, right? Wait, you say the junk shop does not have the best items in the game? That is what I'm saying. To be fair, it could have been better, right? Like a old sword and another like small weapon, and then you get like a decent skill, and then you don't need necessarily to concede there. So I think like Curio is okay. You can get like a 3 small weapons at Curio if you or include a reroll, and we did that. So it's okayish. And then you get like one skill that's actually do something, either burn or weapon damage. And then you can actually still say, I'm having a sort of a board. That's the whole idea of the Ignition Core in the first place, right? So it was not like necessarily that it was like not working out completely, but yeah. Are you kidding me, game? Like, those were different cores, and those were different um, different PvE fights. Like I didn't get the banana offered. And I didn't get the banana. Like it was a good start. I had a start with the ignition core and the duct tape before going shopping. That is, as far as I'm considered, the best option to start the game. As long as you hit like any sort of shop. Like a duct tape and the ignition core is a banger of a start. I mean, we can look at Curio again and we can look at skills again. It's not like I need to. Is it ever rocket boots angle? I mean, they're like futurely, like good in the future anyway. I think it's okay. It's not a junkyard lens. Then it's not even a second small item. And there is no reason to... Reynard, hell. I mean, this is not an ethical account anymore. I agree. Like, conceit abusing day one is like... I don't think it's fun. I don't think it's nice for your opponents as well. It's just like a very egoistically approach, right? But in the end, like, I'm not playing that out. Like I don't care. Like, I mean, I don't even need to buy here like one of those items. It's better to have like the old sword over the crushed craw here, like literally. And then you pick like left-handed, and then you look at this, and I mean, sure, as a Pygmalion can be like have 24 gold and a bird, but in the end, it's probably more than that. And if there's any scaling going on, we're screwed. Even region is bad here. Yeah, probably losing to everything. Even if he just leveled and has like 50 HP more, it's probably with like any sort of equally equally strong board already instant loss. Let's restart the game. Maybe that is that. Maybe it's like time for like a very small break. So I will go let fresh air in the room. I will be back in 2 minutes and then we're continuing. Okay, I am back. Thank you for staying around. It was just like a very small minor break here. Um, restarting the game. So, new run, new luck. It's all good. I mean, those are 3 good cores. I don't mind any of those. I think the little bit weaker is the weaponized core. I think both of these core feel nice. What is the core that we had, like... Is there... Okay, chat. Do you want to see me play Ignition core? Or do you want to see me play the core? Just type in chat, like... The first 2, 3 will swing a vote and that's it. I saw a lot more options for the Ignition core, so we're gonna go with the Ignition core. Which also means, while I like the duct tape, it's obviously clear that Pyro with his skill and the lighter is just straight up the better pick here. I will take off the camera just for a second to finish half a baked roll here, but that's very, very shortly. We're just buying like 2 burn items here. And then we have like just a board of stuff, right? It's especially powerful since we have like +2 burn on all our items. We are left of core gamers because we don't need scaling. We're scaling on our opponent, and if it's a race, this is making our race reasonable. So like a double barrel will race us faster, so there's that. That is not racing us faster at all. So we are in a very good spot here. So yeah. Good evening to you, Sulaiman. Welcome, welcome. Hope you had a great day. I think like on the Ignition core, in the end, as long as it is shop, you will find some items. Like it's like whatever. We are playing the XP race approach here and only probably go for Isla from the on the breaks and go to Isla. I still think we can take out a Rogue Scrapper, and for the reason that it enables us sometimes to high roll to level 4 on day 2. I think it's better. It's also a lot more gold. In this scenario, also we don't have a weapon to make use of the rush. I don't know. It just like feels a little bit more consistent to me at the moment, and has a little bit more up like high roll potential that way. I don't think it was a lost crate, right? It was the other thing that is like, I don't know how they're called, but it's like the get a skill, get gold, get XP, and I just like skipped one clicking there. I wouldn't have skipped the lost crate there. It's definitely bronze tier item here. It's okay. Mushroom, maybe, yeah. So here is where we go on the brakes, right? Like, surely we could consider saying, well, Snazer, let's go leveling. And if we pick this and get a risk, we can actually achieve that. But like, I like the hybrid of weapons and ignition core. So Isla, Alpha Ray, and still the standard pulse rifle plays are amazing. So there's that. Let's look a little bit at the finances before we make decisions here. So we have 14 gold with a little bit of leeway. And we can take a Dillo and we can take a Chris Army knife. Then we are at 6, we roll, we are at 2, we have like 4 available, so it's all good. We can just like buy out to have flexibility. I don't think we need here to buy another weapons. Like, I think like having a welding torch here with all the burn going on is equally powerful as like any of the other options. So I don't need to change anything here. I can just like hold on to my stuff here. I will not buy the laser pistol. I think like the setup is decently strong. We get like a little bit of weapon scaling here. Here, I think it's also an easy decision. Small items are nice, and I think we had like, I think the first run today or second run, we got like a Omega Ray as a lottery win from Andy here on the first roll. It's not a consistent play, right? And 5 region is carrying quite a bit. It's coming with a little bit of extra HP, and we are also a little bit short on money to begin with. So I'm inclined to go with the region here. That's just like so super impactful. I don't think, as mentioned, I want to change anything. I don't think the Dillo is better than the welding torch because we are building up quite a bit of burn, and then the burn damage actually matters. So also, yeah, I mean, guys, I cannot help you out, but maybe someone else can. So that is the core enjoyer. Quite a little bit of burn from the micro Dave. And then we are just like half a second. Oh, 1 HP. 1 HP is making the difference here. Yeah, like silver duct tape and silver micro Dave carrying there. Also probably correct positioning by him, so he knows what he's doing. Like without the Alpha Ray, utilizing the core as an engine is a good play. So I mean, it's like it's not like super complicated, but I think like by the standard put everything to the right metric, people tend to overlook those small adjustments. So to be fair, he played well, right? It's like also like a silver pulse rifle. To be fair, like that is like, okay, now I realize why we lost here, right? That is a silver, and a silver. So basically, he like power leveled and then went to a Sylvia shop and probably got those 3, right? That is the most likely thing. Would playing Dillo here would make a difference? I would wager not even remotely. We would have lost here. I don't know. I cannot simulate it. I barely don't know. I think it's close one. It's like unlucky. Like losing especially by 1 HP feels obviously a little bit oof. Could have been a tie there. Like his 3 region he got like randomly from like monster loot he picked or whatever. Actually made the difference there. If he did not have like the 3 region, we would have obviously tied. Or won, whatever. Like for me, a tie is a win and a win is a win. So that's that. Do we want to go here for Bakun or we want to go for chocolate or a small burn item? That's a good question. Like, small burn item, though, most likely is thrusters. I don't like thrusters. Chocolate, upside, more health. We would have won the fight if we had like a choc difference there. Downside, we are a little bit poor. Barcoon, upside, high roll potential for a combat core, and railgun. And we can sell stuff off and make a small profit for going there. Looking at the bank statement, I think that's a call. I mean, that is a force field. So we're selling off stuff that we're not using, and it includes the med kit. It's just like extra gold. I don't think I want to invest into the welding torch. I don't think I want to invest in a force field, and I don't think I want to invest in a Dillo at the moment. Like, it's like the moment we're not setting up for a Dillo. Question is if I want to reroll that shop if I'm already here. Like, I would buy a pulse rifle, and I can still somewhat afford like the large items like combat core and railgun. That's high roll. That's the wrong silver large item, guys. That's the wrong one. -4 gold. Definitely plus 3 burn. I cannot afford 5 gold for 1 burn. So what is it that we are gonna upgrade here? Is it ever upgrading the core? Man, the last loss got me a little bit. Give me a second. Yeah, the whale oil machine skill is bugged, and I always would put slow and haste on the core. I think it's a upgrade on the core angle though. That is what we're doing here. It's the most consistent play. It's by far the best play I can think of. We easy win the other right anyway without the repositioning here. It's more about not letting her build up shield. Otherwise, it's also probably correct to put the welding torch a little bit here to the right. I think like upping up upping the like level up on the ignition core seems good. Like upgrading it. It opens up quite a bit more consistency in the future. I still think we're playing as if we're play ahead, which means we'll also take XP here. And we're also taking a risk here, like, I'm not playing this on the back foot. I mean, I snap picked that. We don't even have like 7 items on the board at the moment because we have all those medium items. I cannot change. I mean, I can change that. Is it worth to change it? Like, I could do that. Like for you know, get the buff on. But I don't think that is the heads up play. It's just like ignoring that we got the level up and just say the level up is extra HP here because the average opponent should not have leveled here. We're scaling a little bit on our slower welding torch. I still want to greet with a scrap here. That's so much better on a duct tape. So I'm gonna go with this, and probably if I lose again, I might need to consider taking a break. No buff. Yeah, I know. I know. But I cannot change that reasonably. Like, I do not think putting 2 small items here is better. I mean, at least he has like a lot less HP than us. And if he's not building up enough shield, we are in a good position. And I don't think he should pick get enough shield here. Yeah, it's just like we are just outburning him. Yeah. This is why you struggle sometimes with the like. Look, let's make a small talk again. Like, I would say this is as good as it gets. Like, kinda, it's above average for a force field, right? Like, you have a force field, you have an armored core, you have like a brick body. Sure, it's only a bronze one, but let's be honest, it's only day 3, right? You have like a silver core. You get like a little bit of extra shield here on the right, which is like really nice. And then you play like a brick body with missiles and a second friend. I would say that is an above average board. It's correct positioning, and it should shield decently. And it was not about that I have more HP than him. And the silver skill also did not do anything here. So it's basically not the difference that I leveled and went ham on the leveling. It is just like sometimes it feels hard to get over the line against like different types of build. It's like it's good against most, but it's not helping you. I mean, probably Blastos would have won there, but yeah. It's definitely chocolate here. It's only the 5-1. I still need to be conservative with my money, I would say. And then it's definitely weapons. We're gonna upgrade this, and we are gonna buy the Uzi here. Do we ever want to buy the laser pistol? I think we can afford that, so maybe we just do that. There's the rocket launcher that I have recently enjoyed quite a bit. So I'm gonna sell this. I wanna buy the rocket launcher here. I don't know about the Dillo yet. I mean, probably both of these are out, right? In the end. And for now, it's probably the Dillo out. So there's that. Don't want to up the Dillo. I think like I don't need to sell the Dillo, but I also don't need to buy the Dillo. I think that is the fair assessment here. And then I just roll past the Dillo here. I also should have now 7 items on the board. And I go for the strongest opponent just for XP and gold. Yeah, facing full burn Dooley is Force Field's worst nightmare. Yeah, I agree. I think, like, to be fair, having an opponent just ramping crazy is also your worst nightmare. Like for me, the worst nightmare is heavily skill buffed double barrel with reload. They just hit you in 6 seconds or whatever and you're dead. And that is kind of like at least partly consistently achievable. Like, not the Lengthian bullshit I had to face yesterday, but the double barrel reload with 1 or 2 extra skills that like increase your weapon damage. That is achievable. And that is hitting like really, really, really hard. I take the monster loot here. I take small items. It's day 4, so it's starting to be reasonable to assume also you can get like silver items generally. And then there are a few of those. I don't know if a bronze GPU is good enough here. I mean, this is also like, it looks nice, right? But in the end, it's not really strong. And the reason is, it's like a medium-sized item. And if I don't have it here, the core gets at least the leftmost proc. So it's like 2 burn here for free. I don't know. I don't like it too much. The bronze GPU though is also like not the biggest price. It's like it's a worse Uzi in this spot. Though we have already the Uzi, so we cannot have like 2 Uzis, right? Looking at my bank account. I want to buy the GPU for just in case. I think the conclusion is yes. And I definitely pick skills over Keener. I mean, skills are so nice now. I mean, free burn is free burn. That is good enough in my book. Core cooldown the reduction is going on the core is pretty obvious to me. This is +1 gold. It's good enough. Do we ever already want to use the scrap now? I mean, that is shield. How likely will I stick with a Chris Army knife? If I put the shield on, more likely than not, right? I shouldn't greed anymore. I shouldn't greed. I will lose if I greed here. I can feel it. And then we're still running it like this. Don't think I want to run it like this. Still want to charge the core more. Also, like the first proc here on the, well, like the Helming World, it will go off without the charge, probably, of the ignition core. So I think this is a good positioning. This is a good setup. We have a little bit of power spike here from the early weapons, and then nice in the end, like a decent amount of burn on our items. So he is playing us in just better, right? Like, let's be honest, that is just us in better, because he has like a blast doors and he has a like soldering gun, and like the blast doors should like carry. Okay, it's not us in better. Why? Why did I win this? I'm confused. I was so scared of those blast doors. Because I had alpha ray scaling, my flamethrower double his damage. I got a little bit more burn, like core procs in. I therefore got also quite a bit more burn on my opponent, like 18 more burn from the thrower. The start of combat also did quite a lot on my side. He has sharp corners that he's not utilizing too much. I have a foray. Okay. Somehow I won this one. I mean, I also have like more HP and that, right? Like, that's also like a HP diff, as well as probably the skills here that support my burn damage. But I'll have to honest, I look at like, I might be like a little bit, how should I say? I have like, for the most part, skipped the last patch, right? Because I had like the CPU issues. And therefore my game understanding is probably still a little bit more biased from the very long December patch. And there we did not have that many like powerful skills. So I don't look at the numbers on the items. I rather look at the items themselves and maybe the rarity. Like by just like brain AFKing and looking like by the first glance of the board. And first glance of the board is he's us in battle, right? He has a soldering gun, that's nice. And there are blasters I'm very scared of. So by that understanding, like the quality of items, if we're going like back 2 patches ago, this is a lot better than this, like technically. And then it is not, but anyway, that's on me. I will catch up with you for a second, seeing what you are having to say. Do you ever consider putting cooldown reduction on a pulse rifle instead of the core? No. Unless it's like an icy pulse rifle or some crazy thing that's let me consider it, but even then, most of the time not. I think I don't want to go into detail, but I'm rather interested. I'm rather certain you not do that. You put it on the core. We won this fight. That's nice. That makes me very happy. And then we just continue with the chalk diff, right? Like 5 gold here, 5 gold there, 100 HP is here, 100 HP there. And then we are gonna look for an duct tape, maybe still. And for sure, we're gonna look for metronome here. It's still a good item shop, and the other options are not it. So all of those are items. I think it's just like it's really hard. Which of these items do I want? Because I will also not have like space to play all of those, right? I already don't have space to play all 3 of those. Like, I can obviously get rid of this, and that's what I will do, right? But then I can only play 2 of these, unless I get rid of the laser pistol. But the laser pistol has like 26 damage. That's like still a reasonable number. But hasting the core is also a reasonable number. I'm just buying all of them. I cannot make a decision. And then I will spend all my money here rolling. And then I will see in the future what I want to do. I can easily raise with whatever I do here the intensity mare. I think maybe it's just like this. And then catch up. Seems health matters more in this patch than last. Yes, health matters again. Which is nice, because now you can make decisions whether you want to go for chops or health. Before, health did not matter, because it was just rock, paper, scissors, and who wins the rock, paper, scissors. So, do we want to upgrade the core again? I go with upgrading the core. And then Curio is not good enough. Over 2 gold and 1 XP here. Upgrading skills, sure. So, 2 burn. Or 5 damage. I mean, it's easy to burn, because 2 burn is a lot more than 5 damage. It's fair enough. It's 5 damage on multiple things, but burn is like so much more, because it's kind of, I don't know. I think it's exponentially. Anyway, like the burn has such a higher scaling, and I think that's one of the reasons why burn is and always has been and will be underestimated by players, because how burn works, it's more or less exponentially, or it is exponentially, and people have a hard grasp understanding exponential growth. Like in general, like not say anyone in specific, it's more like there's like, that's one of the biggest issue I think in our, like, there's like a nice TED talk. I don't, so do we want to change anything against this year? Like, I don't think the duct tape is mattering. So there's a nice TED talk about what issues our society has, and how part of those are just because the world, like the most people in this world do not understand how exponential growth works, and they cannot grasp it. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Do you think the game should be more random so you can force less builds? No. I think like we are in a spot where it's actually nice, because your understanding of forcing builds and my understanding of forcing builds is probably different, and I'm more on the Reynard approach here, because this game is more going in the direction where it should be, where it is not, you're not forcing a build, you're adapting between different builds. And surely in the beginning, you take like, I don't know, your Alfred or your Dave or the items that do a lot for your build. And then you can argue that is forcing, but it's not forcing. The good players already probably in this meta do a lot better because they adapting to different situations. Because they know at the moment we just for the future upgrade the core and then we can play these 3 builds or 4 builds if we're finding this item or that item or this item. And otherwise, if I find this item, like, I don't know, the combat core, everything changes again and I do this. And then if I find a railgun, I go to the railgun. I mean, do I force the railgun build? Can I force the railgun build? No. But I do have it. And sometimes in day 5, if I feel like very rich, I, for example, buy a few tech items. Hold on to them. And do I force a railgun? No, I don't know. If I fall face first into it, I play a railgun. Sure, it's a nice item. It's not broken, it's just very good. And maybe a little bit too strong early, but that's about it. So I disagree there. Okay, it's okay. I'm a little bit uncertain here about whether it's exponential or not. It's like it's only quadratic. Okay, yeah. It's not like, I mean, okay. Always is coming in. It's quadratic. Okay, I trust Always. He knows his stuff. He's correct. So I'm wrong. Sorry. It's not like exponential. It's just quadratic. It's still like crazy strong. I'm a risk taker, so we are gonna taking a risk here. Okay, I was wrong. Yep. I agree. Yo, Snaz and chat, how are we doing today? We are doing just fine. We are back on the climbing. We are close to top 100 again. We recovering from last day, yesterday. So there's that. Okay, back to the game a little bit. Do I think Warm Hugs is good enough on the Ignition core? I mean, at the moment we're running 2 friends, but probably we are not like having more than 2 friends, and maybe even in the future only 1 friend. So friends is not good enough, right? It's like +2 burn on 2 friends. That's nice, but it's only nice. It's like whatever. Then when you use a friend, your weapons gain +3 damage. That is probably scaling. It feels at least better. I mean, technically we're scaling burn on our opponent the other way, so I don't know. But like, for some reason, Beautiful Friendship feels a little bit better. I'm not sure if I'm correct there, but my intuition is Beautiful Friendship is somehow nicer. So there's that. I do think, though, those are just like averagely skills. And I can think of quite a few skills, like a lot of skills that I would pick here over that. Like, obviously Crescendo, but it's like cooldown reduction, it's haste, it's, I don't know, there are a few. I don't want to settle for those. See, those are the skills I had in mind. Like, I think like this is like heavy machinery is just too good. So I will pick this, like always over this. But this would have already been, in my book, a lot better. So we're taking the better skill out of those, but in the end, this is it. Let's also, like, people, like, one thing. Someone said you don't want to be nitpicking. You don't. This is an educational stream, and I was wrong, and you guys are correct. And I didn't think that completely through. You saw me also stuttering there and be like, is it not? So I was wrong there. And if you ever feel there is something valuable in correcting me, and I find it very valuable myself if I can learn. As long as you're polite, it's super nice to give us feedback and let me learn, and therefore also my viewers learn, because obviously I want to give the right answers and the right analysis, and I was straight up wrong. So there's that. So also, like, I always call you Alves and not Kustre. Kustre. Is it okay for you, or do you want me to try to switch to Kustre? Yes, I'm German. I'm as German as it gets sometimes. Have to admit my German tendencies sometimes. It's like 5 gold for the chocolatier. Can we bully Lich? I think we are in the position where we can bully Lich. So this is probably one of the boards where I think I can convincingly say I can bully Lich. My health is high enough. Burn scaling is just too strong. I mean, it's a little bit like a good freezes here, right? It's like more my faster items. I rather have like the not doing anything items here. But in the end, I don't think it matters too much. I doubt it, but maybe New Lich. I proved you wrong. I have like, okay, for some reason, whenever Teshama is playing, I have like a fully wrong understanding and intuition which board is beating Lich or whatever strong opponent and not. And I'm like solely wrong in the PvE fights. But if I play myself, for some reason, that is happening at least rarely. Like, to be fair, Lich is one of those encounters where if I have like a certainty of 80%, I take the gamble and go there. And sometimes I know that I'm not getting there, though the new Lich is a little bit weaker. And I knew that I was like 95% certain there. And we got probably already like nearly the worst freezes possible, right? Just to put that into perspective, like, these two are like probably the worst freezes over like those items that don't have that much impact. This is like proccing the core faster, and therefore it's better for us. Thank you, Hu Shungi, for the subscription. Thank you for the Prime. Thank you for the support. Greatly appreciated. Means a lot to me. I definitely go here for monster loot. Yeah. Have a great day or good evening or wherever you are. Hopefully see you around, and thank you so much. Until next time. Okay, here it's definitely small weapons, like gumballs is a little bit expensive. I don't need spare change. So weapons is nice, we can get upgrades in. I don't think any of those items are good. Like, none of those I think I would run on average. So here the question becomes, so first of all, charge your other non-weapon items. We are never ever gonna play this as a non-weapon build. That is probably not good. And we are not in that direction anyway. So the wand is unfortunately not helping us. If we had like a old school non-weapon burn builds, surely, but the new meta in town is play at least partly weapons. Okay. Um, um, yeah. The game was unhappy that I wanted to sell the wand, but it's probably still getting sold. The next question we have to answer is if we want to pivot into the classical standard pulse rifle Dillo build, right? So I think the answer is no. The answer is no for multiple reasons. And I think like the main reason is we probably don't get like value out of this. Though the upside is we get more value out of machinery because we have less items. I mean, maybe. Let's think that through. Let's go further down the line here. And then we put in pulse rifle like here. Yeah, that does not feel like good. I don't like that. I don't like that here. Like my intuition tells me it's not good. And then the question is whether I want to play pulse rifle without the Dillo. Like I can play it with like an Aiden or the probably even the Chris Army knife. So then the question is whether I want to have like this as a pulse rifle. Like, so I want to run here a pulse rifle over those two small items. That is something I can see. I mean, probably it means that I still want to use a GPU here for the haste of the core. I think that is still like super nice and has like a huge increase because it also means that the core is proccing quite a little bit more and then spreading a little bit of haste around here and there. It's like just crumbles. I like those. I can see that being a nice play. So that means I buy the pulse rifle. I will play the pulse rifle for now. And I can consider, selling stuff off as soon as I need to get backspace or whatever. I don't think I want to work at the docks. I rather go to JJ and look at 6 items. It's like a lot more consistency on the, like if you have 6 items, there's maybe something you want to get, right? Like a metronome, like I don't know, maybe even a combat core here. This is a very nice combat core enabler. Lots of items. I don't think it's time for microdave. That's like dysfunctional. I think microdave is an early game, early mid game item, and I think we passed that already. So I think for now this is like how I envision the sport. No reason to do anything. We can like use the scrap again. There's no reason to hold on to it. We're not playing like a duct tape at the moment. It's just not fitting really well in the sport, and we are the aggressor. So let's be the aggressor here. Thank you for elaborating and structuring that clearly. Stille Beobachter, thank you so much. I appreciate the valuable input. What do you think about aim over Chris Army Knife. I think it's a close one. Let me talk about this next PvE fight maybe. That's definitely the risk, so we're gonna deal with this. So the question was whether I want to have here an Aiden or not. And I think it's a close one. I do think like this is like a meaningful number on damage, and that is a meaningful number on shield. And it's also like scaling obviously from the alpha ray. So it gets also the extra benefit of scaling. And for me, that feels good enough. I think like we have the haste situation, we have like a grip on that. Like it's not like we're playing without haste. We have like haste on the core, and then the core is spreading a little bit of haste. It's, by the way, definitely slow on the core. That is not even a discussion in my book. So there's that. If that is correct or not, I don't know. I think like that is one of those situations where you can argue in favor of having more haste and a faster proccing Aiden, and then you get like more burnout and more, I don't know, core procs and stuff. So it's like, man, math is actually in favor of the Aiden, right? Like, it's like 3 seconds and then charge an item for 2 seconds over time. And we are so far off having a full hasted board that you argue against the Aiden. And then it's just like such a nice item. And I probably undervalue it here. I mean, I can like jump into the defense for my play, which is not a good defense, and say, but shield is helping me more against incoming burn damage, which is partly true, but then on the other side, it's once every 5 seconds, so that is not a good argument. I'm a little bit more convinced. I have to give it to you. You convinced me there. That's a good question, and the answer is probably I think it's better. Like, I think it's like, it's not like super strong better, but it's significantly strong better. Do I ever want to look at slow enchanted items and pick up a power drill here? I think like the argument I can make is picking up the power drill here to pivot towards a power drill in the future. We have like a slow enchanted, like a heavy ignition core. As soon as we have like a little bit more leeway, we are in the power drill territory, and that is more likely to be here than not, I think. Or we get like a very nice slow enchanted item at best, obviously. So we're spreading faster the slow. I think this is still like giving us probably a full slowed opponent, but it's taking more time, and that is a very important part. So I think like we don't need to go for chocolate. We can go for the power drill here. As a power drill, as expected. I think it was way more likely to be there than not. And then the question is if I want to roll since I'm here, and then I would say yes, because it would be stupid not to do that. I don't think a heavy Tesla coil is good enough. I don't think a heavy remote control is good enough. And Hamlet is nice, but even here, Hamlet is like it's not better than an Uzi, right? It's not better than an Alpha Ray, even with a heavy ignition core. So I'm not a big fan of Hamlet. It's more like we take the power drill for the future. We can still hold on to those items for now. It's the rock angle though. I think it's one of the very few times where I hit the XP break and say those are just too good of drops. I have never played Runeterra, to be honest. So do we ever want to go for a combat core here, or do we ever gonna go for aerodrome? It's either one of those. So combat core has the upside that you get like more haste on the board. and therefore this getting triggered by combat core as well, and is, for those who don't know, at the moment bug. So the first infinite amount of times it's getting used, it has no limit. So we are kind of bug abusing, but I think like it's fair game. So there's that. It's not like I go out of the game and go back to the non-enchanted items in the shop. I think that is like, for me, skewing the line in the wrong direction. I think like using this, because I would have picked this anyway. Like the argument you can make is you would have picked it anyway, and that is true. Whereas you would have went to the shop and then went out to get the enchantment off. But anyway, so there's an argument for the combat core again. I think like a golden combat core here is actually meaningful, and meaningful enough maybe. A silver one is probably not strong enough. Combat core is a little bit dysfunctional though with the power drill angle, though we can still pivot in and out of it, and money-wise it's no issue. I mean, we have also like the GPU there, so we have like a, yeah, we have like a full hasted board. I think like with what we're running here, I would happily have like a combat core. Though I lose like 20 damage, right? It's like 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's no way around it unless I get rid of the rocket launcher. I mean, I can get rid of the rocket launcher, but the rocket launcher is nice. That's like scaling going on there. Like we need something to have. And it's probably not a, again, like combat core that has like a Fury enchant. That's quite a bit of damage here. I like the quite a bit of damage. Maybe it's not a combat core angle. But haste is also quite good. Let's see if I can get a combat core. I will not buy those. I also don't think this is a Mama Sword setup. And then it's definitely dually skills. It's like, I think this skill is doing quite a bit of lifting. So I'm gonna pick that here. I had like a very good time with that skill. Maybe I have undervalued that a little bit. Let's go for small items here. Those are LEDs. I will pick those still up. Sometimes you wanna run LEDs. It's rarely happening, but sometimes it's working in your favor with the LEDs. Especially if you still want to play maybe a combat core. No reason to sell here. This is like nice positioning. We got like a lot of extra scaling now on the two weapons here. So basically, it's a, I don't know what I would have guessed. It's a prefer, like also a heavy ignition core diff, like the heavy one. I have not watched the fight here. Like I have no idea how strong that is, but I mean it's not really strong. That's not a real build in my book. But we screwed him over with a probably heavy ignition core anyway. Is it ever Goldie? Over a temp boost? I think it is. It's still like early, and that is the item. I am picking that item up. It's a little bit scuffed with this skill here, but that is an issue that I can solve later. It's probably shield enchanted items at this point. We're gonna go. I don't think a shield enchanted thrusters is it though. Rest is not it. Same here, like shielded chem snail is not it. I think I really want to run the Omega Ray. Like, It's like a golden Omega Ray. Has to be good. I mean, we're losing a little bit of damage scaling on the rocket launcher, but I think that is something I have to just accept. I still think like the GPU is a little bit better than the Uzi, though it's not really, right? I mean, it's one second more charge, like it's delayed, but that's 1 more second charge on the core. And then it's like super nice because we love to get like haste spreading. And probably also we want to have like more slow on our opponent, like more charge is good. The Uzi is like so nice here. I mean, maybe it's like in the long run pivoting out of this rocket launcher, trying to find an Aegis or something else. And then we're definitely going from the Wandering Shoal here. That's a pretty easy thing to do because we have a slow enchanted ignition core. And thick height is maybe quite okay-ish strong with the heavy ignition core here. I do think now the time has passed for the combat core idea. So I don't need to go there. And also there's monster loot, so you cannot stop me on that one anyway. And that is a golden feather, so that is something I want to pick up. I mean, there's a enchantment. I'm gonna take the enchantment. And I will probably put it on the pulse rifle because I'm more inclined to skip the rocket launcher than I'm inclined to skip the pulse rifle. Is it shiny? Shiny. I mean, I don't want to complain about it. It's like a free enchant. But shiny is a little bit, you know? We should have reverted that. Like, I want to have a shiny core and a heavy pulse rifle. Can I get 2 refunds and try it again? Okay. Truth talk. Do we want to change anything here? I still don't think it's like time for the pulse for the power drill. I don't need to, even though I have like this very hard urge to order the stash, there's no reason yet to sell the Dillo. I think the only item of relevance here where I'm a little bit sad that it's not on the board, it's the Uzi. But I still think it is better to have like 2 seconds of haste on the core there. To have like, I mean, it's also scaling on the Uzi. Nah, it's not it. It's not it. It's the Uzi. I feel more comfortable with this setup. I don't think this is correct. It has to be this. I feel it's so wrong not to run the Uzi here. I feel strong though. Like, there's that. So that's a turbo core. Fortunately, we are countering it quite nicely with our slow. And then we just got ahead. Are we slowed though? There's something fishy. Why? Oh, slow to items. Is it that? Why am that slowed? What am I missing? Plasma grenade. It's a plasma grenade that is fortunately coming in late. So we went over the line there. But it was like, therefore close. By the way, guys, a very small educational situation. Let's say we are in the shoes of our opponent, right? For some reason, this is the items we found, and we cannot change our luck. And I don't think I don't think by no means that he had no agency and couldn't find better items. I am very convinced that's on my opponent having those kind of items there. And if I was him, I wouldn't have those items in the first place. I would have different items. Like, you cannot tell me by day 8 you had not the opportunity to find better items in general. So that's on him. But let's assume for a second, for no good reason, he never saw a single Uzi and he never saw anything fast proccing that charges the core, and only those items are available to him. I'm completely convinced that this is the wrong positioning, because you are so slow. So you are not winning any meaningful fight of opponent, because maybe you outscale the turtle this way a little bit better, but even then, you have like a turbo core. You want to have the core proc as often as possible, and then have like haste all the other items, and therefore you have to put this a lot further down the right. Maybe you can argue that Dave is nice. Like, yeah, we're putting this here. We probably make sure the soldering gun gets like a nice multicast in. We're probably changing this for like a Chris Army knife and an Uzi. And then we have like actually a real bot. That is a real skill. Like, those are real items. But the positioning alone is so wrong. Like, it's not even close in my book. Like, I think that alone is like just like too bad. Also, those are not high value items for the medium sized. I would have gotten rid of all like of those 2 items here. And then this is like it's you know, those are like decent skills. That's like a turbo ignition core. You can make it work. And I mean, this is like coin flip in the right direction, right? Like, it's not like he did not get any good items. It's just like, yeah, you lose against a good player if he has at least equally same amount of coin flips winning. So it's just like it's maybe a little bit harsh against my opponent there, but I think like it's nice to give like a sometimes a small learning perspective on what my opponent did wrong. I want to buy chocolate quite easily, like quite strongly here. I have a very strong chocolate urge. Those small items can also be nice, right? I still think a metronome would help us a lot. Still upgrading the Alpha Ray would help us a lot. That's about it, right? Maybe an Aegis, and then we can like get out of the rocket launcher. To be honest, I wouldn't mind that at all. I mean, let's go for small items. Maybe it's good. I mean, if I have to game, I will pick that as well. I had more like, you know, like I was asking a decent thing. I get the better version, right? It's definitely XP here over Gumballs and Friends. I don't think I want to upgrade necessarily here. I rather go for gold tier skills and high roll something there. I don't think like upgrading the Alpha Ray is here as important. I still think like start of combat haste on items is nice. Like, that is a good skill in my book. So I wanna take that any day. I go for the strongest fight just because it means we are more likely than not to level, even maybe guaranteed. But if not, it's like very, very reasonable possible. Also for those for that person that said I should run here the Aiden over the Chris Army knife. Yeah, it feels a lot better in the end. I still think XP is XP, so I will not skip for Quixel, and then I go for Diamond tier skills. I mean, it's knife tricks all the way. Like, knife tricks is so much better than every other skill. It's not even close. And then I want to take a region and health here. Does anything getting changed here from this perspective? I don't think so. I mean, we like probably you could say the power drill is like benefiting more from the power drill is benefiting more from the CDR, from the knife tricks, right? And then you need less charges, and there's like this core stuff. But in the end, it's like this. The next question is maybe even whether we want to go a little bit harder. And question is, how much do we need to run the rocket launcher? We can say we ignore fully the scaling on the right, and we ignore also the firepower, and then we go just full ham here on this side. We still have like a fast procking rocket launcher, and this way we charge just our core a lot faster, and then the core is procking obviously a lot more, and then we get a little bit more scaling here on, as well as more haste spreading around and stuff. So this is like probably, I mean, I think like it's at least consider worthy. Though I feel like this is like good enough, right? We have like a shiny pulse rifle here. Like there's enough stuff left. I still think it's justifiable. We're playing with a lot of haste. And yeah. I don't know, does someone have like very strong opinions? I don't see anyone with very strong opinions. Maybe this is still okay. I'm not like certain. I feel like I have no clear positioning here about this positioning. So at least the core is going off early. And then let's, for the love of God, can we please get a little bit more slow going on here? Okay, I think like that was I want to see that fight again. I mean, we got the core there. We got everything but the obsidian railgun. And the railgun was actually the one that got hasted there. And therefore it was like super important. And also we got crit here, and otherwise we wouldn't have lost. So we got like our 13% there. So what's happening? Like two things to point out here. Haste is actually like doubling the speed which the item is getting charged, right? Like that's there. And slow is exactly compensating that. This is why, while slow is not as good as haste enchant, it is the necessary pick to combat the turbo enchantments, and or like compensate haste. And we did not compensate on the most important target, the haste here, which is the railgun, right? You can see we are dodging here the railgun as good as we can for like half the fight. Like it took like half the fight, we were halfway dead before we even got there. And then we got like a crit in that let us lose. I think we should have won that probably 80% of the time. So that is what went wrong that fight. Maybe it's my fault, because if we did like this, that issue wouldn't have occurred, right? We would have like faster charging the core. So this is on me. We were discussing which positioning is correct, or like I was like considering that. And for exactly that reason, like that this was occurring in the first place, because I was greedy and wanted to have a little bit extra scaling on 2 items on the right, as well as extra scaling on the pulse rifle from the firepower. So maybe that is a little bit on me there. Who's out? Probably the LEDs in the end. And then I can buy chocolate here. Shield enchant, yes. Yes. I mean, seems like we are committing here then to the rocket launcher. I mean, maybe we don't need to, right? We can just commit to the Uzi. Yeah, we are committing to the Uzi. It's way easier. Because I don't want to commit to this rocket launcher yet. I don't want to fight the Yeti. The whole reason is I want to see how this is looking as a fight. So I go for this one because like there's like a lot of crit available, and then I want to see how this is looking. Yeah, it was wrong. Like I think it was on me there. I think I was too greedy, and I was like blaming on my opponent there about his positioning, and then I did the same mistake in small. Yeah. That's on me. I take responsibility for that loss. Is it ever courier over gunbolts? Yes, because I'm lazy. Yeah, that was not enough. Like slow. In the last fight against the railgun, we missed like half the fight slowing the railgun, which was like our demise. And partly we could have prevented that by positioning differently. So yeah, that was on us. Or like on me. I take responsibility. I'm only saying it was us when we were winning, and if we're losing, it's just on me. I think that is a fair blame game, right? Like I blame myself for losing, and blaming and praising us as a team play for the wins. I feel that is fair. Like I think one day I would have made a good leader. I think that is a good like literally that is a good approach in life as a leader. If you cheer your team for the success and take like being a good person and actually taking the blame even more as you maybe need to, but in general just taking the blame and being able to say, well, that is at least partly on me. I think that would make a good leader. I'll need to upgrade an item. I want to go with gold skills again. I think like freeze is freeze. Let's go with freeze. Once you get more comfortable with this patch, will you start playing on your main account off stream again? Oh, sorry, I get again against the mic. The answer is probably no. because I feel like this patch is, while it has like a lot of consistency, it has more issues of getting sometimes high rolled as 2 patches ago. So, and the rating, like the punishment between where Rarish is at the moment climbing up and down and where I am is still like hugely different. So I will camp as long as no one is reaching me. I will only start playing ranked on my main if the ladder resets. If the ladder does not reset, but the rating system resets, I mean, it's more or less the same, because the next rating system will be probably a climbing, climbing fiesta. So it's just like who's grinding the most, and then Raj and I will compete for who can sleep less. So I have two weeks of daily work. So it's only 3 hours a day, but it's like in total 4 hours I cannot play. So maybe I will have a hard time catching up. But then after that we will see. Anyway, but for those reasons, at the moment I will not play on the main. I will camp my sweet rank 1 spot. I played quite a bit for. This is also like a funny item to get. It's also enabling a little bit the drill. This is also like enabling the drill. So we are definitely drilling now, I would say. I don't think this is enabling the drill good enough. Okay, so it's a Vanessa. The thing is, Vanessas here are probably... I mean, the honest answer is, no matter what I do, I just lose, right? Because Vanessa here is a one-weapon Vanessa, and she kills you in 3 seconds, maybe in 4. Or she has a dam, and you don't have a build, and you're not allowed to play in your sandcastle. Like, either you face a dam here, or you face a one-weapon build. It's never like a fair fighting puffer build where we just like instantly outscale it. Like, I smell it. I still want to play it, maybe. Maybe we just like not getting top 100 today, because I like what I have here. But if I really, really want to maximize climbing, this is where you hit the concede button. Because that is a Radiant one-weapon build in most cases. And if it's not a Radiant one-weapon build, that's a dam. She has not lost. Like, she has 1 loss. That's it. Wait, also in drill camp now? Yeah, yesterday off stream I figured out, like, I had a few good drill runs. I figured out when drill is actually nice. I mean, we are strong. Like I will show you. Like, maybe I'm like are wrong here. So to begin with, let's make stuff like let's make space available. I mean, I don't need to. There's a drill, and there needs to be some sort of a haste thing going on, right? And it's like meaningless to have an omega ray here, so it's more beneficial for us to have an alpha ray here. And then who's getting the full haste stuff going on? I mean, probably we are full hasted here quite early anyway. So this is after 3.8 second, and then we're like going full boom. Probably like this. So the next question is, do we want to... Like, I anticipate a Radiance stuff, right? I don't think the iceberg is helping us there. So I think it's completely useless to put in here the iceberg. Also, it's not like really fitting. I would metronome drill to core. Nah, I don't think so. But like, whatever. Like we have like machinery here, and we have this Aiden here, so haste will be kind of easily solved anyway. I don't see the core proccing 4 times in 2 seconds. I disagree that the rifle, like I know that the rifle will be overhasted. But the thing is, the rifle is also proccing a lot more in the end than the ignition core, and therefore hasting and fueling my power drill. That's the whole idea, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. So let's see how this opponent is. Okay. I was like completely wrong here. I mean, what did she do? She deleted her items in a shame. She was like, "Fuck this game." What the hell? That looks like a rage quit for not getting 10-0, right? And getting bullied by, I don't know, like, or like, I don't know, the person was against a Pygmalion, and then they decided that it is better to run it like this against Caltrops. What I don't know what happened here. Like I cannot fathom that. I cannot fathom this board. Like, yeah. So what is what we want to take here? Anyone is like overly opinionated? If I would have like be here, I would take the crit. I think crit is nice. I don't need any burn. I mean, you can argue burn is nice because you can get another freeze in. But that's it. I would go for extra crit here, like get 12% crit, be happy about it. Burn has been burn poison. Yeah, okay. When you use a tool, burn 3. Sure, that's like doing probably also quite the trick here on the drill. Maybe I in all honesty, maybe I'm just like tilt conceding too much lately on the last days, but I don't think I do. I'm honest. Happy Sunday to you, Synopsi. I cannot pronounce that. Sorry for that. It's easiest CDR in my life. It's probably still like upgrading skills. I mean, I don't have free burn items here. But 5 damage is also meaningless. Maybe if I, for some reason, decide I want to switch back. Against the dually though, maybe this gets over the line. So I saw the overhaste power, like the overhaste on the pulse rifle. I still think the reason I like this more is I have like a shiny pulse rifle here that is decently often on the other end, though, proccing haste and therefore feeding the early, especially early, the drill. Should I get takeaway today? If you can afford it and you are like a middle class person or up, definitely, always. Be lazy, enjoy your life. So 2 seconds and 3.8. And we just murdered him with the slow. And he was like sitting there with his like shiny items and was like, oh yeah, I have like the firepower. He's like us 2 rounds ago, right? Where he was like, where we also went like, okay, yeah, we just like put 2 items to the right here. And then you just get like murdered by a drill. To be fair, this one I would have fought. The Vanessa though, I would have been too scared there maybe. I have been literally burned so often in the last few days by my day 10 to 12 opponents. Or like, you know, like yesterday, how many runs we had where I started out 9-0 and then ended on a 9-3. It was quite often. And it wasn't like just tempoing and was weak. It was like, it was decent boards. It was still like a few of those for sure were good boards. It was not like I just tempoed out. Like, it's not like I play Micro Dave and say, well, hopefully Micro Dave, you are doing the trick, let's go Micro Dave. Like, it was not like those kind of mid-rangey tempo boards. So there's that. Do you think we should be able to preview Ghost Bolts? No, and the answer I gave Rain at once, and I think that's very clear. It would make Ghost Pool kinda scuffed, because everyone is just tagging for the next opponent, but then you don't have like on average strong boards. It would change the game, and I think to a worse situation, because it also means if you tag heavily against this one type, and then you face that person's ghost, it's probably against your type already like really, really weak, and then it scuffs the pool quite a bit, right? So I don't think that is a good idea. Yo, been enjoying your stream? Is posting a link with current game situations possible to hear your thoughts? Yeah, sure. I have still like not like disabled links at all. Are we more likely to win this day 12 than the next day 1 is a good conceit evaluation, I think. Is there any counters to card drops? No. That is like, what's going on here? Hey, I want to see Elon Musk. Why was it so cropped? Okay. So we're playing a Dinosaur, and the question is probably, do we want to pivot? And this song is somehow hitting a softness sweet spot. I like your approach, Retromation, and welcome to the stream. I think it's a rare event that lets you scout your opponent for the day. Makes more sense. A fortune teller or something, not a main feature. Like a genie lamp kind of interaction, and equally as rare as a genie lamp. I think that is nice. Yeah. I don't think there is much of a counter to Caltrops, in all honesty, at least not for Dooley. Maybe another Heidi option, yeah. So I don't know, like this is like just a... I don't think this Dillo is proccing as often. I think that is like a little bit of weakness to this board. Like the Dillo is like on its own a little bit slower. I mean, you try to compensate here with Shield Enchant, but if I would have to guess, I think even like a Uzi here is probably proccing more often the Dillo. For now, I don't see any other reason there. Like I would put the Uzi there. I don't think LEDs are good enough if you have a single core. And I don't see a good enough reason to run LEDs. I mean, I get the idea. Because you think like, well, we're slowing then and then we're eating, but it's like one very slow, like 1 second, like a 1-2 second slow here and there. It's not a strong enough item anymore in my book, so I wouldn't run this one. I hope this looks like a turbo core because we like our way. I would probably consider here in this position on day 9. Bank statement is not too good. Health is there. I would want to buy them. Like if I was in that position that I see there, I might consider the Mamasaur. It's like very rarely that I buy a Mamasaur. I don't think you have seen me that on stream. I think it's not like it's not as strong this patch, but I would probably change for Mamasaur here. Alternative, I don't know. Like I don't know what's in the stash. Anyway, I don't know if there was anything else to tell. I would probably buy the Mamasaur though, and then look further. Maybe look for a battery. That would help like a long way and make it smooth again. Like if there is a battery. And then you just like get out of the damage idea that you're having there with the Dillo and go full Mamasaur. Go at him. That can be something. Okay. That was a nice finish. Unexpected 10-10-2. Happy about the outcome in the end. I still want to go ham streaming. I might need, though, a 2-minute break. Just to get fresh water, fresh air, walk around. So I will be back in 2 minutes. Thank you guys for staying around. Thank you all for the follows. Thank you for the support. Hope you're having a great day or evening. And yeah, see you in just a bit. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for staying around. Got myself water, walked around. Maybe to forget to wash my face. Like sometimes I like to get like fresh water in the face just for, you know, feeling fresh. What would I upgrade in that situation? That's an interesting build. That's a very interesting build. Let's talk about this. Like, and then we keep going with the game. But I don't mind sometimes. Okay, that's a 9-0 run. Is it ranked or is it unranked? That's a lot of burn. What the hell? What's going on there? It's like a Fury 1. And then it's doubled, and then it just has like a little bit of damage. Okay. Got the idea what's going on there. And then we play this. This does not benefit from upgrading anymore. Right, it's like not increase or decrease CD, right? It's just like a little bit more haste going on. I don't know if you were full hasted or not. I have not like played this build. If you're full hasted, then you don't upgrade it. If you're not full hasted, you're probably upgraded, right? Other than that, I think this is the probably the most unique situation, and I think the next best upgrade could be just this to make the CDR on both of those items lower, because that is like how you win the fight, right? Have haste and hit him in the head with like a million burn, and you achieve that probably more with upgrading the thrusters over upgrading the Aiden, because the Aiden randomly maybe just like haste this one, and then it's like completely useless. So like I don't think the 1 second Hayden is like reliable to upgrade here. And you can make for both items the argument about that you can just like find upgrades randomly later. So I would probably, if those are the items, I would upgrade this. Yeah, like I think like it's more this one though. Like if you're full hasted, that little bit of region, I don't think that is helping you. It's more when do you start burning your opponent. Like a half a second might matter there more from the thrusters over the region. I don't think the region is carrying you. That's like on day 9 not enough. Very interesting build. I have never encountered that. I would not be mad if I see that from an opponent. Um, so there's that. That's a unique build. That's a fun build. The more I think about this, I would consider faster item if possible. Like a light bulb. Like a whatever. I think there are a bunch of items that have like around 3-second CD that are non-weapons. And then one other item that has like less CD, like a light bulb. Like we don't care about this. We want to get like 1 second earlier burn here going on. So I would probably for that skill try to make this a light bulb. Or I mean a lighter is like a hard to ask target, right? I know this is like solar farm issue, but I think it's more about like it's like probably you proc 2 times the flamethrower and your opponent is dead, or the game is over and you are dead, right? I think it's that kind of situation. So, Thuni Fun, thank you for the resubscription. Thank you for your generous support again. It's like 2 months. Good morning, sir. Still here enjoying your streams. Happy to hear. Retromation is agreeing he also wants to upgrade the thrusters there. Francor? No. Would Solar Farm be a bad upgrade? Probably. Oh yeah, battery is also pretty nice there. Retromation is giving you the battery tag, yeah. I would also like probably take a battery. So I will not play this companion core, you cannot make me. But I'm happily playing a weaponized core if it's getting old with the ignition core already. Like, I don't mind playing the ignition core, but I also don't mind playing the weaponized core here, just to prove you can make that also work and find a reasonable setup for that. Like, it's probably one of those situations where you, like, you remember when we had, like, for example, the firepower, and then we played, like, one item to the right with the core. Like, we put the alpha ray on the right because we had firepower. And probably this is, like, in the long run still the upside, partly to put, like, one medium speed item weapon to the right that you can, like, always have with the weaponized core, though you do not force upgrades on the weaponized core. Like, if they just, like, stumble into you with duty workshops, you're taking those. But other than that, I would never ever, like, use the weaponized core as an upgrade. It's okay. It's a red core. It's decent, but it does not have the same upside as a core or a crit core. So for good reason, that is only a B tier core. It's still decently playable. I have played it a couple of times to check it out. Maybe there's like even the flamethrower situation where it's like even starting to benefit more. But I think this is like a very niche situation. Probably you can also make it work with a combat core. It's like a worse setup than the core combat core, but you can make that to the right. Then you take a lot of upgrade the core skills, and then you have meaningful scaling for free, kinda. But it's already iffy. It's not the same as the core. It's not even the same as the crit core. because then you just like lose the charges of from the combat core on the weaponized core. Weaponized flamethrower with firepower has been really solid. Yeah, I think that is like a niche case where it's like nice. But I mean, I was like, how often do you see that? And then I remember the tool pool is really very, very narrow, right? So you can like kind of force now the flamethrower, even though it's a golden item. You just go to two tool shops and hopefully there's a flamethrower. They just like put in your face. That can be something. Is that how you make it reliable? Or is it just at some point, maybe once in 10 games, you get like a flamethrower at Isla? Because like, it's not that often that I see a flamethrower. I mean, I'm not looking for it specifically. I mean, flamethrower is strong. We just saw there. Yeah, if I'm on weaponized, I hit every tool shop. Yeah, I can see that. How decent were your runs? Like, do you think it's like on par, like at least on par with the consistency as an armor core that way? Or is it less consistent as like, let's say, an armored core? Like, I think like an armored core is okay, but it's like not the most consistent one. You can low roll, but you can also do, you know? So I'm not like the biggest fan of the armored core anymore. There's a lot too many puffer fishes going on. But would you put it? You're running. Yeah, you do the standard weapon start, that's clear. Then you run power drill back up. But how do you make the power drill backup reliably work? Like, especially on the red core, power drill needs more setup, right? Like let's talk about that a little bit. I want to learn. Why is the power drill reliably working on the red core there? Like, it needs more setup. Also, Firewings, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the resubscription for 2 months. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah, thank you so much. I don't know. Like, let's maybe make a poll and see how people are voting. Like, I don't, oh, no, it's not real. It's not working here. Probably I need to do this in OBS then. Was it just a feature in OBS? What core? Weaponized and burn. Oh, holy smokes. Bilbo Bags, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you so much for your support. Helps a lot, means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I may have like not put too long of a timer on the poll there, but we will see. Okay, a lot of people are in the favor of the weaponized core. Pleasure, man, you're the only reason I'm good at the game. Nice. Let's it was like a little bit more in favor of the weaponized core. So it's now equally, to be fair, 8-8. It's close one. Let's make one weaponized core. I already clicked it, so now you can like be like mad at the streamer. Everyone now can vote for the burn, and then be like mad at the streamer for being overly fast and picking the weaponized core. I feel like that is like the standard approach that you have to go. Go mad at the streamer. So let's talk a little bit about. So here we cannot fight the Viper, right? And then I think like I like even the Pyro a little bit more over the Kimono. Reason is you can still utilize this pretty easily with any burn item. it's reasonable often that you can get a burn item. A lighter is a fast proccing item here. And this is just like more gold. So I think it's reasonable to go here actually to the Pyro over the Kimono. Obviously, Fang would have been better. Obviously, a Banana Ball would have been better, like a duct tape option. It's like just, we get like probably the 3 worst options there available. So we took those. I can see we're gonna go here with the weaponized core. I mean, it's already over, right? Okay, let's talk a little bit about the early game on the weaponized core. So I think like the reason why the weaponized core is actually nice is because early on you don't need the alpha ray to scale. You can just put like one weapon to the right and basically do the same as an alpha ray. It's not the same, but you get the idea, right? And it's meaningful scaling. It's fast enough scaling. So you get over the line quite a bit. And you get therefore in the early days, like day 1, maybe day 2, and day 3, you get like a nice consistency level for that reason that you do not have on the crit core or D core. So you have like built-in scaling in the core, same as the ignition core, and therefore you have like, it's not like on par with the ignition core, but you're close on par to the ignition core, that you have like self-fulfilling, like scaling on the core itself. That is what the strength is. That's a Uzi. Do I think a welding helmet is good enough? Or do I think I want to take this and roll? Let's make a little bit thought about the gold situation. If I buy this and roll, I spend 6 gold. I have like enough gold for a small item. Do I think I get a small item or a better medium item? I think so. I'm more inclined like to look for those. I mean, that's a Dillo, right? I mean, that's even like a lot of stuff. Like we can also like, I don't know, like if we can like find the money, yeah, we can. Technically, we can like shoot ourselves a little bit in the foot and buy those two. I think though that's a little bit overambitious. If those were offered first and I wouldn't have bought those already, I would have bought those two. That is like a good solid start. The issue here is I don't want to sell all my stuff for those two. It's like, it's not feeling good to sell an Uzi, especially the Uzi here, for those kind. So I think the more consistent play is we're taking the Dillo and we ignore that we ever saw this brick body here. And then we are happy about the lighter, because this here is meaningful damage. We can also sell technically this again to roll for like physical damage. I mean, we don't have a shield. So let's think a little bit about this lighter. Is it like, is the damage meaningful enough? So it's 4 times 5, so it's like 10 damage, like on burn, unless there's shield. It's okay. Like, it's not the best. But we are sticking with the lighter maybe for some time. It's like a very fast proccing item. It has some impact. Burn is burn, right? It's no scaling, but I mean, sure, like plus 10 damage on all my weapons is a lot better. Probably plus 20 damage is also better. I mean, plus 20 damage is also better. Let's hope. Okay. We invested 2 gold into nothing. Unless we're gonna go with the defense grid. I don't think force field angle on the weaponized core is it though. On the core, I would pick this. On armored core, I would pick this here and say like whatever. But I will not play the defense grid line, and on day 1, I will win more likely with this over the defense grid. Anyway, long talk. That's our start. What's your opinion on day 1 skills? I feel like Dooley has so strong ones. I like them over XP. Burn shield weapon skill day 1 is very strong. I think you want to level. 50 HP is a number, and extra board space is especially a number. So, yeah, no. Snazer, what would you take with the Fury Katana versus Rocket Launcher? We're also losing here quite horribly, because that person has blasters and is playing the better scaling core. So I don't think there's anything to talk about. It's just like blasters day one is a little bit stronger. I would go with the katanas there. There's no reason not to go with the katanas. Okay, we lost here, but that's okay. That was unbeatable, probably, or close to unbeatable, to be honest. That was just like a very strong day one opponent. That is not the fault of the core at all. So, shopping or gold and XP? I think gold and XP look too good over small items. I think we played the same as always. We're only hitting for either the breaks or if we really need to. I have no idea if this is beating the Rogue Scrapper. If I would have to guess, I won't. Yeah, I don't. We are not scaling fast enough for the Rogue Scrapper. We're not proccing with any shield the Dillo. I think it's just like the left one. Like the crab, like the good old hardshell crab. Yeah, maybe like, I mean, I don't think they will do it, but maybe having PvP start after 2 days might be a nice thing. I would be a fan of that. Like, in all honesty, like, I don't think they will change, like Tempo will change it, but I would like that quite a bit, and I think the most people, even with the new system, would agree on that, because it gives you just more agency, right? Like, over 2 days, there's just like more stuff happening. Speaking of the power drill earlier, I still go for XP here. Though I was like thinking about if it's ever right to take like in those positions here skills, like a random bronze skill. I haven't tested enough, but I feel like it might be something to consider. I don't think I want to buy these. I do think though I want to roll for the duct tape. That's not a duct tape, my friend. That's not a duct tape. So, how do we want to play this? Just like this. One Uzi to the right for scaling. Like, I don't think this is helping us too much. It's also not like hurting us too much, right? Because we don't have an alpha ray. Maybe it's like this and I screwed up. Not that we would have won the day one fight, but maybe in this unique situation it's like the same as with the core. We don't care about the core procs. Yeah, it was wrong. It was wrong on day one not to have the core on the left for the Uzi. Like, oh, yeah, okay, yes. Oh, there's no reason to be not having the lighter on the left, though. It's that's a misplay. That's a lighter to the left. But like, Holy smokes. What are my opponents? Like, don't want to be like, you know, the guy. But, like, okay, this is like a screw up on my side, right? But that is a blast doors. That is a duct tape, and that is an alpha ray. That's like, you know, second blast doors in a row here. That's a nice board, yeah. Oh, that's an icy metronome he has to offer. There's an icy metronome. That's not a single use. You not get to play the game. You just get to die. Holy smokes. Chronobarrier icy metronome. Yeah, that is a board. Anyway, we lost here. I mean, I screwed up there, okay? I screwed up the second time with the positioning. For obvious reasons, we should have played it like this. I think that is very clear. Yeah, there's like no explanation needed. Though facing like two blast doors is also, I wouldn't say tilting, but you know, unlucky. Unlucky is probably the word I would use here. I don't think I want to upgrade the Dillo, especially since I don't have a Dape to make use of it. Do want to buy an Aiden because, I don't know, Dillo is falling off, and I don't think so that is the play, so yeah. I mean, we still have money, so let's go here. At least we get our Alpha Ray here. It also changes like how we want to position probably on the core. I still don't think I want to invest my gold into those upgrades. And rolling here is also only enabling maybe an Arc Blaster. That's an expensive Arc Blaster, if ever. If I get like randomly like a large weapon here that I would wanted to buy, I cannot buy that meaningful, right? I mean, I think like a combat core could be good, but that's not in our bank statement, right? Yeah, I mean, I would have to sell everything, and I don't think selling everything is helping us if there's a combat core. So the question is if I want to buy in a very expensive Arc Blaster, and the answer is no. I found the Ray. And then I probably upgrade the Ray because, I mean, we are, in the end, still a weapon build. And then I put like a drill on the board because it's on the board. Does it also mean we're positioning more like this? Probably. We still should win against the Scout Trooper here. I will not, don't stop putting on the brakes here. Okay. We're not leveling. So, do we want to go shopping over chocolate? I feel like we should, because this is not a real board and we lose again. And Sylvia is someone who can save us here. So I'm willing to go for a save. I don't think this is a real item. I don't think this is a real item, and I don't think this is a real item. So we're rolling. I think, though, that is a real item. That is as real as it gets. It's also like the power drill is probably gone for like quite some time, right? And I mean, not putting the crit on the on the railgun though feels like trolling. Is it ever we take out the lighter? Yeah, it's like whatever. I still want to have the crit on the railgun here. That is for sure. Also, it's like doesn't really matter. Yeah. So let's be bullying, right? I mean, I still like need 10 seconds before I kill my opponent, probably. So we can like rush down here, but I think we shouldn't get rushed down here. And then after 10 seconds, we should win just by this railgun going off, right? Yeah. What's the rationale for not upgrading the pulse rifle? At which point did I have the option like as a level up reward? Because upgrading the alpha ray is so much more scaling. And I know it takes like, you know, like 3 core procs until it's like on the pulse rifle, but it's also upgrading the other items. And if this and the Uzi is on the board and proccing, that's like very fast catching up on the damage. And after catching up, it's just like more damage. And I like more damage. And I'm from Germany. I mean, the problem is I drink coffee like water, not vodka. Like my fix is the coffee. My wrong. I don't know how you feel about the game CPV. I would say it's not broken, but that is very depending on the view. And you have like a Caltrops problem if you're not paying pick, but you have a dually problem early on if you play pick. So I don't know. Anyway, is any of those skills good enough? I mean, probably because we don't have money. And then we just like using the firepower there. I don't think upgrading the core is doing more. And I don't think... I mean, chemical fire... it's not it. It's just like the firepower. It's like more raw power. And I mean by a lot over upgrading the core there. What am I talking about? And then I take the free chocolate here. And the only thing that we're actually interested in is small items. This is small items. Do we like put on the brakes and don't take XP here? And that is like the most premium XP I can get. It comes with 2 gold. And I think because we are poor, I think we still want to do that. Though I think like I misplayed a little bit lately by not putting on the brakes here and there and actually look for the tech items. Because it's still important to get the tech items. Otherwise, this railgun is not doing his job quite good. Here though, I'm willing to go for that. Do we want to like bully Hydro dude? I don't think we want. It's just like so much more gold and XP. What? Holy hello, welcome. Like okay. First of all, shout out Shurku. Thank you, Shurku, for the raid. Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone. So thank you, Shurku, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you enjoyed the meta. And yeah, thank you for that. Welcome everyone. I'm Max, aka Snazer. We streaming already like for a few hours today again, but I generally enjoyed the game quite a bit. After yesterday, where we had like a very long bad RNG streak, that one is like over. So now we are climbing again towards the top 100 on the second account on Snazer2, and having a great time. We wanted to try here a flamethrower angle. on the weaponized core. I think like weaponized core is actually okay-ish as a core. And then we lost the first 2 days to blast doors, but that's like, you know, if you don't have an alpha ray and they have an alpha ray and you don't have blast doors and they have you don't have blast doors and they have blast doors, well, that is like just like sometimes a little bit unlucky. And then we found a early Sylvia railgun. So back on the track, I would say. That's the summary here. Yeah, today I have good games. Happy to hear that you have fun. I think it's a good meta, like in all honesty. There's like small issues here and there, but in general, I think it's good. I'm not looking for tools here though. Like, even if I want to pivot back into a flamethrower, which we might like have the opportunity later on to do, it's not happening here, and I don't need tools, right? Though there's also nothing else I really need. Like I can make use out of cinders though, and gumballs are still too expensive. We want to save our gold a little bit here for potential skills, and we still need to change a little bit the board. I mean, a duct tape would still give us survivability maybe, and it's a small item, but I don't think it's like doing anything. Maybe it helps us a little bit here. Why not? Let's go for the duct tape maybe. There's the drill again, and there's a Chris Army knife. So it's the idea to go like as defensive as possible with what we're having. I don't think I want to. I mean, I can buy this. It's like it's a Chris Army knife. Everyone likes a Chris Army knife, right? But I'm not rolling 6 gold on Orion here on day 4. And then Sylvia is like coming to the save again. I don't think Dinosaur is like that good here. I mean, that is like the slowest possible tech I can think of. I don't know if I really want to buy that. Like, in all honesty, that feels like, oof. I rather play like this, right? I don't think, like, I do think this is a more real board and not the remote control. So, I mean, it's okay. We low rolled here a little bit, but in the end, on day 4, it's a railgun. I mean, there should not go much wrong. For your informations, you can think of it as half CD, since it reactivates the Tech Core 2. That's fair. So for now, it would have been good enough. So it's like kind of multicasting as far as I'm concerned. And then I would have maybe considered it more. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, at least I should have considered that. Like, that is a very, very good point. Retromation, I like it so much. Thank you so much. Why are animations so slow now? I think it's a lot better. Like, is it on your end, or do you think like animations on my PC are still slow? I can talk about this, but it's like going a little bit off topic there in my game. Okay. Okay, it's like a very small excursus in how to fix that issue. I had the same issue, and the underlying issue is not that the animations is like per se slow. It is because you, with like the last patch, like not this patch, but the last one, with the new animations, they changed a little bit of the code to prevent the memory leak. And while you don't have GPU memory leak, it's at least on my AMD CPU, and it's more likely common on AMD CPUs, fully overloading my cores. Like, if you look at like a task manager and look at single cores, you will see that quite a few cores will run for a very long time at 100% load, which means they ran at maximum capacity and that is why the animations are slowing down. And also your CPU is getting a little bit hotter. What helps is disabling SMT and also disabling if you have the second CCD, which means if you have like a core with 2 CCDs, a CPU with 2 CCDs. So what I would do is run on 6 physical cores, and then the game runs smooth again. Okay, that was a little bit tech talk. While I really enjoy going for gold and XP, I will go here for hopefully some tech items. That is even worse of a slow tech item, so I will not buy that. That is not a real item. I get all the good items here, but they are not tech items, so I will not buy them. I think it's like very clear where we go. Even if we pivot into a flamethrower later, I don't want to buy here a Omega Ray. I don't think an Omega Ray is fitting that theme anyway. We go with health, a little bit conservative on the spending though. We don't need to use it here. We can easily still fight. I think Gorgon Nobler, we have all the time in the world. Yeah. So this is how it looks. And then you get like CPUs, and then you have like here your cores. And normally I can have like with logical cores included 24. And I limit myself from the BIOS to have only the 6 physical cores available. And then you can see we're still having like hard load on like a very top-notch CPU. But it's like not like all the time here at 100%. Because those cores are a little bit more stronger. And I think it has to do with like optimization for especially AMD CPUs. But that's my bare guess. Yeah. Okay. So I think it's a very easy thing to do, right? We can upgrade something, and for now we have to probably stick with the railgun. And then non-weapon items is the same as looking for techs. That is like golden crypto. I will buy that. Still hope to get like at least some techs. That is some tech. So we're gonna buy this. I think are we even gonna buy this? It's like we don't care about like the real damage here. We only care probably about the railgun. And then this is probably helping us more achieving that situation. Are there any medium items I can think of at the moment that will improve our board? And I cannot. I mean, the only tech item that is medium that I know of is a chrono barrier. And while gold items are possible, they are not likely. It's like not probable to assume we're getting like a golden chrono barrier here. So the other options are also like just a very little bit of damage is also just a little bit of damage, and small weapon is a small weapon. I think it's a freebie angle here. I cannot think of a medium item that is helping us here. So yeah, 19 gold on the crypto though, that is a number. And then it's probably just a bunch of small items that buy ourselves time, right? With at least one tech item here. It's probably for now what it is. I still use the Alpha Ray as a little bit of scaling here. Maybe it's even wrong to position like this, actually, the more I think about it, because this has multicast and then charging more the weaponized core. So probably this is the positioning. So recall, I had this issue only occurring since like 2 patches ago, and I never have any problems with the cores. Like they're like perfectly, I can do anything else. It has to be some part on the, unfortunately, on their end. Yeah, that is already a horrible load, but it's at least not at 100% load. and therefore the animations are not like in slow-mo. Like, in all honesty, when I played this game on the last patch without the fix, I had the feeling I was on a very bad trip. I couldn't play this game for many hours without, like, I don't know, being really unhappy. I hope they optimize it a little bit better. Okay, it's probably Kev's Armory though. Like, anything that gives us... Sure, when you don't want it, you get the Shield Enchanted Alpha Ray. Everything that has, like, every shop that gives us... Okay. Game, you are trolling here. Like, this is the dream if I don't, like, play, like, railgun that are already upgraded. Like, also it's a dream for the Dillo scenario. Like, I mean, maybe not with a combat core there, but holy smokes. Let's think about whether I want to pivot into that. I mean, I would have to sell off stuff, so I cannot buy this on the side here. Not reasonable. So it's either the Shield Enchanted Combat Core or it's a railgun. It's not both. In combination with a scaling from a golden Shield Enchanted Alpha Ray that we got for free. If I was on the core, I would jump into circles and say, well, it's super nice to play a combat core on the core. We are though on a like weaponized core, so we get not extra charge from the core and can charge our combat core here. Dual core railgun is dumb but fun. Yeah, that is actually also a build. I forgot about that. Sure. And then we just go for the red button again. Like, I did that build and I had like an amazing time. Let me look it up for you guys, and then we're just going for that. That is a good point. For some reason, my brain is like a little foggy after 8 and like nearly 9 hours of streaming. And yeah. Look, this was like a game yesterday evening, where I just played like this, and you can see how fast this is going to be fair with a turbo core here, and we had like knife tricks and all this stuff going, but that was like stumping over every opponent. Like the Bella list, I went off once, and then that was that for my opponent. We just like we went so hard, man. That was a fun game. Yeah, so that means we're like fully pivoting into that. And then we're fully pivoting into that. Yeah. We have also the GPU for that. I can see the light. I can see it. It's a good thing I missed. Good call. Good call. It's probably even like this. Like, we take the maximum of part of shielding because it's a shielded combat core to begin with. And then, like, somewhat like this. That's fun. Yeah. Work at the docks, getting a weapon is maybe something. It's definitely gold tier skills on day 6. It's always gold tier skills. I mean, building crescendo is like also like a dream skill. Am I fast enough to make it work? You know, it takes some time, right? It's like, how many procs do I need? I need 10 procs on my board to 0, and then I need 5 procs to be meaningful, so 15 procs to be meaningful. Let's say 50% crit on your board is very meaningful. So it's like 15 procs. 4. So we get at 4 seconds, probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So after 8 seconds, that is meaningful enough, right? Yeah. Crescendo is just good enough. on its own, right? We can also use the scrap here on the shielded combat core. I mean, is it ever like an Uzi that is faster proccing over the... No, it's not, it's not. Let's don't do that. Let's go for the strongest fight though. Let's look at a little bit how this is going. Also positioning is wrong, right? I mean, maybe. Not really, unless I want to have like one to the left there. I mean, maybe it's reasonable because of firepower here. But what do we care about 10 damage? We don't, right? Yeah, we don't. It's all about maximum the shielding here, buying ourselves time. And then we're looking only for LEDs and upgrading the GPU. Maybe considering even like an atomic clock to get out of the weaponized core. Like, that is something. A thruster's good. I mean, this is like already like a nice setup, to be honest, right? I don't think thrusters are good enough here. I don't like those. Is there a reason to upgrade the Aiden here ever? No, it's just a friend and we don't need friends. And 2 XP are 2 XP. And monster loot is monster loot. And it comes with more XP. Let me catch up. Chat is moving fast here. Armor core CC is useless on the right side, isn't it? I mean, not really. It's buying myself time. Has anyone had their card declined by Bazaar and know the fix? No. I have no idea. So the question is if like the Uzi is better. I mean, it's better for Crescendo for sure. I have to give it to you. This feels so nice though. Feels so nice. It feels so nice because, you know, you have like 2 cores and then a shielded alpha ray. I don't want to. I mean, probably it's wrong. I admit it's wrong, but it feels so nice to have like a shielded golden alpha ray with 2 cores. So we're playing a little bit the mirror here. And we had like a choc diff. I mean, he's playing the more serious version. Where he actually has like all the like real items, though I don't understand his positioning at all. Like, why do you have like the core on the left? That does not make any sense to me. I mean, even if you say you want to have the crit on the railgun, why do you have those items on the right side of the core? Would armor be better second to the right? The small items don't trigger that much and you don't get more value from your skill. Second to the right. Probably. Bronze level positioning. Okay. Yeah, but like, I don't know, like, even if you don't know this is a tech, you can still want to have it more procs and more damage. Like, and the stuff like some of those stuff cannot even crit. Anyway, we got bailed out here. So let's think about what the more serious approach here is. It's still like working at the docks over medium items. More serious is actually probably something like this. Then we actually get rid of this. And I don't think the Aiden at bronze is doing enough, so maybe it's like the Uzi. Preferably it's LEDs, right? That is where we want to go. I don't think I go JJ looking for tech items though. Like if I get also 2 XP offered. So shield or lifesteal. I mean, we have a little bit of shield going on. Like, first of all, those are not like really good options because they do not say slow or haste. And without slow and haste, there is like soonish a problem occurring. If our opponents have it and we don't, we're struggling, right? Anyway, putting that into mind, I think like heal is probably better than lifesteal, though lifesteal opens up the one skill that is freezing my opponent. So there's that. Like the monster drop skill. The alternative is to go for more shield, and obviously the target for that is the railgun here. That's quite a bit of shield, and I think in the end shield is better than heal and lifesteal. And the reason is, if it's close, or like a, how should I say it? I don't know. For some reason, I like shield more because we can sometimes achieve shield on ourselves without needing, like, we get leeway up front for all different kind of scenarios, right? Like, we can only full heal to the maximum value, but we can like shield further down and get extra health on top of that. Has the downside obviously against poison, but I'm not afraid of poison today. Anyway, there's the Radiant Corsair. While I always go for the Cosmic Rock, I don't think Cosmic Rock is here better than the Corsair. You want to change those two for maximum scaling on the railgun. Maybe that's a compromise for now. Sure, I don't think it matters. Small items are nice, maybe. That's attack, but it's attack that unfortunately is not triggering, right? I mean, they're like, it's like funny, right? Those are like, we have like so many options here. Like you could take his charging station and run a double core setup, probably. And you could have like a decent game. I think we're like at the moment are also trolling ourselves a little bit. Because we're playing on too many, like we're dancing on too many parties. I feel like this can be good, but I think like more small techs would generally be stronger, though at the moment we don't have them, so there's that. I mean, that is like also like a baity tech, right? Like 7 seconds, that's an eternity. Like a literally eternity. And then charge adjacent items for 1 second. I'm not buying that. That's atrocious. You cannot make me. Let's hope for a haste skill. Like this one. Oh yeah. Okay, now I can see why we want to run those though. Like now I'm not getting rid of the shielded core, combat core here. Because that is also triggering the heavy machinery. And this says at the moment, and it's bugged, it says the first infinite amount of times. You use the core. Each fight hastes 1 item for 2 seconds. So to put it into perspective. So health or Goldie? I think it's Goldie. Tech items are still helpful. Like a golden, what is it called? Red button here would go a long way. I don't think another large item is helping us. This is attack, and this is like, you know, that's that. I want to buy both. So do we? Okay, that's also like quite a bit of gold. Do we ever want to run a chrono barrier here over the 2 items? I mean, if it's like a diamond chrono barrier, it's probably even like a consideration, but it's starting to be like unbelievably clunky. So I don't think that's the plan. Good talk. For now, it's not the plan. Do we ever like go for the scrap metal here? Already. And I don't think we do. We are more inclined to wait until this is diamond, and the next upgrade will be on the scrap metal for sure. And then we're still playing like this. Sure. I think lifesteal is better than heal. Unless you only have 1 weapon, then heal is maybe better. I mean, my argumentation would be to say heal actually has the impact of cleansing. And while it's not cleansing a lot, it's cleansing, right? Like, why not take it? Like, I don't think it's like really often happening you get the skill that actually has the lifesteal upside. Like, that is a skill that is, it's like arguing, like it has probably the rarity of a bonk, at least. So like, yeah, I don't feel that as an argument too much. If it wasn't bugged, it should trigger 5 times as it states and not 5 times per core. That would be probably something I think that would be nice to as a benefit to open up like double core setups. Because it's already a little bit clunky on most situations, but I don't think they will want to do that. If you get the legendary dually skin, does this become your main account? Not really. Like, Snazer is the main. Maybe at some point in the very far future I can trade from Snazer2 to Snazer1. I think Aiden is out here, and then I have 5 spaces for chocolate. Though there are small items. It's small items angle. I still need tech items here. That is a tech item. So I'm gonna take the tech item over the Uzi. For sure. Is it ever selling the GPU? I think if I get the red button, I sell the GPU. And then upgrading skills. That is an upgrade. That is an upgrade. So 2 are upgrades. I think this is like a meaningful upgrade. And I am willing to take that risk over JJ. I snap picked those, I think today or yesterday on stream. I was like, oh yeah, nice upgrade. Because like obviously, all the patches ago, upgrading machinery is like the easiest insta-pick in life. Since 5 times infinite and 10 times infinite is still infinite as far as this game concerned. I know that's like, I mean, the mathematician is going crazy if I say times infinite. It's always like, I don't know if it's like English, but Lime is against infinite and stuff. But, you know, if you get the idea, it's a long time ago, but I remember. You just like do that. Anyway, 5 times infinite is the same as 10 times infinite for here. I don't think 3 burn on the Aegis is anything I want to upgrade here. Like, there's no reason to do that. I will definitely go for the Wandering Shoal. Not only does it have the most XP and gold, but it has also a nice skill. I don't have slow yet, but I think like even if I get LEDs here, I'd probably skip the bronze GPU because it's like if it was silver or gold, that's different. But at the moment, it's just like it's a bit slow. I still always go for the monster loot. I think it's like monster loot always to pick. Temp boost, medium items. I mean, medium items have the upside. We can find naturally upgrades here for the medium items. So why not? Like, I don't think I need a temp boost here. I would say we should win in most cases on day 8 with what we're doing. And then Heady is Heady, right? Heady, give me upgrade. I want to have upgrade on my scrap metal. I don't know what the symbols are doing at the moment, to be honest. Get a random enchanted item. Okay. Yeah, that is a random enchanted item. That is the definition of a random item. And whether that has an enchantment, I couldn't care less. Yes. The machinery is infinite. If you reached 2, would you dethrone your own account? So we're getting like slowed by the ignition core. That's like a huge difference. And then we are dead, right? So that is like a skill diff, right? Because we did like, we have nothing to counter that. Like he has a crescendo and then he has like a heavy ignition core. Yeah, man, sometimes even when you high roll, you cannot high roll enough. Man, sad. I think the first upgrade is for sure the scrap metal here. That is very meaningful impact, 1 second less on the combat core. Skill upgrades, sure. No skills, I mean. I don't have a friend. I don't think this is mattering too much. This is the same. Let's go for something better. I mean, even this is better. Just to have like slow. Maybe it's full arsenal. Probably. How would you rate the cores? Crit core and ignition core are both S tier. Oh, that is a skill. I would say the core is A tier. At the moment, I feel like armored core and weaponized core are A minus to B tier. And then the companion core is the Fest of F tier. It's like, don't play if you want to win the companion core. So, is there a reason to go for weapons? Surely, I can upgrade those weapons here. I mean, we upgraded here the scrap metal over the railgun, but I feel that is warranted. So this is an upgrade on the full arsenal. I don't know what it does, but probably it's increasing like the amount it decreases, right? And we have like, we don't have a tool, but we have a vehicle and we have a weapon. So that is a 2.4, 1.8. Yeah. I mean, that is like unfortunately 1 day too late because we had to lose another fight. And we lost like 3 rounds this game, right? We got like completely shredded day 1 and day 2 by Alpha Ray Blast Doors enjoyers, and we didn't have neither. But now I feel like we are in a good position. Like we shouldn't lose here. Yeah, they massacred our companion boy. It like I think like the companion core, even if it was like not always as strong, it felt like so nice because it was all hasted all the time, and you have so many procs and stuff going on. Like just from the visual play style, I think like companion core was just fun to play. Like all the stuff going on. Like I enjoyed like the companion core just like for the visual reason, even if it was not getting over the line sometimes. Sure, we can get another scrap metal here. So let's do that. Also, we need to be a little bit more careful. That is my what is it called? Knife tricks. Oh, oh baby. Like I will go here against actually against Pygmalion with this board. Like I'm willing to take my chances against a Pygmalion. I mean I probably lose, but I'm willing to take my chances with this board against Pygmalions. It's maybe one of the very few boards where you, if you have enough health, you might get over the line. And this being Diamond. I think it's the Juggler or like the Trash Titan for the Juggler. Okay. Does it change anything here? I don't think so. Let's go for JJ. Our red button is still... Oh. I mean, at which point is it like a little bit bullying? Like, do we think this is already bullying? Is it ever actually like a chrono barrier here just to like bully further? I mean, there's like the issue with the juggler though, but like I think like it's actually a consideration just to run the chrono barrier. So my opponent is sitting there and can watch do nothing, and he getting like two-shotted by this. Chrono over red core. You want to take out a 1 second weaponized core here? Nah. It's either those two. Like this is procking so much more, and it's hasting. It's either this or not. But that's it. I think it's this, in all honesty. Just to bully your opponents. I want to do that. You cannot stop me. Like, I mean, you can try, but crit effect. Okay. I mean, I think the weaponized core can get crit. I don't get rid of my shield enchanted, so that is not happening. Okay, Vanessa. I will bully you. I will bully you with a chrono barrier. And then I have like a full hasted board after probably 1.6 seconds. I mean, she's bullying me back. She's bullying me back. That is not fair. But this is like nice for us generally. Why do I have like to have a 2.2 second combat core? That is not fair. No, that is not fair. 2.1 on the combat core, that is not fair. I mean, like, I'm a little bit, in all honesty, I'm a little bit over, right? I have streamed for over 9 hours already, so I might get like a little bit over here, like over emotionally or whatever. But I feel like it's funny to have like a 2.2 core here, or 2.4 core, because my opponent has a bonk. Like the only reason this like high CD is happening is because of the bonk. And they helped us quite a bit with the glass cannon because yeah, I don't care like about that damage, and then yeah, there's that. I mean, can I somehow? I want to have like a a screenshot of a shielded combat core with a bonk opponent. I mean, I have to make 2 screenshots. Yeah, that is a funny board. Why do people love Companion Core this patch? I have no idea. Combat Core is a new Uzi, yeah. It's a better Uzi at 1.6. Colt's Knife Tricks, Colt's Chocolate. I can't get my second cutlass after day 15 shops. How do you do it? So after yesterday, after losing all day long, I had a very long and very stern phone call with Reynard, and I told him I will not play this game anymore if he's not changing my RNG, and he wants me to play this game to, you know, promote it on Twitch. And then he caved in, and he gave me access to the servers. And now whenever I'm calling something, I can go in the backlogs and just change the RNG in that direction. And that is a very, very nice gesture of Mr. Reynard. This is fun. Okay, that's enough talk about that. Oh, oopsie. Why do we get a decision? Yeah, Reynard is a great guy. In all honesty, though, he's a great guy. Is it chocolate just because I want to race like against Pygmalions? I think so. I think it's like, okay, do the servers like got my server rights revoked? Yeah, I shouldn't have said that, right? I shouldn't have said that at all. That was like, Reynard was like, yeah, it's okay if you do that, but don't tell anyone. And I breached the NDA, yeah. I breached the NDA. That's so clumsy of me. Like, I shouldn't have done that. I mean, we're joking around. Like, I think it's fine. And to talk, obviously, that is not happening. I don't have any access. It's like pretty obvious, hopefully, but yeah. For someone else server issues, or is it just me that had like a small oopsie here? Or did others also have a hiccup? Infinite rerolls, probably. France, no. Chocolate, I mean, it's just 150 health and it's kind of expensive. Kina, could an upgrade on the chrono. Let's roll one more. Okay, Quixel, what do you have? That's expensive crypto, but it's like giving me money in the long run. So I think the next thing I want is also assault focus. Just if my opponent is doing something, I think the focus is nice, and I don't care too much about the chrono barrier. That is getting slowed. So oops. Okay, we can upgrade something. There is something I want to upgrade. It is a chrono barrier, because I think like otherwise our board is a little bit weak, right? And this way it's a little bit stronger. So we are gonna purposefully buying this, because otherwise we cannot put the stuff in the stash. And if you cannot put stuff in the stash, we get like 20% decrease here. I mean, in the end, I think like that's like nothing matters, but if you're playing correctly, it's like something on the lines of this. It's probably also gone with this one here. And let's be honest, I mean, we can put those on the board though, right? That is the idea. We don't need to get rid of those. Is it XP over temp boost, or is it just health to make sure we're not getting screwed by the crazy caltrops? I think it's like making sure we're not getting screwed by the caltrops. I think the The only thing I'm afraid of is Caltrops, like literally. I'm not afraid of a single other item here. Like there should not be an item that beats us with like a diamond chrono barrier and 1 point whatever 5 seconds, right? Start of combat knife tricks, combat core. Like we have a diamond shielded combat core at 1.5 seconds with knife tricks and a full hasted board in no time. So before they even go off, they should like just die. Yeah. There's a theory that disconnects add losses to your run as a bug since last patch. I don't think so. I think there was like something wrong with the rating system when the servers were like struggling really hard, like the first day after the patch. But since they fixed the servers like a couple days ago, there was no issue and no reason to assume that. At least I have not witnessed or saw anything suspicious anymore since the servers are fixed. So I think we are good there. That's a very German thing to say. After that joke, I will say, yeah, yeah. Wait, I have seen that situation, and I picked like a temp boost there, right? For the health. And then, are there any reasons to pick small items here? I don't think so. It's just chocolate. I don't want to go, like, I think like we can actually beat easily a Void Golem, because I don't care what is getting destroyed, right? And this is the one build where you actually do that. Sure. Just for the fun. And maybe you're just like for the fun also running Singularity then? Like Singularity here over the core just to meme around. Oh no, what does it do? When you destroy an item during combat, your vitamins gain 100 damage. Okay. Let's just carry that to show off that we are beating a Void Golem with ease. I think that is like a nice show off. I think it's slow because I want to slow my opponent. Haste is solved. Poison we don't have. So I think it's just like bullying opponents with slow because we really want them not to get anything done here. And then I cannot think of any item that I want. Let's see if Quixel has something. Okay, I was wrong. I want to have another scrap metal here. I think I want to go for skills. I'm definitely taking defense grid because the only thing I die is if my opponent is like more or less literally like at least I think so, is running Caltrops and we are killing ourselves. Okay, there's a dually. Morgoloth. That is isn't that the guy who is famous for being 2 years a bully on the internal staging server before the game went live? I'm pretty sure that is the same person. Yeah, I saved the scrap for the next upgrade, so we're starting at 1 second on the core for sure. Also, they were like not allowed to play the game, right? Like this is like if I had to face this on day 12, I would be in shambles again. I would be like, how can my opponent high roll that much? And then I would verify that it's really 1.5 seconds on the combat core. But yeah, let's hope we get another upgrade here. I really want to have a 1 second combat core. Because like I don't know if you have played the game like for a long time, but scrap metal actually was giving you 2 seconds at diamond and 1 second at gold and started at silver. And that time was already like ridiculous where you could achieve the kind of stuff we're doing here quite easily. And that what we're doing here now, though, is super rare, right? It's not happening often that you get like that many scrap metals working. Am I dumb, or would mittens to the right of the core be better for him? I have not watched the opponent, to be honest. I was focused reading up, catching up with chat, and also enjoying my build as long as it lasts. So I cannot tell you in this specific situation. Okay, I think like it has to be a slow enchant here, and it has to also get changed from the crit core. Like I want to have like my shields actually, like they are meaningful. But I don't think I need crit because I have obviously crescendo in this high run. And then I go with infinite rerolls. Is health good enough? Nah. No. Sells upgrades on the skills. I mean, it's probably my last encounter here, right? Or is it my second to last? I don't know. I want to see what the bazaar has to offer. No. Quicksell. Quicksell, there's one item you have to give me. It's not the item I was looking for. I want to have another scrap. Okay, Mittel, you know the job. You have one job, my friend. One job. Never lucky. So unlucky. How could I be so unlucky? So we're just using it anyway to show off. But obviously it would have been fun. Like 3 seconds. 1.5. And then a diamond chrono barrier. I mean, it's a pick. So that's the one guy I'm scared of. But I don't think I need to be scared of anymore. I want to have actually the shield here. And I don't need extra slow. Like you can see, it's like perma slowed. Yeah. I'm not scared of Pygmalions here. I think that is ludicrously strong, right? That is like holy holy. Actually, Iceberg, Ice Club would have wrecked this build. Fair. I did not think about that. But how many Iceberg's Ice Clubs are out there? I'm just asking for a friend. Like I know they exist, but I have not seen them. I know this build is technically possible, like I know about that. Also, it's really unfair, right? We had like the best run ever. Why did we get MMR for that? And we climbed quite a bit on MMR. Like, wasn't I 119 when we started this run? On the second? Like, showing off, that's me. But like, in all honesty, I was certainly... I thought I was like somewhere here. And now I'm here for 10-3. Was I already like here-ish? Like, am I tripping? Was I here? We're 2080. Okay, good to know. All West. So we got like 6 MMR for 10-3. That's generous. That's very generous. I'm not minding, but I was 114 before the game. Okay. So I got like literally like 5 MMR or 6 MMR here. How did you keep track of my MMR, Alwest? Do you have it still open? Or is there a back-end development thing that you are part of about the, like, I know that the guy who's making the site wants to give us like that data over time. So there's the thing like in the future. By the way, I talked to the guy who's like actually making the bazaring, because I wanted to ask him if he wants the donations, because I DDoSed his site quite a bit when I was climbing. Like I was very notorious refreshing the site to see how it developed after the games when I was climbing on the Snazer. And I wanted to like thank him for the site and give him some money for the server capacities. He didn't want it. Anyway, he is implementing, like he's saving probably all the data, and he will implement at some point, hopefully in the future, a graph so we can say look at the development over time from different people. And I think that will be like a really neat thing, because it shows like a little bit who's climbing when, how fast and stuff. Like I love data, just to look at this. So yeah, small excursion there. Anyway, nice climbing. So we're close to top 100 finally. We just had to like dump down like 100 MMR and now climb ourselves back. I still want to continue. I want to continue playing, and I can also stream my continuation of the game. So I will stream further. Like, I don't mind. Like, I cannot get enough of this game at the moment. I though think it is healthy to take a 2-minute break. So as always, I take a 2-minute break here. It's like 2 to 3 minutes. So yeah, thank you for staying around. I hope you're having a great day so far. I had a blast of a last run, as you can imagine. Maybe I hope you enjoyed the run as well. That was a fun run. Like in my book, that is I mean, obviously Hyro, but that is a fun run. And I'm happy I stick with the combat core there and the railgun. I see you in just a bit. Thank you for staying around. I wish you a good day or good night if you're leaving now. And for those who stay around, thank you. See you in just a bit. Okay, I am back. Thank you guys for staying around. Oops, I have to change that. I think we restarted the client in the last game, so no reason to do that. And then just continue. I also think it takes like Smalley, like I know for a fact it takes Smalley into account who you face, like which rank your opponent is at the moment, or how high the rating is at least. I don't know which of those, like I think it's more like the rating. It's like just we can only see the rating of legend players or whatever we want to call it. I think everyone already has a rating. That is already increasing a little bit. And yeah, anyway. There's a crit core and an armored core. I think we can play both. So we haven't played an armored core on the stream today. So there's a consideration to at least mix it up and play an armored core. I think it is okay to play an armored core. I do think though it struggles quite a bit. Like I rather play any other core at the moment except the companion core that's like not existing. So I don't want to lose. I want to get into top 100 before we ending the stream probably. So the idea here is to take a crit core, make it a good game, get the banana ball. That is a ridiculously nice board for day 9. I mean, you can see it yourself, like I don't need to show it, right? If you want to, you can just open up in the chat. Build for armored core and force field. Yeah, like force field is the build. The issue is like force field can struggle quite easily and break, especially if you don't have the right skills. I mean, if you have the right skills, like a force field build is amazing. It also is depending on what you're facing. Like poison without the force field early on can be your enemy. Later it's more burn your enemy. Sometimes you're not popping off fast enough. I don't know. It's like it can break quite easily. So I struggle sometimes with the armor core lately. I have always struggled a little bit with the armor core. I mean, that is a reasonable start, right? That's an Eiler start. I just buy the Hamlet here in case I'm not hitting like another friend, and it's a nice contingency, and then I roll. And yeah, I mean, I can like I don't want to like be mad because I hit like the dream, but there's no alpha ray, so there's that. I think I want to have an Uzi for the future. So like, how do we want to play this? I don't need to ever to use the Hamlet. I mean, that is out, right? It's straight out. And then I can buy the Uzi and the Hamadillo, and that's it. Yeah, good talk. And then we taking skills that do weapon damage, like this one. And then we're putting in the Dillo here. And we say we don't have scaling, but that's like a ludicrous amount of damage we're getting here for day 1. So we should win on average. The only downside is we did not get the alpha ray, but I think that's okay. So that is an opponent. He leveled at least, right? He got the duct tape, and then he was in between like where we have been, right? Where you get like Curry on the left. I know exactly how his last job like was. His last job was Curry on the left, do nothing on the right, like take a whatever, what is it, like a loan on the right, and in the middle is like get 5 region. And the duct tape is coming from the banana ball. And he's taking the 5 region. And he's sad. And this is the board. This is the board of a sad person. I can tell you. Hero screwed, hero screwed. I'm very sorry for you. I can feel the pain. If I were you, I mean, he's like not legend and he's probably not caring, but if I were you, I would have been clumsy. Just to be clear there. It's always a good idea to consider being clumsy there. Just for your mental health. Hello, Xion. Welcome, welcome. Left-handed pulse rifle is strong enough to compensate for no ray first few days. Yeah, that is true. Hero screwed. Yeah, hero screwed is hero screwed. That's a good one. So, actually, truth talk. Never have done that on stream, and I forgot halfway again about that. I don't know if you remember for those who are interested, there was a meta discussion rather early on Tashdama streams. He has this on YouTube with like a couple of high-ranked players that all have like good understanding of the game. And I don't know who it was. I think it was 610, but don't put the name on it. He said the most broken thing you can do is play a pulse rifle and then put a shadow like the cloak on it from Courier, and that is something everyone is sleeping on. And maybe that is true. I still haven't pulled it off, and the reason I haven't pulled it off is I'm just not going to Courier. I'm just power leveling all the way, and I don't know what is correct here. Like, thinking about this, is it ever worth to skip like gold and XP and go to Courier on day 2? Like, I don't think that can be a reliable play. I mean, sure, if I just go Courier and the cloak is there, I will be thumbs up and be happy. But I cannot really, on the early days, justify spending 4 gold rolling a Courier for literally most of junk. Like, that's not how it works. And the cloak is not there like consistently. So, yeah, there's that. Just chilling, bro. Thank you for the prime. Thank you for the support. Hope you're having a great day. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We're having fun as far as I am concerned. So it's always good if the streamer has fun. Feel so much better today in comparison to last day, like yesterday. Holds on cloak is goated. Problem is you get baited to upgrade the cloak. Okay. I see. But would you like go here to the Courier for that reason? Like, it feels so bait because you love to power level, like I love to power level at least, and try to get ahead of the curve. And like that's a huge like opportunity investment of I'm missing out 2 gold, 1 XP, and no 5 gold. Okay, at least we are agreeing that's not like super early. Correct for that. Okay, if it was like just a bad note. Okay, I can see. Yeah, left-handed makes it appealing. Yeah, I agree. Like, this is why I thought about the cloak situation again, because this is like the situation where the cloak would actually be, like, I would probably consider a cloak over an alpha ray if I have to choose between those two in this situation, right? Yeah. I mean, that's the same with Kev. I'm the biggest Kev enjoyer there is probably this patch, or like one of those. I think Kev is amazing shop, but it's the same issue as with Courier. Like, for one reason, I think the shield enchanted items only show up a little bit later. Like on day 1 and day 2, I have seen way less shield enchanted items in general. If I was there, like I don't know if my sample size is big enough, but that's the one thing. And the second thing is I don't have the money, right? Like it's super expensive to buy enchanted items, like expensive, but like reasonably expensive, especially day 1 and day 2. And it's like super expensive to roll Cav. So I go to Cav quite a bit because like shield enchanted weapons is with an alpha ray so broken. You get free shield scaling. It's like nuts in my book. But it's not something I go for day 1 or day 2. So here it's just like XP in my book, like power leveling. I still think this is the setup that can raise easily a rogue scrapper, so more gold. Just like go ham. Like it enables like the high roll potential of getting a second rogue scrapper risk fight and then actually leveling to level 4 on day 2. I have done that like quite a couple times on this patch. Like it's not like happening often, but like around, I don't know, a little bit below 10% maybe. It's still reasonably often. Yeah. I got the idea, retromation. Yeah, I think like there's like the first few days, it's like it's happening. Like sometimes you still see it, but it's like a lot rarer, more rare. I think it's more rare, the correct way to phrase it. So it's just like not as often happening. We don't find tape where rarer is correct. Okay. So if I don't find tape, I run into trouble. I think like here we can also like consider putting on the brakes for small shop. I agree, tape is important, and small shop is also option for like alpha ray and for tape. But I also think like on day 2 we're not running into trouble yet, right? Like you cannot tell me we are running into trouble here with a crit core and the Uzi and what we're having. Like this is not looking like trouble in my book. This is trouble in 1 or 2 days, but not like trouble now. Anyway, I can agree that we might want to go here. Is it the laser pistol ever? I mean, I think like the laser pistol is better than the granola bar, but do we really care about a laser pistol? That's an expensive laser pistol. I don't care about that. I mean, that is weapons. Like, this is like where we could have leveled, right? XP here and then risk here. But obviously, I will not skip weapons, so there's that. Isn't now time to buy the cheaper laser pistol just to have like a weapon for the future if we want to use it? I think like an arc blaster here is reasonable to buy. I don't think a laser pistol. We're rolling and we're hoping for something better than that. I don't think upgrading the... Okay, is it ever a heads up play to buy the Uzi here? I have an idea why it's correct to buy the Uzi here at this specific situation. So I would argue, I mean, it's not really true. I mean, we would take out on day 2 the Uzi out of the bronze pool, right? We cannot get shown another bronze Uzi, which means the bronze pool gets like shrink by 1 item, and then we have higher chances to get like an alpha ray. Is that a wrong thought? Is it biting me later? Or is it a good thought? Like, I don't care about the 1 gold or 2 golds here. And I don't care whether I have like 2 or 4 damage on an Uzi. That is like, none of those are interesting me. Normally, we played like, it's bad to buy an Uzi because then the future silver items will also be Uzis. And we don't want to have all future silver items Uzis. And you can obviously say in the future, it's hurting us more because when silver is more common than bronze in a couple of days, having the Uzi, if we especially haven't found the alpha ray, we can sometimes see instead of a silver alpha ray, a silver Uzi, and then we are sad again. You can also snipe the silver items. I agree, Berg. The thing is, for the next few days, the rarity is rolled first, which means it is very unlikely silver and more likely bronze. And if we are shrinking the already small bronze pool 1 item down, we are increasing the odds, at least for the next few days, on our alpha ray, right? That is the idea. We cannot see the Uzis that much often. In like that was my idea here. Like, so up until day 6, it is helping us in that way of like seeing a alpha ray. I don't care. Like, probably it's still bronze anyway. For my luck, as far as I'm concerned. But we are just like, for like this next days, we are like screwing us on the odds here, sure, right? But we are not screwing, like, we are therefore increasing our odds quite significant here. And this pool is anyway a lot bigger, so Here it's already like super rare in comparison because like there are like a lot more weapons if we include the silver pool, where this pool about bronze is narrow. That's the whole idea about why bronze items are so good, because the pool is like small and it can only be the items that start at bronze, and that is the narrow pool. Okay, I think I want to buy the Uzi. I think that is a nice thought. I like that. Like, I have not been convinced that that is wrong. I don't need to sell this. I don't think one weapon damage matters. I came here from Shokurate. It feels transferring from gender studies class to dimensional. uh, I gotta check a lot of that comment. Um, it's I don't want to give you the answer why it's like also like has like a sort of a personal note, but there is like a nice like comparison to actually my real life. So that's hilarious. I can tell you that comment is hilarious. I liked it a lot. You know what? I don't know. I'm in a good mood today. There's your VIP for that one. Holy smokes. We won. He's a companion core enjoyer. I don't know why you would be a companion core enjoyer ever. You don't be that. I mean, we did the math, Mr. Spalzer. We just did the math. Like, I don't think like we did at least like kind of convincingly enough the numbers for the next few days. Like, I don't think my reasoning is wrong. We don't need to know the percentages like in detail. Um, I think I made the argument for the Uzi. Um, um, it's not like, okay, it seems like people are confused. So for those who are new to this argument, I'm doing this again. There are like at least 2 people in my chat. So just a second, guys. The issue why you don't want to pick Uzi is, first of all, the upgrade is like, it doesn't matter, right? If there's 2 damage or 4 damage in the early game, or if there's 4 and 8 damage on the mid game and late game, no one cares. That will for sure not decide your matches. Like, that's one match out of, I don't know, 1,000 maybe, right? But in the future, like if you make your like silver and then you make it your golden Uzi, and you go to Goldie, you will see that golden Uzi, that is not a meaningful upgrade at all. Instead of the possibility, seeing instead an item that is meaningful, like a chrono barrier, like a scrap metal, like other items. You basically take out of the gold pool the item that you already have. That is not a nice mechanic, but if you have like a bronze, I don't know, whatever item, it cannot show as a gold item. And since rarity is rolled first, or rarity is specific at different vendors, that means you just like very little bit nudge the odds in your favor. It's not the most important hugest of huge increase, but then you lose gold, you don't get any impact, and you screw yourself a little bit in the future for rolls, because you, I don't know, you really want to have, like, instead of a golden Uzi, rather a golden railgun at Ayla, or a golden combat core. So if Ayla is rolling gold first, she cannot roll the Uzi if you don't have a golden Uzi yourself, and it's a bronze or silver Uzi. Okay, I think that is probably understandable. Anyway, Ayla, you lovely lady. That is still no Alpha Ray. It's all bronze, as expected, but it's no Alpha Ray. I mean, it could have been an Uzi, but that's about it. I don't want to pick any of those here. We are still, like, probably dillowing around. I mean, we can consider buying the Chris Army knife, because without a tape, like a dillo is a clunky item. But I don't think I mean, sure, I'm just buying that. Isla, you lovely lady. Why do you do that to me? So, do I think non-weapon items on day 3 is important? I don't think so. I play a weapon core, so it's like just like 5 region. And then it's an upgrade. I don't have anything I want to upgrade here. Like, I would have loved to upgrade my Alpha Ray, but it's not there. So, it's a bronze skill. Like, upgrading a crit core is not meaningful in my book. I don't think those skills are it. I mean, this is okay if I had a duct tape, but I don't. Don't want to buy that for the future duct tape, though. And then it depends, like, in 2-3 days, that is not a really meaningful number anymore. For the next 2 days, though, it is a meaningful number, but only if I have, like, something to utilize that properly. I'm more inclined to roll. I'm more inclined to say 10 damage on my weapons is a lot more. I mean, it's 8 crit, right? It's not the best, but... And it's expensive. It's like kinda expensive as far as I'm concerned. I will not run the Chris Army knife this, though. Okay, first of all, there's something going on. Suhi Le Boss, thank you for the community gifted sub. And Firewings, thank you for the also gifted sub. Oh no, he gave out on community sub, and then you... What's going on there? Oh no. And then Tortoise Furia is also subscribing for 2 months, so thank you for that. Let me see if like Stream Elements is that. So Suhi gifted a sub, and then you gifted a sub to Suhi Gribos. That is somehow a weird interaction, and is obviously confusing, and as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, and Striker KOG, thank you for your 1 month subscription. So thank you, all of you, for the generous support. Thank you for the subscription or gifting out a subscription. It means a lot, helps a lot out. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate that. Let me catch up with chat for a second. Was it ever a Hamadillo upgrade? That is only 25 damage on the Dillo. It's not increasing the charge, so no. And yeah, thank you both for the support, all of you. Buddy, you made it very long stream today. I mean, I will play and enjoy the game anyway. This is just like a little bit slower enjoyment, because obviously I explain a lot. If I was on my own, I would just like jam 30-minute games or 40-minute games, but it's okay. Louis, welcome. Don't you worry, I still have like a little bit more in me. And Portugal Themat, thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the subscription with Prime. Thank you so much. Okay, back to the game. So no reason for medium items. We have already a pulse rifle here. So it's definitely the mountain pass. And then someone already asked whether it is like guaranteed or risk. I think like the risk low roll is kind of rare, because it is only the item. And then surely I screw myself. But I don't think it is as important here. It's just like, if I remember correctly, a little bit XP. Like not XP, HP, that is actually helping us. So I'm inclined to take the risk here. It's not the same as day 2, where you get more board space and that is important and stuff. That is the rogue scrapper fight, so we're getting rewarded here for the risk. I got a day 2 scout trooper. and got my ass kicked. Well, sometimes that's happening. So yeah, thank you guys again for all the support. Also, thank you all for the follow. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I am having a blast of a day. I'm climbing today again, finally, after yesterday, so there's that. Okay, when you crit, your weapons gain +5 damage. I mean, we are on a crit core, so be certain we are gonna pick a lot of crit if we have the option, right? That is the whole idea of a crit core. So there's no reason to skip that skill. There's something outside. I have to look there for a second. Like there's just probably nothing. Give me 1 second, please. Okay, sorry guys, I'm back. I was really very short. So don't you worry. I'm not going away for long. Like, okay. Anyway, I think it's a JJ over the choc. I like chocolate a lot, right? You know that I am a great fan of getting extra HP. The issue is though my board is like, as you can see, full of fillers. Like I can see 3 items on the board that are definitely do not belong there. So I think shopping is a wise decision. And I think, unfortunately, we have to skip this chocolate node. On the bright side, at least we have leveled, so we are maybe a level ahead of our average opponent. I'm even willing to buy this Aegis here. It's a 4-second item that is like charging my Dillo. I don't buy those though. I don't think they are good enough. I feel like this game is like, I won't say trolling me, but it's close to trolling me. Like, what is this? I don't think a security camera is an item that I want to run. Like, that is way too slow. I cannot fit like an army knife on this board. So maybe it's just like the isocoric freezer. I think it has to be. Like, in all honesty, I will use the memory card here. That's like, maybe it's doing something. I don't know. Positioning wise, I don't think anything matters there, right? No. Okay. That is so nice of you, Suhi Boss. Thank you so much. Yeah, sometimes like people have like really problems with ads and stuff. Like there was one guy who really struggled with ads, and someone gifted him a sub. It was really nice. I like my community. Like honestly, it's like everyone is helping, everyone is helpful, everyone is trying to help each other out. I think that is a really nice way of being. So I screwed up. Okay, positioning matters, and I did not like. Probably I would have lost anyway. But it's like the leftmost item and not the leftmost weapon, and you get the idea, right? Should have been for sure on the pulse rifle here. Anyway, we lost our day 3 fight. I mean, we low rolled quite a bit, 2 Isla shops in a row. As well as some other shops. So, yeah. I don't know if I can raise a technovirus in all honesty. I mean, that's 120. I think I can, right? Like, he looks scary, but like, we're still doing stuff. I got a day 5 Fury Rebirth guy last run. Oh, like, how is that possible? Did he get like a monster skill shop that has had a golden rebirth in it? Because my understanding is you can only get rebirth fight on the risk at day 6, 7, and 8. Had to be day 6. Yeah, somehow I think so too, but I don't know. Maybe you can get it as a monster skill shop. So is it ever like a random silver tier item here? I never picked that option. But maybe it's exactly now the time where we want to do that. Sure, let's do that. Okay, there was this guy in chat earlier today. And he told me about why it is good to enchant the Hamadillo with shield. And his argument was, well, it happens if you have, like, it's really good if you have, like, 2 Dillos and next to duct tape and stuff, right? And I was like, how often does that happen, right? I was not making fun of him, but I was, like, taking his argument. I was like, it's more likely to happen, like, because I never take that option, which is most likely true. It's more likely to happen that I get, like, a hammer from Haiti, or, like, monster loot, and have a golden Dillo, and when to B1, B2, upgrade the Dillo, and then play 2 Dillos. How often does that happen? So why is the reason there ever to make that argument in that situation, having the Dillo shield enchanted is good? So I was, like, basically telling him, like, you never have 2 Dillos if you play correctly, and you should, like, never, like, nearly ever play, like, take, like, silver tier items. So we did, like, desperately do this here for this reason, and yeah, that's the outcome. That's ridiculous, okay? It is so sure, like, Kev here. I mean, I want to take a risk. I really, really want to. I love risk. It's like another PvE fight. We're leveling again. That's Chef's Kiss, right? But this is a shield enchanted item, a weapon, and duct tape. So let's go. I think I have to buy this. I will buy this. I think I have to buy this here. It's a little bit weak on this day, but there's that. I mean, it's a shield enchanted weapon. It's just, like, not the right one, right? And I don't really want to run this weapon. No. Do I ever want to run, like, a brick body, a bronze brick body here in a desperate situation? I don't think so too. Oh, I have to play. Yeah, I have to play at some point. Okay, Ayla. Like, I didn't play, like, I should have, okay? In hindsight, I should have bought the Chris Army knife earlier and upgraded it with the same argumentation about the Uzi, so Ayla can stop showing me the wrong items. Like, holy smokes. I don't think, okay, let me think about this. Is it ever then an Arc Blaster here? I don't think so. There's not an item for that. Okay. So whoever made the argument about silver and stuff, like, we got lucky. Does this change anything? Like, obviously we're playing this, right? So the issue here is a little bit the weakness of the very slow Dillo. Like, the Dillo isn't doing anything as far as I'm concerned. Like, neither of those Dillos. So do we want to run, like, a rocket launcher just for a day? Nah, we're just, like, playing it like this with blasters. Like, it's like like the equivalent of, like, silver blasters. That has to be good enough. Yeah, I don't want to buy the rocket launcher, not on the crit core. I mean, this is by my definition again a very strong board. We have, like, a silver A. We have, like, a buffed 8 critting pulse rifle. We get extra scaling once in a while here. But that is a force field build. That's probably a counter, as far as I'm concerned, to this build. So do we outscale him? Like, I don't think so at the moment. It doesn't look that way. Like, I think we can, like, outscale him if we had a duct tape here, though. Like, if we didn't run there, this unfortunate blasters, we could have gotten there. Man, that is a sad run. Like, we lost the second fight already. Yeah. Never lucky. Remember when I said we need tape or we are in deep trouble? Okay, yep, you are correct. I don't think in hindsight though, or like even now, it was anything else I should have done there. Like this game. Like I don't think it's correct to not take some XP options and then just go like hard rolling for the tape in shops. Like that is also not a viable, I think, option to be like a level or 2 levels behind the curve. Or like maybe on the noob curve, like don't get me wrong there, but like on the curve of people that don't prioritize XP. So JJ, please save us. That's also not it. I have to go here. I agree. I mean, that is an item. We ever want to haste the rifle though? Maybe. Do we want to upgrade the Alpha Ray? I think we want to. Oh, maybe unless we are like finding the duct tape, this is the correct thing to do. Yeah. That's better. That's a lot better. Especially since this is only silver. Okay. Let's go for Noble here. I have met 4 Fury Rebirth matches in a row. To be fair, in this meta, it's still strong, but it's not like as powerful anymore because it's not cleansing. But it's still obviously a strong skill. You know, if no, Courier can, like, there's no way that items can show twice at the same vendor. I think it's Goldie over Chocolate here. High roll potential and, you know, shopping is important. So, is it ever like going for a rocket launcher here because Dillo ain't doing anything for a foreseeable future? And rocket launcher is doing something. I mean, it's not like doing a lot, but it's doing something. I don't think like shield blasters are helping me, so they are gone. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And then gold skills. Let's go. None of those have the name Building Crescendo in it. When you burn with an item, poison 1. So this is nice if we ever want to switch to a power drill game. Like this is like the power drill enabler times 2. Considering you have like ways to poison or burn, right? But that's about it. And at the moment, we don't have like a full setup. Like we still need quite a few pieces to make it work. I mean, it is maybe something we want to pivot in, but it's not something we want to pivot in now. This is also like a sort of an enabler for power drill, but also not the best. I think like I have the money. I want to roll for crescendo. Okay, I was wrong. Weapons have for each tool you have. Okay, it's a +7 on the weapons. Man, that is not it. Can I go back? Please? Okay, it's like this game is starting to falling apart quite quickly now. I still think it's okay. I mean, you know, we have a metronome and we have a golden alpha ray, so it shouldn't like fall like completely out of hand, but we screwed ourselves here a little bit. I got rigged from either right on day on Caravan day 2 and then rigged on day 3. Nice. That feels good. Rigged is such a nice skill. And while it's like super strong, no one is complaining about it. It's exactly the right strength when no one notices how strong it is. Like, don't tell anyone how strong that skill is. It's super fair. It's like no issue. Like, it does not make any difference in the outcome if you're like close to equally strong. Tell no one. I want to buy chocolate. I want to buy medium items. So probably the Aegis is never getting run again. Oh, I thought that was chocolate. Holy smokes. I'm a little bit tired. Yeah, I still don't want to buy like medium items. I don't think I should cheese on day 6, so I take a shield. That's a millionth force field I have seen in this run. I take a rare event. I don't know, Jules has maybe a knife set. Do we want to reroll though? Like, I'm like so unbelievable poor. But I can afford the knife set if it's coming. When you use a weapon, charge this. Okay. That's an item, right? So who's out? Is it our rocket launcher who's already getting the boot again? Over a knife set? Or do we just like chill on the knife set? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a lot of charges on the knife set though. I don't think I can skip the knife set here. I cannot replace the core because I cannot scale on the alpha ray. And I think like a golden alpha ray scaling is quite important here. Let's see how that feels. Feels good, right? So, yeah. I think like the rocket launcher was like a small win the PvP fight, and that's okay. What does Kina have to offer that we want on day 6? I don't think anything. I mean, the duct tape situation. Oh man, I don't care about the duct tape anymore. We are far off the duct tape anyway. I will stumble into it. I'm running like a knife set now, right? And then it's weapons here. Yeah, the duct tape will find me. But like honestly, like knife set is like not a bad item at all. Slowing this is not the worst. He's playing like a double core setup, but fortunately for us, that is only a bronze ray, so there's no issue. You know what would be amazing here? 2 skills, and then I will not complain ever again, okay? I get crescendo, and I get knife tricks. And then this is like looping into infinite, and unless there is an opponent with like crazy stuff, like caltrops, we are recovering quite a bit. Is our knife proccing more than the Uzi? Yep, it is a good call. Ayla. There's a flamethrower we talked about quite a bit, but I think it's also passed. I was like a little bit... it's okay. Small tool. Is that the duct tape? Ah, it's just like weapons here. We are getting a bonk. Okay, so... Do... So, I think there are like 2 approaches. I think one is a lot more reasonable than the other. We can get like heal on something, and then we have heal, and heal is, giving us a survivability. Or we take like burn. We put the burn on the metronome, then we go for the power drill, and maybe drilling. Though I think like power drill is also overkill, right? Because in the end, like the knife set is kind of going like really strong here. So maybe it is just heal on the knife set. Make it a restorative knife set. Someone has like strong thoughts about it? Like where are the power drill enjoyers? Oh, knife is like bugged, right? Oh, I remember. Knife is bugged for like healing. It's like, or like not changed to the new keyword. Yeah. Yeah. Good call. I did this exactly the same mistake in this patch already, and I was like a little bit mad about it. Yeah. Yeah, I did it already. Yeah, good catch. Like, to be honest, like, after 10.5 hours of streaming, you're like a little bit unfocused. Heal rifle. I mean, the thing is, like, obviously the burn on the metronome is opening up the drill quite a bit. Is it though better to have like the drill option? I'll think the more I think about it, I want to do that. I think like this is opening up like craziest loops ever with the drill and the knife set stuff. So I'm inclined to go there. I don't think the heal matters in most cases. And then I think 12 damage on my core is worth 4 gold. I think that's good enough of a deal. And then we're rolling here. Nothing to see. I'm definitely taking a risk here. I mean, I still think I'm strong. Like there's no doubt in my mind. I still hope we're getting to 7 wins. I am not feeling this run as a 10-win run, to be honest. So let's try to recover, get a few wins after all the losses, and then that's that. So that is a Fury grindstone that isn't doing anything as far as the Fury concerns. I also think it is rather questionable to have it that positioned. Like I don't care too much about that being hasted here, but yeah, I mean he got knife set it anyway, but I don't feel that positioning in all honesty. We don't have drill skills. That's fair. Let's go for small items here. I mean, that could have been like upgrade on the metronome and stuff. I don't think medium and large items are doing it. I think the approach is actually to cheese it here, and health is cheesing it quite a bit. I think it's just like the strongest fight. Could you put Fury Grindstone on Metro to increase fire? Wording seems to imply that. So I would say yes. Like, so far this game is very true to its wording. And if it's not working, it's probably a bug. Or they change the flavor text. It's obviously on day 8, it's always like Simon for dually skills. I don't think I have like can make use of the firepower here. I can make a little bit use of that, but I'm also rich, so I can like roll and hope for haste. That's like pretty nice, especially in the future if I get like knife tricks. Okay. I don't think I can make use enough of titanium casing here. Like I'm a titanium casing enjoyer, but that is not happening. So I can get 1 second of freeze in, or I can get like 2 seconds of slow in. And technically 2 seconds of slow is just delayed 1 second of freeze, right? So is there ever a reason to take the slow over the freeze here? Yeah, I agree. It has to be the freeze. Is there a reason to go for Isla? I don't think so. I think we're choosing the 7 wins, and choosing 7 wins is quite easy that way. Skill upgrades. I can see a lot of skills I want to upgrade. I mean, 4% crit is 4% crit. We are on a crit core. So, I don't know if you remember 2-3 runs ago, there was a day 5 board where a guy had a gold crook and a golden caltrops, and then he annihilated us on, like, me, obviously me, my fault, on day 5. Like, literally, golden crook, golden diamonds, caltrops on day 5. This looks like exactly like that. I still think I need to fight that. I cannot be scared. But a Pygmalion that does not lose a single round is a Pygmalion I respect quite a bit. Like, that is, like, for me, that is like a close to concede situation. Like, 0 Pygmalion, it has to be crazy, right? Let's see what he's doing. Like, I want to see what he's doing. It's okay. It's on my second account, whatever. It just means the top 100 is maybe not happening on stream and off stream, because at some point I should stop streaming. So it's just like a normal crook enjoyer. At least there's not the craziest stuff happening. And then, you know, the craziest stuff that is not happening is he just has a heavy lateral and a diamond crook, of course. A diamond crook. Who does not get it by day 8 with a heavy lateral? I mean, to be fair, it's not a turbo lateral. So as far as he's concerned, he low rolled, right? Yeah. I think so. Like, course and the lateral need their chance fixed. That's an easy one. Yeah. 2 items for 2 seconds every 1 second. Holy shit. That is even crazier than the enchant on a core, right? Man, this run is cursed. I mean, I knew it was a loss, right? In all honesty, I wanted to see how high he rolled. I can see now how high he rolled. So, if someone asks me how you play Pygmalion, be that guy, make what he did. Yeah, I mean, Crook is a little bit forcible. It's a tool, but they may try to make it as least as less as possible forcible. Oh no, strongest fight. I'm a little bit I don't know. It's not like I'm tilted. I'm exhausted and a little bit annoyed for losing obviously so many rounds this game, like this run. But also like we are 10.5 hours into a stream, so there's that. I think it's gold tiers skills, because crescendo is just like broken, and yeah, you want to go for more freezes. I will take freezes if I cannot take anything else, but this is not scaling. We're not using it as far as this skill concerns, so it's probably just freeze. So now it's like okay, that's a golden core, but I think the time for cores have passed quite a bit. It's like maybe looking for a power drill. I mean, is a deadly rocket launcher any good? I don't think it fits this board. No. Mm, I will answer the question about the conceding again in just a bit. That is an item. So, do we ever run those Dillos? I don't think so. Goodbye, Dillos. You have been not so worthwhile this game. Your 110s are at 30 MMR. That's a lot. Which rank are your love lives? I have no idea where you are in the ladder. I think it depends quite a bit. Obviously, if you are like a top 500 or if you're like top 100. So I'm top 100 right now. Okay, that is crazy. 30 MMR or like rating. That's a lot. That I mean, I don't know. Is it like more than one run? Like, did you have just like I want to know. Anyway, so there's like a few people asking about this conceding. The short summary is for every PvP fight each run you're winning, you get plus rating. For every PvP fight you're losing, you gain minus rating. And obviously a little bit more minus rating or a lot more minus rating than plus rating. So this being said, you can abuse the mechanism at the moment and just concede randomly before you lose again and then get... Oh, stille Beobachter, thank you so much. So, in hindsight, would I have done anything else this game? In all honesty, I don't think there's much. So probably you could argue I should have looked a little bit more for the duct tape, but in general, I don't think that is a good play. And the reason is, if I like do not pick like the other options, like gold, like XP, especially XP, as well as probably some HP in form of chocolate early, I will still lose more often than not, because if I'm like a few hundred HP short because I didn't level and didn't pay that buy the chocolate, that's like that's not good, right? It's not good to be on a 500 or 600 health instead of 900 or 1000 health. That's I mean, that's like ruining your odds deliberately, and you know it. Whereas not getting the duct tape, surely it happens sometimes, but in most cases, you should like hope that you still stumble onto it, and you shouldn't like deliberately go somewhere else. Other than that, like I don't think I did like something significantly wrong that I can think of. Like if someone wants to point something out, feel free. I feel like some games, like you cannot win all the games, and you just always have to play odds, and then more often than not, the odds should favor you. That's how you play the odds. But sometimes you miss, right? It's like the whole game is not determined up front. It's not chess. So let's try to get another win. And 3-10-1, okay. That's a crazy climb there. Holy smokes. I don't think anymore it is ever correct not to level on day one. I tested it quite a bit with Isla shops on weapon cores, and I come to the conclusion it's not correct. I will always pick XP 2 times, and though if I see a curio, I might be oopsie to the main menu. Okay, I don't know if how it is for Vanessa or Pygmalion. There is a diamond railgun. Is that ever a pivot I want to go in here? I don't think so. I just enjoy the nice set. That's like a full nice setup. I just buy the auto spy the Uzi. Those 4 damage matter. It's probably Kina for a second scrap metal here. I don't think the atomic clock matters. I fight the strongest opponent. There's a big brain question, whether it's ever correct to pick this here. I think it is, because we are on a crit core. We are benefiting quite a lot more from crits. On the other side, we have like already like preemptively like, I don't know, 12 crit, maybe a little bit more. knife tricks. Those are not like, this is in my book the second best skill, I think, on average in Diamond, like the universal second best skill, and knife tricks is the universal best skill. But I will not settle for non-knife tricks here. Surely this is the cursed run. I had like a lot of knife tricks though. So before, like, do I want to increase the crit, or do I want to double the leftmost damage? I think it's doubling the leftmost damage that has scaled by that. Maybe doubling down helps me a little bit. Like, all I want to do is win one more fight, right? Small items, I don't think there's too much. So let's go with the chocolate angle. Let's just hopefully cheese a last win here. That would be the ideal. And then I oopsie to the main menu. Okay, that's a dually that is like in an equally situation than us. I will use the scrap metal here. It's just a little bit of extra crit on the crit core itself. I mean, we have at least some freeze going on, but that's about it. Like, we don't have slow, we don't have haste. Let's just hope we get over the line here. Okay. I think that is a good opponent. I have no idea though. I mean, we are freezing him quite a bit and annoy him quite a bit. And then we just run over him. Yeah. Okay. Good talk. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. What's your name? Mr. Dooley Enjoyer. Alberto Suck. Alberto Suck, I thank you so much. I think it is a very good core you picked here. So it is just like so bad RNG, right? I mean, like, how unlucky can you be? Have to play this with this great core. Like, compare that companion core. Like, he hasted for 16 seconds. I want to point it out for those who don't care. This is like a silver metronome I stumbled onto, right? Like, just like that. And I get a crit core that is doing like 2000 damage. And my opponent thought it was a good idea to get a core that does not do any damage. And in the end, even with Diamond, has like less haste than my metronome. So I don't know. I don't know why you ever want to pick a companion core and what the upside of the companion core is. And before someone gets me and tells me, well, you have like synergies there that I don't know, like, they are not outweighing those downsides of starting with a do nothing companion core on day one that is getting like shredded at Diamond by a metronome. I mean, surely we froze a little bit and stuff, but I mean, that is atrocious. Like, that is, I don't know. I mean, we can like look at the next opponent. We can go through this run this day, but yeah. And he has a duct tape next to Kamiko. I saw that. I didn't want to comment on that. Oopsie daisy, I conceded again. Ended the run with a click in my hands. Yeah. Oh. Companion core is, we have a metronome at home. Stille Beobachter, I like you so much. Top-notch comments, my friend. Top-notch. Okay, that is a crit enchantment. I mean, we can definitely put a crit enchant on the fastest proccing item, right? So there's that. Squirrel Nest, thank you so much for your second month subscription. Thank you for the generous support. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy the stream, having a great day. And I for sure have. Like, even like this, like, I am in a good mood with like a few more losses in. Do we ever want to upgrade the Alpha Ray? Nah, we want to get a Crescendo, right? This is not saying Crescendo. Haste is okay, but like 5 seconds of haste, I mean, Fifth times you burn, charge a shield item for a second. So basically charge one Chris Army Knife fully through. Or get 3 damage whenever the Chris Army Knife is proccing. I mean, it's probably more this, but like both of those have no impact at all. So there's a power drill. Let's just buy the power drill though. Also the millionth golden dillo in a row. I think it's always a temp boost and damage. And that's a Vanessa who has like 1 less win as us. But I'm not willing to figure out whether she sold in spite her board or if she has a real 1 weapon build ready now for me to hit me in the face. Like, I don't need to. Like, I will not change the outcome. Like, I don't think this run I'll get 3 more wins to get like 10 chests, so. Can you explain the drill? Sure. So the drill says it has a 10-second cooldown, and it says charge by 2 seconds if you freeze, if you slow, if you haste, if you burn, or if you poison. And then we try to use that mechanism in our advantage. So we try to have a multitude out of those things. Like, for example, this metronome is doing 2 things. It hastes and it burns, which means whenever I trigger this, I get 2 charges each for 2 seconds on the power drill. And then I put the power drill next to this, which means effectively I have a 6-second power drill going on. And then I can use the pulse rifle, and then I get like a full proc again. And then I get a pulse rifle and I get a full proc again. So I get already 3 procs from 1 full pulse rifle swing. And then I hopefully have a little bit other options, like for example freeze. And then I just have a power drill that goes off every second or even more, and that's pretty nice. Have you ever received an album reward? Yes, 2 actually, but only on the main. So the only thing I ever got is like on the rare side is like a board and 2 album, both albums that are available from the chests. That is what I got on the main. I never got a legendary skin, and I have played probably 500 hours plus on the main, and I have opened probably around 2,000 chests plus. So there's that. Let's just continue climbing. I will maybe make a break in between, but for now it's good. Yes, you get like 2 charges from the crit core, like 1 for the being on the left and 1 for critting. That's the whole idea why the crit core is so powerful. And let's make an armored core run, right? Why not? Alvest, you don't have to put salt into the wound. You don't have to do that. That is not nice. Like every streamer has his like basically his legendary dually skin like from the beginning, and I know for a fact I have played more than most people and most streamers as well. Like I have played like for the longest part on the main every day 12 hours, like literally. So yeah. And then like just to put it in perspective, and I don't want to be too salty here, but like I think I have probably for the first like month and a half played at least as much as Crip. And he has, like, if I see it correctly, at least 2, maybe even 3 of the legendary skins, while I did not get any. And everyone is like, yeah, Crip has played like a bunch. Yeah, I don't think Crip has played much more, like at least up until I made the second account on his main than I have played on my main. That is not how that worked. If someone you don't have somehow you don't have the legendary by release of the trading feature, I would be honored if the Snazer had my legendary dually skin retro. I will take that as a word. The issue is though, we probably cannot trade to each other for some time. Like I would like to have that. Like I really want to have that, right? But the like very small answer that, and then we'll continue playing. The so far Reynard said in one interview, there is like he's not like opposed to it, but in general he has no plans at the moment, or there's no plans at the moment to enable trading between accounts. So the only way that it works is on the bazaar. And as far as I understand, it's just like my understanding from the interviews, it will be more like an auction house, like sort of. Like he didn't mention the word auction house, but it's like what I would take away. Like it's more like an auction house or a bazaar where you trade on the bazaar. So I'm not certain whether we actually can trade in between accounts, or like between Snazer1 and Snazer2, or Concerned Mom 2 was to Concerned Mom 1. So I don't know if it's possible, but so possibly I would have to buy with gems the skin, and I have no idea how this with the naming stuff works. So I don't know. We will see about that when it's released. But Retromation, I would be. I'm really trying to get my hands on a dually skin. Like I don't care too much about the Vanessa and Pygmalion. Like I think like Pygmalion is I don't like how Pygmalion looks. I think Vanessa is sick, but I don't like I don't need Vanessa necessarily. But I would really want to get my hands onto one of those. Anyway, small detailed elaboration. Okay, small items. It's not weapons and no force field, but small items is small items. An Aiden is amazing. I think a plasma grenade or memory card are it. Those are items. I'm happy about the outcome here. This is like a definitely above average situation. And then I think like 20 right most on the shield part is good enough for me. We obviously use the scaling of the core because we know scaling is important. We hope this is not a pufferfish or poison setup, because otherwise we're already getting screwed over here, and then everything is fine. That's your guess as well. I mean, it's like not only a guess, it's like something coming from Reynard. Anyway, it's not scaling, right? This just Hastings, so it's a very slow jellyfish. So we actually out heal, out cleanse the poison, and then everything is fine. Okay. To be fair, Crip has probably a higher tiered streamer client due to his seniority. Yeah, to be fair, that is probably how it is. And he also had like chests, because the actual client that we use nowadays was for Crip and the developers earlier available. So he played on the full release beta version before everyone else. So he has like a lot of mint numbers, because he had like a lot of chests to open instantly when the servers went live. Why we couldn't do that. Well, then you just have to list a lighter card for an extreme price and we will make it happen. That is actually working, right? And I have like a decent, like, I mean, I have a decent amount of gems, though I have no idea, like, if the game pops off crazily strong, and the rarity of legendaries is quite high, I have no idea what the numbers is that Wales will spend on the Dooley skin, and I fear I cannot compete with that at all. So we will see. And then I don't know how we have like the availability of gems there, but we make it happen, Retomation. I take you by your word there, and there's like much love for the offer. Would be like a make me really happy. So yeah, let me continue, and then I catch up with the chat. I'm just a little bit behind. It's JJ over treats there. Maybe it's an arc blaster. I mean, it's a decent. I think it's on day 2. It's still like a decently strong weapon. So let's do that. Also Aiden MVP, probably the fight. I reroll though for the force field. I will not buy an upgrade on the laser pistol. That is a Uzi. A Uzi is a good item, and I can buy the crypto, so let's buy the crypto. So probably I should even consider the memory card for gold, because I will turtle anyway. Like, this is like a turtle build, right? It's not a damage build. And then I get probably more gold out of this. In that case, was it ever wrong to buy the crypto? Not really. I can just sell the laser pistol and call it a day. Sure. And then we'll do this. I mean, in hindsight, we spent all our money, so we cannot go for Kev and get a force field. But Ayla is having the force field anyway, so we're just taking XP here. And then, can I outscale a rogue scrapper with this build? And can I do it reliable even with a memory card? So the damage actually does not matter, right? In hindsight, or like in general, we know that. Because it will be out-healed. The question is whether I out-shield the damage of a rogue scrapper with what we're having. And in all honesty, I don't think so. I really don't think so. And then it's pretty easy. We get like a huge upside if we get hard shell. That is helping us a lot with what our game plan is. If the auction house is like PoE 1 auction house, I mean, it's the bazaar, and Draymond probably wants to call it a bazaar, but I would imagine there has to be sort of an auction house mechanic. What's the drop chance? It's 1 in every few hundred. I think what, 500, 1 in 500, 1 in 400 was the estimations by people from the data we have like accumulated. It's really rare. Like, it's literally rare. The others, like, if we go on to Snazer2, I have like very long sides of everything. Okay. It's definitely bronze tier item. Let's I try to play a little bit faster now. I think just like starting to be more into other discussions at the moment here. Large and small items. Or is it ever XP? I think it's shopping time. It's shopping time. That's a duct tape. That is a GPU. I don't think I need the upgrade. If I roll, I can somehow make it possible. So we're just like taking the gold from the memory card and rolling. I mean, that's an alpha ray. I think like I like a playing this Armored Core in general with Alpha Race, I had like a blast. I just like got screwed a little bit lately, and then I stopped playing the Armored Core. So a little bit back to the game plan. Even if you get a force field, I often enjoyed playing this with an Alpha Ray to get like just a little bit extra scaling and leeway. And I also like playing with the pulse rifle if I ever get my hands on it. So how we want to do this? With the Uzi and 2 items to the right. I mean, the issue is we're playing probably for fatigue. And then the Uzi runs out of ammo. But we still need to outscale our opponent. And if he has not strong scaling, there's that. Maybe, though, the Uzi runs out of ammo. And then we might, like, lose the race. Yeah. It's just this. I don't want to run out of ammo there. Like, we don't have, like, the finisher of, like, a force field. With a force field, it's clear that the Uzi is the best pickup. So he's also playing sort of what we are playing, and we're playing the way stronger comp, right? We have scaling here, and we have like an item more to the right with the duct tape. So for some reason he has more armor, but we should win. Okay, the reason is he has like a toughness. This is why he started off harder than us. And then, though, he should fall like quite a bit short. Yeah. I was scared for a second. I didn't realize, like, I didn't intuitively saw why he had more armor than us. Also, I think maybe it's healthy to stop after this round. I feel like my focus is getting lost a little bit. I mean, we are like 11 hours in, so I think it's reasonable to assume. Weapons, definitely for the force field. I don't think I need to upgrade any of this. Like, that's like, I mean, the only one that is like a little bit reasonable is the army knife, because we might run the army knife with a pulse rifle. Though in hindsight, it was already kind of expensive, and our crypto is screwing us. And surely we don't get a force field, because why should we get a force field? It is what it is. I don't want to complain too much. We'll get a force field in the future. I go for gold and XP here. I definitely upgrade the core. I think like it's like a super key part on the armored core to upgrade the core. And then just put in stuff here. Go for the strongest opponent. We should easily outscale and outdamage him. This is silly. Let's see. That is silly. Yes. That is as silly as it gets. Like, I am already on the fence if I see more than one pearl and a turtle shell. Did the person win with the turtling here around? Or did you just like outburst that person? Because it does like not look like a lot of shield if it went to fatigue. Though there's like some burn on you. Maybe you just like died by the burn in the end. Like, I don't know. I would expect you lose that. But what do I know? So did you lose there, Firewings? Get a weapon. Or get non-weapon items. What items do we want here? I think I want a lot of weapons, especially a force field. So it's a laser pistol. Sure, it's a weapon. It's medium and large items. I mean, 5 region is 5 region, but medium and large items. I don't think I want to run a brick body. I think a brick body is more bait than real. Still no force field. Also, is my crypto bugged? I still think we're just going further down here with this game. I mean, that looks like a strong opponent. Let's hope it's not a burn opponent, because burn is definitely outscaling us. Speaking of the devil, silver ray, silver core, burn opponent. Yeah, that is so much outshielding and outscaling us. And 26 on the helmet to top it off. Like, nothing matters here, to be honest. Like, that is just like instantly killing us. I won with square, pick, caltrops, and cane. Nice. Glad to hear. I mean, we would have lost that fight with and without force field, to be honest. I think I like this more. Like getting damage when we're critting. And then we're working at the docks for weapons. I mean, that is a weapon. I still think we can easily fight a Hydra dude. He got nerfed into the ground. Putting scrap on the duct tape is always the correct play. So small items on day 4 over chocolate. I think it's good. Like, we need to upgrade our alpha ray here. We need to get something going. We are falling short. So there's that. I mean, I want to take a risk here. Like, screw Quixel. I don't care. I mean, that is a meaningful number of shield, but it's like 1 charge. No, it's 2, right? I mean, if only I had like a force field, This would be amazing with a force field. I mean, it's still amazing with a force field. Against a dually, though, it's all about scaling, right? So this does not help us there. It's just about do we outscale our opponent or not? And the 150 pop-off does not help us at all, or the 300, unless we have a force field that utilizes that. So that's another Ignition Core enjoyer, and he also has a day 4 Omega Ray, which I want to be too mad, but it's obviously not happening that often. I don't know. This is how it goes if I play an Armored Core. I feel like I just like get countered left and right. And also it's day 4 and we haven't seen a force field. Like normally you have seen like 3 force fields by now. If you're not playing on the Armored Core. That's why I don't like the Armored Core lately. It's like inconsistent. It's like super high rolly if you find like your blast doors, force field, whatever, like on day 1 and day 2. But if you don't find that stuff, you're just like in a world of hurt. I'm ready to say this run is screwed. Like I should stop streaming and take a break. I mean we're like nearly 11 and a half hours in or whatever. I continue until the end of the day, and then if there's nothing changing, I'm just peacing out and probably taking a well-earned break from playing Bazaar. I still think I can easily fight against a major, the like Trash Town major here. I mean, I'm not like quitting the stream now. It's just like if I don't find a force field and the run is over, kinda. Like Isla, like, so here we went desperately for Isla, right? Like skipping skills is not a wise idea. Like let's be honest there. I still upgrade the pulse rifle. Do I think I want to play a flamethrower build? And maybe I want to. I mean, we're turtling maybe a little bit, and then we buy ourselves time for the flamethrower. It's not the core for a flamethrower, though. It's whatever. Let's just buy it. If we don't find a force field. No force field. Remember the last game? Where we got like force field each weapon shop? Pulse rifle to the tape. Yeah, you're correct. Decon, you're correct. I mean, generally it is correct to play the tape on the right though. But like playing tape without anything is also, maybe it's like this. And then I can also like argue for this because that is like equally doing that. Gold skills. I never realized this golden skill. I will roll though. I mean, titanium casing is a very good skill. I mean, look, that is opponent that it did not lose while we lost 2 rounds. It is to assume that is a very strong, probably built whatever it has, and we got screwed by RNG, right? Like we're trying to get by with nothing. Like, okay, it's a flamethrower, but we are literally on the core that does not utilize that good. I'm a little bit tilted. I'm a little bit exhausted. We are a long time in. So I think it's time to peace out. So first of all, thank you guys for staying with me. I hope you're having a great day or evening wherever you are. Great morning. Thank you guys for all the follows. Thank you for all the support and subscriptions. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had overall an amazing stream today again. I think I had quite a lot of fun. Overall, at least we climbed a little bit. Back to close to top 100 on the second account now. Probably tomorrow or later tonight, top 100 as far as I'm concerned. And then there's that. Yeah, thank you so much. I had a great day. Thank you everyone for being here. I wish you all well, and I hopefully see you around tomorrow or whenever you feel time to or find time to watch me. I wish you all the best. Stay healthy, stay safe, enjoy the game, enjoy the meta, and